Clara paused a moment, wiping the sweat off her forehead with her shirt tail. Her hands were bloody. "Shouldn't one of us do it?" July asked. "No," Cholo said. "She is better." "Bob taught me," Clara said. "We didn't have any help when we first came here. I wasn't strong enough to hold the horses, so I got stuck with the messier job." They gelded 15 young horses and left them in the pen where they could be watched. July had stopped feeling weak, but even so it was a wonder to him how hard Clara and the old man worked. They didn't stop to rest until the job was done, by which time they were all soaked with sweat. Clara splashed water out of the horse trough to wash her hands and forearms and immediately started for the house. "I hope those worthless girls have been cooking," she said. "I've built an appetite." "Do you know anything about the Indian situation?" July asked. "I know Red Cloud," Clara said. "Bob was good to him. They lived on our horses that hard winter we had 4 years ago. They couldn't find buffalo." "I've heard they're dangerous," July said. "Yes," Clara said. "Red Cloud's fed up. Bob treated them fair, and we've never had to fear them. I was more scared as a girl. The Comanches would come right into Austin and take children. I always dreamed they'd get me and I'd have red babies." July had never felt so irresolute. He ought to go, and yet he didn't. Though he had worked hard, he had little appetite, and after the meal spent more time cleaning his gun than was really necessary. When he finished, he sat the rifle against the porch railing, telling himself that he would get up and leave. But before he could get up, Clara walked out on the porch with no warning at all and put the baby into his hands. She practically dropped the child into his lap, an act July felt was very reckless. He had to catch him. "That's a good sign," Clara said. "At least you'd catch him if somebody threw him off a roof." The baby stared at July with wide eyes, as surprised evidently as he was. July looked at Clara, who seemed angry. "I think it's time you took a look at him," she said. "He's your boy. He might come to like you, in which case he'll bring you more happiness than that woman ever will. He needs you a sight more than she does, too." July felt scared he would do something wrong with the baby. He also was a little scared of Clara. "I don't know anything about babies," he said. "No, and you've never lived any place but Arkansas," Clara said. "But you ain't stupid and you ain't nailed down. You can live other places and you can learn about children. People dumber than you learn about them." Again, July felt belabored by the tireless thing in Clara. Ellie might not look at him, but she didn't pursue him relentlessly with words as Clara did. "Stay here," she said. "Do you hear me? Stay here. Martin needs a pa, and I could use a good hand. If you go trailing after that woman, either the Indians will kill you or that buffalo hunter will, or you'll just get lost and starve. It's a miracle you made it this far. You don't know the plains, and I don't believe you know your wife either. How long did you know her before you married?" July tried to remember. The trial in Missouri had lasted 3 days, but he had met Ellie nearly a week before that. 2 weeks, I guess, he said. "That's short acquaintance," Clara said. "The smartest man alive can't learn much about a woman in 2 weeks." "Well, she wanted to marry," July said. It was all he could remember about it. Ellie had made it clear she wanted to marry. "That could have been another way of saying she wanted a change of scene," Clara said. "People get a hankering to quit what they're doing. They think they want to try something else. I do it myself. Half the time I think I'd like to pack up these girls and go live with my aunt in Richmond, Virginia." "What would you do there?" July asked. "I might write books," Clara said. "I've a hankering to try it. But then it'll come a pretty morning, and I see the horses grazing and think how I'd miss them, so I doubt I'll get off to Richmond." Just then the baby began to cry, squirming in his hands. July looked at Clara, but she made no effort to take the baby. July didn't know what to do. He was afraid he might drop the child, who twisted in his hands like a rabbit and yelled so loud he turned red as a beet. "Is he sick?" July asked. "No, he's fine," Clara said. "Maybe he's telling you off for ignoring him all this time. I wouldn't blame him." With that she turned and went back in the house, leaving him with the baby, who at once began to cry even harder. July hoped one of the girls would come out and help, but neither seemed to be around. It seemed very irresponsible of Clara to simply leave him with the child. He felt again that she was not a very helpful woman. But then Ellie hadn't been helpful either. He was afraid to stand up with the baby squirming so. He might drop him. So he sat, wondering why in the world people wanted children. How could anyone know what a baby wanted or what to do for them? But as abruptly as he had started, the baby stopped crying. He whimpered a time or two, stuck his fist in his mouth, and then simply stared at July again as he had at first. July was so relieved that he scarcely moved. "Talk to him a little," Clara said. She stood in the door behind him. "What do you say?" She made a snort of disgust. "Introduce yourself if you can't think of nothing else," she said, "or sing him a song. He's sociable. He likes a little talk." July looked at the baby, but couldn't think of a song. "Can't you even hum?" Clara asked, as if it were a crime that he had not immediately started singing. July remembered a saloon song he'd always liked, Lorena. He tried humming a little of it. The baby, who had been wiggling, stopped at once and looked at him solemnly. July felt silly humming, but since it calmed the baby, he kept on. He was holding the baby almost at arm's length. "Put him against your shoulder," Clara said. "You don't have to hold him like that. He ain't a newspaper." July tried it. The baby soon wet his shirt with slobbers, but he wasn't crying. July continued to hum Lorena. Then, to his relief, Clara took the baby. "That's progress," she said. "Rome wasn't built in a day." Dusk came, and July didn't leave. He sat on the porch, his rifle across his lap, trying to make up his mind to go. He knew he ought to. However difficult she was, Ellie was still his wife. She might be in danger, and it was his duty to try and save her. If he didn't go, he would be giving up forever. He might never even know if she'd lived or died. He didn't want to be the kind of man who would just let his wife blow out of his life like a weed. And yet that was what he was doing. He felt too tired to do otherwise. Even if the Indians didn't get him or them, even if he didn't get lost on the plains, he might just find her in some other room and have her turn her face away again. Then what? She could go on running, and he would go on chasing until something really bad happened. When Clara came out again to call him to supper, he felt worn out from thinking. He almost flinched when he heard Clara's step, for he had a feeling she was ill-disposed toward him and might have something sharp to say. Again he was wrong. She walked down the steps and paused to watch 3 cranes flying across the sunset along the silver path of the Platte. "Ain't they great birds?" she said quietly. "I wonder which I'd miss most, them or the horses, if I was to move away." July didn't suppose she would move away. She seemed so much of the place that it didn't seem likely. After watching the birds, she looked at him as if just noticing that he was still there. "Are you willing to stay?" she asked. July had rather she hadn't asked. Rather it had been something that just happened. He didn't feel he had made a decision, and yet he hadn't left. "I guess I oughtn't to chase her," he said finally. "I guess I ought to let her be." "It doesn't do to sacrifice for people unless they want you to," Clara said. "It's just a waste." "Ma, it's getting cold," Betsy said from the doorway. "I was just enjoying the summer for a minute," Clara said. "Well, you're always telling us how much you hate to serve cold food," Betsy said. Clara looked at her daughter for a moment and then went up the steps. "Come on, July," she said. "These girls mean to see that we keep up our standards." He put the rifle back in the saddle scabbard and followed her into the house. 83. As the herd wound across the brown prairies toward the Platte, whoring became the only thing the men could talk about. Of course, they always liked to talk about it, but there had been sections of the drive when they occasionally mentioned other things, the weather, cards, the personalities of horses, trials and tribulations of the past. After Jake's death, they had talked a good deal about the vagaries of justice and what might cause a pleasant man to go bad. Once in a while, they might talk about their families, although that usually ended with everyone getting homesick. Though a popular subject, it was tricky to handle. By the time they were within a week of Ogallala, all subjects other than whoring were judged to be superfluous. Newt and the Rainey boys were rather surprised. They were interested in whoring too, in a vague sort of way, but listening to the grown men talk at night or during almost any stop, they concluded there must be more to whoring than they had imagined. Getting to visit a whore quickly came to seem the most exciting prospect life had to offer.
"What if the captain don't even want to stop in Ogallala?" Lippy asked one night. "He ain't much of a stopper."
"Nobody's asking him to stop," Needle said. "He can keep driving if he's a mind. We're the ones need to stop."
"I don't guess he likes whores," Lippy said. "He didn't come in the saloon much that I remember."
Jasper was impatient with Lippy's pessimism. Any suggestion that they might not get to visit Ogallala was extremely upsetting to him. "Can't you shut up?" he said. "We don't care what the captain does. We just want to be let off." Po Campo was also likely to dampen the discussion once he was free from his cooking chores. "I think you should all go to the barber and forget these whores," he added. "They will just take your money, and what will you get for it?" "Something nice," Needle said. "A haircut will last you a month, but what you get from the whores will only last a moment," Poe remarked, "unless she gives you something you don't want." From the heated responses that ensued, Newt gathered that whores sometimes were not simply givers of pleasure. Diseases apparently sometimes resulted, although no one was very specific about them. Po Campo was unshakable. He kept plugging for the barber shop over the whorehouse. "If you think I'd rather have a haircut than a whore, you're crazy as a June bug," Jasper said. Newt and the Raineys left the more abstruse questions to others and spent most of their time trying to reckon the economics of a visit to town. The summer days were long and slow, the herd placid, the heat intense. Just having Ogallala to think about made the time pass quicker. Occasionally one of the Raineys would ride over by Newt to offer some new speculation. "Soupy says they take off their clothes," Ben Rainey said one day. Newt had once seen a Mexican girl who had pulled up her skirt to wade in the Rio Grande. She wore nothing under the skirt. When she noticed he was watching, she merely giggled. Often after that, he had slipped down to the river when nothing much was happening, hoping to see her cross again. But he never had. That one glimpse was all he had to go on when it came to naked women. He had run it through his mind so many times it was hardly useful. "I guess that costs a bunch," he said. "About a month's wages," Jimmy Rainey speculated. Late one afternoon, Dietz rode in to report that the Platte was only 10 miles ahead. Everyone in camp let out a whoop. "By God, I wonder which way town is," Soupy said. "I'm ready to go." Call knew the men were boiling to get to town. Though he had brought happy news, Dietz himself seemed subdued. He had not been himself since Jake's hanging. "You feeling poorly?" Call asked. "Don't like this north," Dietz said. "It's good grazing country," Call remarked. "Don't like it," Dietz said. "The light's too thin." Dietz had a faraway look in his eye. It puzzled Call. The man had been cheerful through far harder times. Now Call would often see him sitting on his horse, looking south across the long miles they had come. At breakfast sometimes, Call would catch him staring into the fire the way old animals stared before they died, as if looking across into the other place. The look in Dietz's eyes unsettled Call so much that he mentioned it to Augustus. He rode over to the tent one evening. Gus was sitting on a saddle blanket, barefoot, trimming his corns with a sharp pocket knife. The woman was not in sight, but Call stopped a good distance from the tent so as not to disturb her. "If you want to talk to me, you have to come a little closer," Augustus said. "I ain't walking that far barefooted." Call dismounted and walked over to him. "I don't know what's the matter with Dietz," he said. "Well, Dietz is sensitive," Augustus said. "Probably you hurt his feelings in your blunt way." "I didn't hurt his feelings," Call said. I always try to be especially good to Dietz. He's the best man we got." "Best man we've ever had," Augustus said. "Maybe he's sick." "No," Call said. "I hope he ain't planning to leave us," Augustus said. "I doubt the rest of us could even find the water holes." "He says he don't like the North," Call said. "That's all he'll say." "I hear we strike the Platte tomorrow," Augustus said. "All the boys are ready to go off and catch social diseases." "I know it," Call said. "I'd just as soon miss this town, but we do need supplies." "Let them boys go off and hurrah a little," Augustus said. "It might be their last chance." "Why would it be their last chance?" "Old Dietz might know something," Augustus said. "Since he's so sensitive, we might all get killed by Indians in the next week or two." "I doubt that," Call said. "You ain't much more cheerful than he is." "No," Augustus said. He knew they were not far from Clara's house, a fact which made Lorena extremely nervous. "What will you do with me?" she had asked. "Leave me in the tent when you go see her?" "No, ma'am," he said. "I'll take you along and introduce you properly. You ain't just baggage, you know. Clara probably don't see another woman once a month. She'll be happy for feminine conversation." "She may know what I am, though," Lorena said. "Yes, she'll know you're a human being," Augustus said. "You don't have to duck your head to nobody. Half the women in this country probably started out like you did, working in saloons." "She didn't," Lorena said. "I bet she was always a lady. That's why you wanted to marry her." Augustus chuckled. "A lady can slice your jugular as quick as a Comanche," he said. "Clara's got a sharp tongue. She's tomahawked me many a time in the past." "I'll be afraid to meet her then," Lorena said. "I'll be afraid of what she'll say." "Oh, she'll be polite to you," Augustus assured her. "I'm the one that will have to watch my step." But no matter what he said, he couldn't soothe the girl's agitation. She felt she would lose him, and that was that. She offered her body. It was all she knew to do. Something in the manner of the offer saddened him, though he accepted it. In their embraces, she seemed to feel for a moment that he loved her, yet soon afterward she would grow sad again. "You're worrying yourself into a sweat for nothing," he said. "Clara's husband will probably live to be 96, and anyway, she and I probably ain't got no use for one another now. I ain't got the energy for Clara. I doubt I ever did." At night, when she finally slept, he would sit in the tent, pondering it all. He could see the campfire. Whatever boys weren't night herding would be standing around it, swapping jokes. Probably all of them envied him, for he had a woman and they didn't. He envied them back, for they were carefree, and he wasn't. Once started, love couldn't easily be stopped. He had started it with Lori, and it might never be stopped. He would be lucky to get again such easy pleasures as the men enjoyed, sitting around a campfire swapping jokes. Though he felt deeply fond of Lorena, he could also feel a yearning to be loose again and have nothing to do but win at cards. The next morning he left Lorena for a bit and fell in with Dietz. "Dietz, have you ever spent much time wanting what you know you can't have?" he asked, figuring to get the conversation off to a brisk start. "'Spect I've had a good life," Dietz said. "Captain paid me a fair wage. Ain't been sick but twice, and one time was when I got shot over by the river." "That ain't an answer to the question I asked," Augustus said. "Wanting takes too much time," Dietz said. "I'd rather be working." "Yes, but what would you have if you could have what you really want, right now?" Dietz trotted along for a bit before he answered. "Be back on the river," he said. "Hell, the Rio Grande ain't the only river," Augustus commented, but before they could continue the discussion, they saw a group of riders come over a ridge far to the north. Augustus saw at once that they were soldiers. "Ah, God, we've found the cavalry at least," he said. There were nearly 40 soldiers. The ponies in the remuda began to nicker at the sight of so many strange horses. Call and Augustus loped out and met them a half-mile away, for the herd was looking restive at the sight of the riders. The leader of the troop was a small man with a gray mustache who wore captain's bars. He seemed irritated at the sight of the herd. It was soon plain that he was drunk. Beside him rode a large man in greasy buckskins, clearly a scout. He was bearded and had a wad of tobacco in his jaw. "I'm Captain Weaver, and this is Dixon, our scout," the captain said. "Where the hell do you men think you're taking these cattle?" "We thought we were headed for Montana," Augustus said lightly. "Where are we, Illinois?" Call was irritated with Gus. He would make a joke. "No, but you'll wish you were if Red Cloud finds you," Captain Weaver said. "You're in the middle of an Indian war, that's where you are." "Why in hell would anybody think they wanted to take cattle to Montana?" Dixon the scout said. He had an insolent look. "We thought it would be a good place to sit back and watch 'em shit," Augustus said. Insolence was apt to bring out the comic in him, as Call knew too well. "We've heard there are wonderful pastures in Montana," Call said, hoping to correct the bad impression Gus was giving. "There may be, but you cowpokes won't live to see them," Dixon said. "Oh, well," Augustus said. "We wasn't always cowpokes. We put in some 20 years fighting Comanches in the state of Texas. Don't these Indians up here fall off their horses like other Indians when you put a bullet or two in them?" "Some do, and some just keep coming," Captain Weaver said. "I didn't come over here to talk all morning. Have you men seen any sign?" "Our scout didn't mention any," Call said, waving to Dietz. "Oh, you've got a nigger for a scout," Dixon said. "No wonder you're lost." "We ain't lost," Call said, annoyed suddenly, "and that black man could track you across the coals of hell." "And bring you back on a pitchfork if we asked him to," Augustus added. "What makes you think you can say things like that to us?" Captain Weaver said, flushing with anger. "Ain't it still a free country?" Augustus asked. "Who asked you to ride up and insult our scout?" Dietz came loping up, and Call asked him if he had seen Indian sign. "None between here and the river," Dietz said. A pale-looking young lieutenant suddenly spoke up. "I thought they went east," he said. "We went east," Weaver said. "Where do you think we've been for the last week?" "Maybe they went farther and faster," Augustus said. "Indians usually do. From the looks of those nags you're riding, they could probably outrun you on foot." "You're a damn impertinent man," Weaver said. "Those Indians killed a buffalo hunter and a woman 2 days ago. 3 weeks ago, they wiped out a family southeast of here. If you see them, you'll wish you'd kept your damn beeves in Texas." "Let's go," Call said, abruptly turning his horse. "We need horses," Captain Weaver said. "Ours are about ridden down." "Ain't that what I said that you thought was so impertinent?" Augustus remarked. "I see you've got extras," Weaver said. "We'll take 'em. There's a man who sells horses west of Ogallala. You can buy some more there and send the army a bill." "No thanks," Call said. "We like the ones we've got." "I wasn't asking," Weaver said. "I'm requisitioning your horses." Augustus laughed. Call didn't. He saw that the man was serious. "We need 'em," Dixon said. "We've got to protect this frontier." Augustus laughed again. "Who have you protected lately?" he asked. "All you've told us about are people you didn't protect." "I'm tired of talking," Weaver said. "Go get the horses, Jim. Take a couple of men and pick out good ones." "You can't have any horses," Call said. "You have no authority to requisition stock from us." "By God, I'll have those horses or I'll have your hides," Weaver said. "Go get 'em, Jim." The young lieutenant looked very nervous, but he turned as if to ride over to the herd. "Hold on, son, the argument ain't over," Augustus said. "You defy an officer of the U.S. Army?" Weaver asked. "You're as close to that horse trader in Ogallala as we are," Call pointed out. "Yes, but we're going the other way," Weaver said. "You were headed this way when you spotted us," Augustus said. "When did you change your mind?" Dixon, the big scout, was listening to the conversation with contempt in his expression. The contempt was as much for Weaver as for them. Captain Weaver turned to the young man. "I gave you an order. These men are all bluff. They're just cowboys. Go get the horses." As the young man passed, Augustus reached down and caught his bridle. "If you want them horses, why don't you go get 'em?" he said. "You're the captain." "I call this treason," Weaver said. You men can be hung for treason." Call had been looking over the rest of the troop. Throughout his career in the Rangers, he had been bothered by how sluggishly the cavalry performed, and the troop he saw watching the proceedings looked more sluggish than most. Half the men had gone to sleep in their saddles the moment the column stopped, and the horses all looked as if they needed a month off on good grass. "How far is Ogallala?" Call asked. "I'm not interested in Ogallala," Weaver said. "I'm interested in Red Cloud." "We don't know this Red Cloud," Augusta said. "But if he's much of a war chief, you better hope you don't catch him. I doubt an Indian would even consent to eat them ponies you're riding. I never saw a worse-mounted bunch of men." "Well, we've been out 10 days, and it's none of your concern," Weaver said, trembling with indignation. Although Augustus was doing most of the talking, it was Call whom he looked at with hatred. "Let's go," Call said. "This is pointless talk." He saw that the little captain was keyed up to the point where it wouldn't take much to provoke him into an explosion. "Jim, get them horses," Weaver said. "No," Call said. "You can't have our horses. And I'll give you some advice, too. Your troop's exhausted. If you was to find Indians, you'd be the ones massacred, most likely. You don't just need fresh horses, you need fresh men." "What I don't need is advice from a goddamn cowboy," Weaver said. "We fought Comanches and Kiowas and Mexican bandits for 20 years, and we're still here," Call said. "You'd do well to listen." "If I see you in town, I'll box your goddamn ears," Dixon said, addressing himself to Call. Call ignored the man. He turned and started to ride away. Augustus released the young lieutenant's bridle. "Leave me that nigger," Weaver said. "I've heard they can smell Indians. They're just red niggers anyway." "No," Call said. "I'd be afraid you'd mistreat him." They went to the wagon. When they turned to look, the cavalry troop was still sitting there. "Reckon they'll charge?" Augustus asked. "Charge a cowherd?" Call said. "I wouldn't think so. Weaver's mad, but not that mad." They waited, but the cavalry merely sat on the ridge for a few minutes and then turned and rode away. 84. That afternoon, they crossed the Platte River just east of Ogallala and turned the herd northwest. From the slopes north of the river, they saw the little collection of shacks and frame buildings that made up the town. The cowboys were so entranced by the sight that they could hardly keep their minds on their business long enough to drive the cattle to a good bed ground. Call tried to caution them a little, mentioning that there were said to be Indians on the rampage, but the men scarcely heard him. Even Dish Boggett was in a fever to go. Call let 6 men go in first: Dish, Soupy, Bert, Jasper, Needle, and the Irishman. They all put on fresh shirts and raced away as if 100 Comanches were after them. Augustus, setting up his tent, stopped a moment to watch them run. The cowboys whooped and waved their hats as they raced. "Look at 'em go, Laurie," Augustus said. "Can't wait to get to town." Lorena was uninterested. She had only one thing on her mind. "When are you going to see her?" she asked. "Oh, tomorrow will do," Augustus said. "We'll both go." "I'll stay here," Lorena said. "I'd be too scared of what she'd say." Her hands were shaking at the thought of the woman, but she helped Gus peg the tent. "I've a mind to go to Ogallala myself," Augustus said. "Would you like to come?" "Why do you want to?" she asked. "Well, it's a town of sorts," he said. "I've a mind to do something civilized, like eat dinner in a restaurant. If that's asking too much, I could at least go in a barroom and drink a glass of whiskey." "Come with me," he added. "They've probably got a store or two. We could buy you some clothes." Lorena considered it. She had been wearing men's clothes since Gus rescued her. There hadn't been any place to buy any others. She would need a dress if she went with Gus to see the woman, but she didn't know if she really wanted to go see her, although she had built up a good deal of curiosity about her. Lots of curiosity, but more fear. It was a strange life, just staying in the tent and talking to no one but Gus, but she was used to it. The thought of town frightened her almost as much as the thought of the woman. "Do you want a whore or what?" she asked when she saw him getting ready to go to town. "Why would I want a whore when I've got you?" he asked. "You women folk have got strange minds. What I'd mainly like to do is sit in a chair and drink whiskey. I wouldn't mind a hand or two of cards either." "You want that other woman, and you've got me," Lorena said. "You could want us both, and a whore too, I guess. Go get one if you want. I don't care." She almost hoped he would. It would strengthen her case against the other woman. "Come with me," Augustus said. "I'll buy you some new dresses." "Just buy me one yourself," Lorena said. "Buy one you like." "But I don't know your size," he said. "Why are you so shy of towns? There ain't a soul in that town who's ever met you." She wouldn't go, so he gave up asking her and went himself, stopping at the wagon a minute to make sure Po Campo would take her food. Call was there, looking restless. Since most of the experienced hands were gone, he had decided to stay with the herd and buy supplies tomorrow once some of them got back. The herd was grazing peacefully on the rolling slopes. The hands who were left, boys mostly, looked melancholy at the thought of the opportunities they were missing. "Come ride to town with me," Augustus said to Call. "This place is quiet as a church on Monday. I'll buy you a meal and we can sit and talk philosophy." "No, I'll stay," Call said. "I don't know a philosophy." "Your philosophy is to worry too much," Augustus said. "Jake would have gone with me quick enough if we hadn't hung him." "Damn it, he brought it on himself," Call said. "I know that, but when I spot a town, I remember what a fine companion he was around supper time," Augustus said. He loped the 5 or 6 miles to Ogallala, feeling rather strange, for it had just hit him how much he did miss Jake Spoon. Many a time, returning from a scout on the Brazos, they had raced into Austin together and divided the night between whiskey, cards, and women. Clara and Call would both be stiff with them for a week after such a carouse. Clara, if anything, softened slower than Call. Now Jake was gone and Clara near. It seemed to him he might be wise not to go see her, just trail on into Montana and let the past be past. No woman had affected his heart in the way she had. The memory was so sweet, he was almost afraid to threaten it by seeing what Clara had become. She might have become a tyrant. She had that potential, even as a girl. Or she might have become merely a worked-out, worn-down pioneer woman, her beauty gone and her spirit tamed. He might look at her and not feel a thing, in which case he would lose something he treasured. On the other hand, he might look at her and feel all that he had felt in their younger days, in which case riding off and leaving her wouldn't be very easy. Then there was Lorena. In the last week she had proved sweeter than any woman he had known, more responsive than his wives, kinder than Clara. Her beauty had flowered again. The cowboys were always thinking of excuses to ride within 20 or 30 yards of them so they could get a glimpse of it. He ought to consider himself lucky, he knew. Everyone in the outfit, with the possible exception of Call, considered him lucky. He ought to let the past keep its glow and not try to mix it with what he had in the present. But then he knew he could not simply ride by Clara, whatever the threat of turmoil or disappointment. Of all the women he knew, she had meant the most, and was the one person in his life he felt he had missed in some ways. He remembered what she had said when she told him she was going to marry Bob, that she would want his friendship for her daughters. He would at least go and offer it. Besides, it would be interesting to see if the girls were like their mother. To his surprise, he didn't enjoy the visit to Ogallala very much. He hit the dry goods store just as the owner was closing and persuaded him to reopen long enough for him to buy Lori a mass of clothes. He bought everything from petticoats to dresses, a hat, and also a warm coat, for they were sure to strike cool weather in Montana. He even bought himself a black frock coat worthy of a preacher and a silk string tie. The merchant soon was in no mood to close. He offered Augustus muffs and gloves and felt-lined boots and other oddities. In the end, he had such a purchase that he couldn't even consider carrying it. They would have to come in tomorrow and pick it up in the wagon, though he did wrap up a few things in case Lori wanted to wear them to Clara's. He bought her combs and brushes and a mirror. Women liked to see themselves, he knew, and Lorena hadn't had the opportunity since Fort Worth. The one hotel was easy to find, but the restaurant in it was a smoky little room with no charm and only one diner, a somber man with mutton chop whiskers. Augustus decided he would prefer a cheerful bar, but that proved not easy to find. He went into one that had a huge rack of elk horns over the door and a clientele consisting mostly of mule skinners who hauled freight for the army. None of the Hat Creek outfit was there, though he had seen a couple of their horses tied outside. They had probably gone straight to the whorehouse next door, he concluded. He ordered a bottle and a glass, but the boisterous mule skinners made so much racket he couldn't enjoy his drinking. A middle-aged gambler with a thin mustache and a greasy cravat soon spotted him and came over.
"You look like a man who could tolerate a game of cards," the gambler said. "My name is Shaw."
"Two-handed gambling don't interest me," Augustus said. "Anyway, it's too rackety in here. It's hard work just getting drunk when things are this loud."
"This ain't the only whiskey joint in town," Mr. Shaw said. "Maybe we could find one that's quiet enough for you."
Just then a girl walked in, painted and powdered. Several of the mule skinners whooped at her, but she came over to where Augustus sat. She was skinny and could hardly have been more than 17.
"Now, Nellie, leave us be," the gambler said. "We were about to go have a game."
Before the girl could answer, one of the mule skinners at the next table toppled backwards in his chair. He had gone to sleep with the chair tilted back, and he fell to the floor to the amusement of his peers. The fall did not wake him. He sprawled on the saloon floor, dead drunk.
"Oh, go along, Shaw," the girl said. "There ain't but two of you. What kind of game would that be?"
"I made that point myself," Augustus said. A bartender came over, got the drunk man by the collar, and drug him out the door.
"Want to go next door, mister?"
Nellie asked. The gambler, to Augustus's surprise, suddenly cuffed the girl. It was not a hard blow, but it surprised and embarrassed her. "Now here," Augustus said. "There's no excuse for that. The young lady was talking perfectly polite."
"She ain't a lady, she's a tart, and I won't have her interfering with our pleasure," the gambler said.
Augustus stood up and pulled out a chair for Nellie. "Sit down, miss," he said. Then he turned to the gambler. "You scoot," he said. "I don't gamble with men who mistreat women." The gambler had a ferret-like expression. He ignored Augustus and glared at the girl.
"What have I told you?" he said. "You'll get a beating you won't forget if you interfere with me again."
The girl trembled and seemed on the verge of tears.
"I won't have a slut interrupting my play," the gambler said.
Augustus hit the man in the chest so hard that he was knocked back onto the next table amid 3 or 4 mule skinners. The mule skinners looked up in surprise. The gambler had the wind knocked out of him so thoroughly that he waved his arms in the air, his mouth open, afraid he would die before he could draw another breath. Augustus paid him no more attention. The girl, after a moment, sat down, though she kept glancing nervously toward the gambler. A big mule skinner shoved him unceremoniously off the table, and he was now on his hands and knees, still trying to get his breath. "He ain't hurt," Augustus assured the girl. "Would you like a sip of whiskey?"
"Yeah," the girl said, and when the bartender brought a glass, quaffed the whiskey Augustus poured her.
She couldn't keep her eyes off the gambler, though. He had managed to breathe again and was standing by the bar holding his chest. "Have you had trouble with that fellow before?" Augustus asked.
"He's Rosie's husband," Nellie said. "Rosie is the woman I work for. They don't get along. Rosie sends me out, and he runs me off."
She tried to recover from her fright and to look alluring, but the attempt was so pathetic that it saddened Augustus. She looked like a frightened young girl.
"Rosie ain't nice to work for," she said. "Do you want to go next door? I got to do something quick. If Shaw complains, she'll whoop me. Rosie's meaner than Shaw."
"I'd say you need to change bosses," Augustus said. As soon as he put more whiskey in her glass, the girl quaffed it.
"There ain't but one other madam, and she's just as bad," Nellie said. "You sure you won't come next door? I got to find a customer."
"I guess you better bribe that gambler if that's the situation," Augustus said. Give him 5 and Rosie 5 and keep the rest for yourself." He handed her $20. The girl looked surprised, but took the money and quaffed another whiskey. Then she went up to the bar and had the bartender change the money for her. Soon she was talking to Shaw as if nothing had happened. Depressed, Gus bought a bottle to take with him and left town. The moon was full and the prairie shadowy. P.I. was attempting to sing to the cattle, but his voice was nothing to compare to the Irishman's. To his surprise, Augustus saw that Lorena was sitting outside the tent. Usually she stayed inside. When he dismounted, he bent to touch her and found that her cheek was wet. She'd been sitting there crying. "Why, Laurie, what's the matter?" he asked.
"I'm afraid of her," she said simply. Her voice sounded thick with discouragement. "I'm afraid she'll take you."
Augustus didn't try to reason with her. What she felt was past reason. He had caused it by talking too freely about the woman he had once loved. He unsaddled and sat down beside her on the grass. "I thought you went to her," she said. "I didn't believe you went to town." "Ain't the moon beautiful?" he said. "These plains seem like fine country under a full moon." Lorena didn't look up. She wasn't interested in the moon. She only wanted it to be settled about the woman. If Gus was going to leave, she wanted to know it, although she couldn't imagine a life if that happened. "Did you ever like to sing?" he asked, trying to get her to talk about something else. She didn't answer. "I think it must be a fine gift, singing," he said. "If I could sing like the Irishman, I would just ride around singing all day. I might get a job in a barroom like Lippy used to have." Lorena didn't want to talk to him. She hated the way she felt. "Better if something happens and kills us both," she thought. "At least I wouldn't have to be alone." 85. Newt, the Rainey boys, Pete Spettle, and P.I. got to go into town the next afternoon. The fact that the first group drugged back in 1s and 2s looking horrible in no way discouraged them. Jasper Fant had vomited all over his horse on the ride out, too beaten to dismount or even to lean over. "You are a sorry sight," Pocampo said sternly when Jasper rode in. "I told you it would be that way. Now all your money is gone, and all you feel is pain." Jasper didn't comment. Needle Nelson and Soupy Jones rode in next. They looked no different from Jasper, but at least their horses were clean. "It's a good thing there's no more towns," Needle said when he dismounted. "I don't think I'd survive another town." "If that's the best Nebraska can do, I pass," Soupy said. After hearing all the reports which merely confirmed his suspicions, Pocampo was reluctant to let Augustus borrow the wagon. "Towns are full of thieves," he argued. "Somebody might steal it." "If they do, they'll have to steal it with me sitting in it," Augustus said. "I'd like to see the thief who could manage that." He had promised Lippy a ride to town. Lippy had grown homesick for his old profession and hoped at least to hear some piano music on his visit. Call decided to ride in and help with the provisioning. He was trying to make an inventory of things they needed, and the fact that Pocampo was in a cranky, uncooperative mood didn't make things any easier. "It's summertime," Poe said. "We don't need much. Buy a water barrel and we'll fill it in the river. It is going to get very dry." "What makes you think it's going to get dry?" Augustus asked. "It will get dry," Pocampo insisted. "We will be drinking horse's blood if we're not lucky." "I think I must have drunk some last night," Jasper said. "I never got sick enough to puke on my horse before." Newt and the other boys raced to town, leaving P.I. far behind. But once they got there, they felt somewhat at a loss as to what to do first. For an hour or two, they merely walked up and down the one long street looking at the people. None of them had actually been in a building in such a while that they felt shy about going in one. They stared in the window of a big hardware store but didn't go in. The street itself seemed lively enough. There were plenty of soldiers in sight, and men driving wagons, and even a few Indians. Of whores they saw none. The few women on the street were just matrons doing their shopping. The town abounded in saloons, of course, but at first the boys were too spooked to go in one. Probably they would be looked at because of their age, and anyway they didn't have funds for drinking. What little they had must be saved for whores. At least that was their intention. But the fourth or fifth time they passed the big general store, their intentions wavered, and they all slipped in for a look at the merchandise. They stared at the guns, buffalo rifles and pistols with long blue barrels, and far beyond their means. All they came out with was a sack of whorehound candy. Since it was the first candy any of them had had in months, it tasted wonderful. They sat down in the shade and promptly ate the whole sack. "I wish the captain would fill the wagon with it," Ben Rainey said. The opportunity existed, for Augustus was just driving up to the dry goods store in the wagon, and the captain rode beside him on the hell bitch. "Why, he won't let us fill it with candy," Jimmy Rainey said. Nonetheless, feeling bolder and more experienced, they went back in the store and bought 2 more sacks. "Let's save one for Montana," Newt said. There might not be no more towns. But his cautions fell on deaf ears. Pete Spettle and the others consumed their share of the candy with dispatch. While they were finishing it, they saw Dish Boggett come walking around the side of a saloon across the street. "Let's ask him where the whores are," Ben suggested. "I doubt we can find any by ourselves." They caught up with Dish by the livery stable. He didn't look to be in high spirits, but at least he was walking straight, which was more than could be said for the men who had returned to camp. "What are you sprouts doing in town?" he asked. "We want a whore," Ben said. "Go around to the back of that saloon, then," Dish said. "You'll find plenty." Dish now rode a fine little mare he called Sugar. In disposition, she was the opposite of the hell bitch. She was almost like a pet. Dish would take tidbits from his plate and feed them to her by hand. He claimed she had the best night vision of any horse he had ever seen. In all their stampedes, she had never stepped in a hole. He delighted in her so much that he always gave her a brushing before he saddled her, keeping a little horse brush in his saddlebag just for that purpose. "How much do they cost?" Jimmy Rainey asked, referring to the whores. The thought that some were only a few steps away made them all a little nervous. "It depends on how long you intend to stay upstairs," Dish said. "I met a nice one named Mary, but they ain't all like her. There's one they call the Buffalo Heifer. Somebody would have to offer me a month's wages before I'd get near her, but I expect she'd do for you sprouts. You can't expect top quality your first time off." As they were talking, a party of some half-dozen soldiers came riding up the street, led by the big scout, Dixon. "There come them soldiers again," Newt said. Dish hardly glanced at the soldiers. I guess the rest of them got lost. He had brushed Sugar and was just preparing to saddle her when the scout and the soldiers suddenly trotted over their way. Newt felt nervous. He knew there had almost been serious trouble with the soldiers. He glanced at the captain and Mr. Gus, who were loading a water barrel into the wagon. Evidently they had decided to take Po Campo's advice. Dixon, who looked ungodly big to Newt, rode his black gelding practically on top of Dish Boggett before he stopped. Dish, cool as ice, put the saddle blanket on the mare and paid him no mind. "How much for the filly?" Dixon asked. "She's got a stylish look." "Not for sale," Dish said, reaching down for his saddle. As he stooped, Dixon leaned over him and spat a stream of tobacco juice on the back of Dish's neck. The brown juice hit Dish at the hairline and dripped down under the collar of his loose shirt. Dish straightened up and put his hand to his neck. When he saw the tobacco juice, his face flushed. "You darned cowboys are too fond of your horses," Dixon said. "I'm fair tired of being told your ponies ain't for sale." "This one ain't, for damn sure. And anyway, you won't be in no shape to ride when I get through with you," Dish said, barely controlling his voice. "I'd hate to think I'd let a man spit on me and then ride off." Dixon spat again. This time, since Dish was facing him, the juice hit him square in the breast. Dixon and the soldiers all laughed. Are you going to dismount, or will you require me to come and drag you off that pile of soap bones you're riding? Dish asked, meeting the big man's eye. Well, ain't you a tomcat? Dixon said, grinning. He spat at Dish again, but Dish ducked the stream of tobacco juice and leaped for the man. He meant to knock the scout off the other side of the horse, but Dixon was too strong and too quick. Though no one had seen it, he held a long-barreled pistol in his offhand, and when Dish grappled with him, he used it like a club, hitting Dish twice in the head with the butt. To Newt's horror, Dish crumpled without a sound. He slid down the side of Dixon's horse and flopped on his back on the ground. Blood poured from a gash over his ear, staining his dark hair. His hat fell off, and Newt picked it up, not knowing what else to do. Dixon stuffed his pistol back in its holster. He spat once more at Dish and reached to take the filly's reins. He reached down, undid the girth, and dumped Dish's saddle on the ground. I'll teach you to sass me, cowboy, he said. Then he glanced at the boys. He could send a bill for this mare to the U.S. Army, Dixon said. That is, if he ever remembers there was a mare when he wakes up. Newt was all but paralyzed with worry. He had seen the pistol butt strike Dish twice, and for all he knew, Dish was dead. It had happened so quickly that Ben Rainey still had his hands in the sack of candy. All Newt knew was that the man mustn't be allowed to take Dish's horse. When Dixon turned to trot away, he grabbed the bridle bit and hung on. Sugar pulled two different ways, tried to rear, almost lifting Newt off the ground, but he hung on. Dixon tried to jerk the horse loose, but Newt had both hands on the bit now and wouldn't let go. Damn, these cowboys are pests, Dixon said. Even the pups. The soldier next to him had a rawhide quirt hanging from his saddle horn. Dixon reached over and got it, and without another word rode close to the mare and began to lash Newt with it. Pete Spettle, anger in his face, leaped in and tried to get the quirt, but Dixon backhanded him, and Pete went down. It turned out his nose was broken. Newt tried to hunker close to the mare. At first, Dixon was mainly quirting his hands to make him turn loose, but when that was unsuccessful, he began to hit Newt wherever he could catch him. One whistling blow cut his ear. He tried to duck his head, but Sugar was scared and kept turning, exposing him to the quirt. Dixon began to whip him on the neck and shoulders. Newt shut his eyes and clung to the bit. Once he glanced at Dixon and saw the man smiling. He had cruel eyes, like a boar pig's. Then he ducked, for Dixon attempted to cut him across the face. The blow hit Sugar instead, causing the horse to rear and squeal. It was the squeal that caught Call's attention. After loading the heavy oak water barrel, he and Augustus had stepped back into the store a minute. Augustus was contemplating buying a lighter pistol to replace the big Colt he carried, but he decided against it. He carried out some of the things he had bought for Lorena, and Call took a sack of flour. They heard the horse squeal while they were still in the store, and came out to see Dixon quirting Newt as Dish Boggett's mare turned round and round. Two cowboys lay on the ground, one of them Dish. I thought that son of a bitch was a bad one, Augustus said. He pitched the goods in the wagon and drew his pistol. Call dropped a sack of flour onto the tailgate and quickly swung onto the hell bitch. Don't shoot him, he said. Just watch the soldiers. He saw Dixon again savagely quirt the boy across the back of the neck, and anger flooded him, of a kind he had not felt in many years. He put spurs to the hell bitch, and she raced down the street and burst through the surprised soldiers. Dixon, intent on his quirting, was the last to see Call, who made no attempt to check the hell bitch. Dixon tried to jerk his mount out of the way at the last minute, but his nervous mount merely turned into the charge and the two horses collided. Call kept his seat, and the hell bitch kept her feet, but Dixon's horse went down, throwing him hard in the process. Sugar nearly trampled Newt trying to get out of the melee. Dixon's horse struggled to its feet practically underneath Sugar. There was dust everywhere. Dixon sprang up, not hurt by the fall, but disoriented. When he turned, Call had dismounted and was running at him. He didn't look large, and Dixon was puzzled that the man would charge him that way. He reached for his pistol, not realizing he still had the quirt looped around his wrist. The quirt interfered with his draw, and Call ran right into him, just as his horse had run into Dixon's horse. Dixon was knocked down again, and when he turned his head to look up, he saw a boot coming at his eye. "You wouldn't," he said, meaning to tell the man not to kick, but the boot hit his face before he could get his words out. The 6 soldiers watching were too astonished to move. The small-seeming cowman kicked Dixon so hard in the face that it seemed his head would fly off. Then the man stood over Dixon, who spat out blood and teeth. When Dixon struggled to his feet, the smaller man immediately knocked him down again and then ground his face into the dirt with a boot. "He's going to kill him," one soldier said, his face going white. "He's going to kill Dixon." Newt thought so too. He had never seen such a look of fury as was on the captain's face when he attacked the big scout. It was clear that Dixon, though larger, had no chance. Dixon never landed a blow, or even tried one. Newt felt he might get sick just seeing the way the captain punished the man. Dish Boggett sat up, holding his head, and saw Captain Call dragging the big scout by his buckskin shirt. The fight had carried a few yards down the street to a blacksmith shop with a big anvil sitting in front of it. To Dish's astonishment, the captain straddled Dixon and started banging his head against the anvil. "He'll kill him," he said out loud, forgetting that a few moments before he too had wanted to kill the scout. Then he saw Augustus run over, mount the hell bitch, and take down Call's rope. Augustus trotted the few steps to the blacksmith shop and dropped a loop over Call's shoulders. Then he turned the horse away, took a wrap around the saddle horn, and began to ride up the street. Call wouldn't turn loose of Dixon at first. He hung on and dragged him a few feet from the anvil. But Augustus kept the rope tight and held the horse in a walk. Finally, Call let the man drop, though he turned with a black, wild look and started for whoever had roped him, not realizing who the man was. The skin was torn completely off his knuckles from the blows he had dealt Dixon, but he was lost in his anger, and his only thought was to get the next assailant. It was in him to kill. He didn't know if Dixon was dead, but he would make sure of the next man. "Woodrow," Augustus said sharply, as Call was about to leap for him. Call heard his name and saw his mare. Augustus walked toward him, loosening the rope. Call recognized him and stopped. He turned to look at the 6 soldiers all on their horses nearby, silent and white-faced. He took a step toward them and threw the rope off his shoulders. "Woodrow," Augustus said again. He took out his big Colt, thinking he might have to hit Call to stop him from going for the soldiers, but Call stopped. For a moment, nothing moved. Augustus dismounted and looped the rope over the saddle horn. Call was still standing in the street, getting his breath. Augustus walked over to the soldiers. "Get your man and go," he said quietly. Dixon lay by the anvil. He had not moved. "Reckon he's dead?" a sergeant asked. "If he ain't, he's lucky," Augustus said. Call walked down the street and picked up his hat, which had fallen off. The soldiers rode slowly past him. 2 dismounted and began to try to load Dixon on his horse. Finally, all 6 dismounted. The man was so heavy it took all of them to get him up and draped over his horse. Call watched. At the sight of Dixon, his anger threatened to rise again. If the man moved, Call was ready to go for him again. But Dixon didn't move. He hung over his horse, blood dripping off his head and face into the dust. The soldiers mounted and slowly led the horse away. Call looked and saw Dish Boggett sitting on the ground by his saddle. He walked slowly over to him. Dish had a gash behind his ear. "Are you much hurt?" he asked. "No, Captain," Dish said. "Guess I'm too hard-headed." Call looked at Newt. There were welts beginning to form on his neck and one of his cheeks. A little blood showed in a cut on his ear. Newt was still tightly gripping Sugar's bit, a fact which Dish noticed for the first time. He stood up. "You hurt?" Call asked the boy. "No, sir," Newt said. "He just quirted me a little. I wasn't going to let him have Dish's horse." "Well, you can let her go now," Dish said. "He's gone. I'm much obliged to you for what you did, Newt." Newt had gripped the bit so tightly that it was painful to let go. It had cut deep creases in his palms, and he seemed to have squeezed the blood out of his fingers. But he turned the mare loose. Dish took the reins and patted her on the neck. Augustus walked over and stooped down by Pete Spettle, who was blowing frothy blood out of his broken nose. "I better take you to the doctor," Augustus said.
"Don't want no doc," Pete said.
"God, this is a hard-headed lot," Augustus said, walking over to Ben Rainey. He took the candy sack and helped himself to a piece. "Hardly a one of you will take good advice."
Call mounted the hell bitch, slowly recoiling his rope. Several townspeople had witnessed the fight. Most were still standing there, watching the man on the gray mare. When he had his rope fixed again, Call rode over to Augustus. "Will you bring the grub?" he asked.
"Yep," Augustus said. "I'll bring it."
Call saw that everyone was looking at him, the hands and cowboys and townspeople alike. The anger had drained out of him, leaving him feeling tired. He didn't remember the fight particularly, but people were looking at him as if they were stunned. He felt he should make some explanation, though it seemed to him a simple situation.
"I hate a man that talks rude," he said. "I won't tolerate it."
With that, he turned and rode out of town. The people watching kept quiet. Rough as the place was, accustomed as they all were to sudden death, they felt they had seen something extraordinary, something they would rather not have seen. "My Lord, Gus," Dish said as he watched the captain leave. Like the others, he was awed by the fury he had seen erupt in the captain. He had seen men fight many times, but not like that. Though he himself hated Dixon, it was still disturbing to see him destroyed, not even with a gun either. "Have you ever seen him like that before?" he asked Augustus.
"Once," Augustus said. "He killed a Mexican bandit that way once before I could stop it. The Mexican had cut up 3 white people, but that wasn't what prompted it. The man scorned Call."
He took another piece of candy.
"It don't do to scorn W.F. Call," he said.
"Was it me?" Newt asked, feeling that maybe he should have managed things better. "Was it just that he was quoting me?"
"That was part of it," Augustus said. "Call don't know himself what the rest of it was."
"Why, he'd have killed that man if you hadn't roped him," Dish said. "He would have killed anybody."
Anybody.
Augustus, eating his candy, did not dispute it.
86. It was because of the fight that the boys ended up amid the horrors. Dish saddled and left, and Augustus finished loading the wagon and started out of town. When he turned the wagon around, Newt and the Raineys were talking to P.I., who had been up the street getting barbered and had missed the fight. P.I. had so much toilet water on that Augustus could smell him from 10 feet away. He and the boys were standing around the bloody anvil, and the boys were explaining the matter to him. P didn't seem particularly surprised. "Well, he's a fighter, the captain," he said mildly. "He'll box 'em if they get him riled." "Box?" Ben Rainey said. "He didn't box. He run over the man with the horse and then near kicked his head off when he had him laying on the ground." "Oh, that's boxing to the captain," P.I. said. Augustus stopped the wagon. "You boys aim to linger around here?" he asked. The boys looked at one another. The fight had startled them so that they had more or less forgotten their plans, not that they had many. "Well, it's our only chance to see the town," Newt said, thinking Augustus was going to tell him to go back to the wagon. That was not Augustus's intention. He had 4 $10 gold pieces in his pocket, which he had intended to slip the boys on the sly. With Call gone, that was unnecessary. He flipped one to Newt, then handed them to each of the other boys. "This is a bonus," Augustus said. "It's hard to enjoy a metropolis like this if you've got nothing but your hands in your pockets." "Hell, if you're giving away money, give me some, Gus," P.I. said. "No, you just spend it on barbers," Augustus said. "These boys will put it to better use. They deserve a frolic before we set out to the far north." He popped the team with the reins and rode out of town, thinking how young the boys were. Age had never mattered to him much. He felt that if anything, he himself had gained in ability as the years went by. Yet he became a little wistful thinking of the boys. However he might best them, He could never stand again where they stood, ready to go into a whorehouse for the first time. The world of women was about to open to them. Of course, if a whorehouse in Ogallala was the door they had to go through, some would be scared back to the safety of the wagon and the cowboys, but some wouldn't. The boys stood around the blacksmith shop, talking about the money Augustus had given them. In a flash, all the calculating they had done for the last few weeks was rendered unnecessary. They had means right in their hands. It was a dizzying feeling and a little frightening. $10 is enough for a whore, ain't it? Ben Rainey asked P.I. Ain't priced none lately, P.I. said. It irked him that he had gone to the barber shop at the wrong time and missed the fight. Why not, P? Newt asked. He was curious. All the other hands had rushed in to the whores. Even Dish had done it, and Dish was said to be in love with Lorena. Yet P was unaffected by the clamor. Even around the campfire he kept quiet when the talk was of women. P was one of Newt's oldest friends, and it was important to know what P felt on the subject. But P was not forthcoming. Oh, I mostly just stay with the wagon, he said, which was no answer at all. Indeed, while they were standing around getting used to having money to spend, P got his horse and rode off. Except for Lippy and the Irishman, they were the only members of the Hat Creek outfit left in town. Still, none of the boys felt bold enough just to go up the back stairs as Dish had instructed them. It was decided to find Lippy, who was known to be a frequenter of whores. They found him standing outside a saloon looking very disappointed. There's only one piano in this town, and it's broke, he said. A mule skinner busted it. I rode all this way in and ain't got to hear a note. What do you do about whores? Jimmy Rainey asked. He felt he couldn't bear much more frustration. Well, that's a dumb question, Lippy said. You do like the bull does with the heifer, only front ways if you want to. Instead of clarifying matters, that only made them more obscure, at least to Newt. His sense of the mechanics of whoring was vague at best. Now Lippy was suggesting that there was more than one method, which was not helpful to someone who had yet to practice any method. Yeah, but do you just ask? He inquired. We don't know how much it costs. Oh, that varies from gal to gal, or madam to madam, Lippy said. Gus gave Lorena $50 once, but that price is way out of line. Then he realized he had just revealed something he was not supposed to tell, and to boys, too. Boys were not reliable when it came to keeping secrets. I oughtn't to told that, he said. Gus threatened to shoot another hole in my stomach if I did. We won't tell, Newt assured him. Yes, you will, Lippy said. He was depressed anyway because of the piano situation. He loved music, and had felt sure he would get to play a little, or at least listen to some in Ogallala. Yet the best he had done so far was a bartender with a harmonica, and he couldn't play that very well. Now he had really messed up and told Gus his secret. Then in a flash of inspiration, it occurred to him that the best way out of that tight spot was to get the boys drunk. They were young and not used to drinking. Get them drunk enough, and they might forget Ogallala entirely or even Nebraska. They certainly would not be likely to remember his chance remark. He saw that the strongest thing they had treated themselves to so far was whorehound candy. Of course, you boys are way too sober to be visiting whores, he said. You've got to beer up a little before you attempt the ladies. Why? Newt asked. Though he knew whores were often to be found in saloons, he wasn't aware that being drunk was required of their customers. Oh, yeah, them girls is apt to be rank, Lippy assured them. Hell, they wallow around with buffalo hunters and such like. You want to have plenty of alcohol in you before you slip up on one. Otherwise, you'll start to take a leak some morning and your pecker will come right off in your hand. That was startling information. The boys looked at one another. Mine better not, Pete Spettle said darkly. He was not enjoying himself in town so far, apart from the miracle of being handed $10 by Gus. Why, that's a leg pull, Jimmy Rainey said. How could one come off? Oh, well, if it don't come plumb off, it'll drip worse than my stomach, Lippy said. You boys oughtn't to doubt me. I was living with whores before any of you sprouted. "How do we get to beer?" Newt asked. He was almost as intrigued by the thought of beer as by the thought of whores. He had never quite dared go in a saloon for fear the captain would walk in and find him.
"Oh, I'll get you the beer," Lippy said. "Got any cash?"
The boys looked at one another, reluctant to reveal the extent of their riches lest Lippy try to exploit them in some way. Fortunately, they had nearly $3 over and above what Gus had given them. They shook out the small change and handed it to Lippy. They knew that drinking was something required of all real cowboys, and they were hot to try it.
"Will this get much?" Newt asked.
"Hell, will a frog hop?" Lippy said. "I can get you plenty of beer and a bottle of whiskey to chase it."
Lippy was as good as his word. In 10 minutes he was back with plenty of beer and a quart of whiskey. He had a twinkle in his eyes, but the boys were all so excited by the prospect of drinking that they didn't notice. Lippy gave them the liquor and immediately started up the street.
"Where are you going?" Newt asked.
"The barber says there's a drummer with an accordion staying in the hotel," Lippy said. "If he ain't too attached to the accordion, I might buy it. We could make some fine music back at the wagon if we had an accordion to play."
"You ought to buy a new hat," Jimmy Rainey said boldly, for Lippy was still wearing the disgraceful bowler he had worn in Lonesome Dove. "That hat looks like it was et by a heifer that had the green slobbers," Newt said, feeling proud of his wit. Lippy was out of hearing by then, so the wit was wasted. The beer wasn't, however. Feeling that it was not appropriate to drink right out on the main street, the boys took their liquor around to the back of the livery stable and fell to. At first they sipped cautiously, finding the beer rather bitter, but the more they drank, the less bothered they were by the bitter taste.
"Let's sample the whiskey,"
Ben Rainey suggested. The suggestion was immediately adopted. After the cool beer, the whiskey tasted like liquid fire, and its effects were just as immediate as fire. By the time he had 3 long swigs of the whiskey, Newt felt that the world had suddenly changed. The sun had been sinking rapidly as they drank, but a few swallows of whiskey seemed to stop everything. They sat down with their backs against the wall of the livery stable and watched the sun hang there, red and beautiful, over the brown prairie. Newt felt it might be hours before it disappeared. He swigged a couple of bottles of beer and felt himself getting lighter. In fact, he felt so light he had to put his hands on the ground every once in a while. He felt like as if he might float away. He might float up to where the sun was hanging. It was amazing that a few swallows of liquid could produce such a sensation. It was silly, but after a while, he felt like lying down and hugging his stomach and hugging the earth to make sure he didn't float off. Young Jimmy Rainey turned out to have no stomach for liquor at all. He started vomiting almost as soon as he started drinking. Pete Spettle drank freely, but only looked darker and more depressed, whereas Ben Rainey enjoyed the liquor hugely and guzzled considerably more than his share. In no time, it seemed they had finished off the beer. Somehow the sun had slipped on down while no one was looking, and the afterglow was dying. Stars were already out, and the 4 of them were just sitting behind a livery stable, drunk, and no closer to the whores than they had been when they first came to town. Newt decided it wouldn't do. He stood up and found that he didn't float off, though when he tried to walk he found it no simple matter to put his feet down one after the other. It irritated him a bit, for he had never experienced any trouble in walking before and felt a resentment against his feet for behaving so peculiarly. Still, he could make progress in some fashion, and he started boldly for the back stairs of the saloon.
"I'm going to meet one at least,"
he said. He kept walking, fearing that if he stopped the whole project might slide to a halt. The others picked themselves up and began to follow, Ben Rainey bringing the whiskey bottle. This was unnecessary because it was empty. Newt made the stairs with no trouble and clomped right on up them. He had not really meant to seize the lead, and his heart was in his throat. He felt delicately balanced, as if his stomach might be in his throat too, if he didn't proceed carefully. The stairs had seemed long and steep from the bottom, but in a second he found himself standing at the top. The door was slightly ajar, and he saw that someone was there. All he could see was a large shape. Then, before he could speak, he saw a woman with almost no clothes on come out of a room behind the shape. The woman's legs were naked, a sight so startling that Newt couldn't believe he was seeing it. "Who is it, Buff?" the girl with the naked legs asked. "I guess the cat's got his tongue," the shape said in a husky voice. "He ain't introduced himself." "I'm Newt," he said, feeling uncertain suddenly about the whole enterprise. The other boys were just making their way up the stairs. The shape, it was a woman too, stepped half out the door and surveyed the group on the stairs. She was a large woman, and she smelled rather like P.I. had after he came out of the barber shop. Newt saw to his astonishment that her legs were naked too. "It's a troop of little fellers," she said to her companion in the hall. "They must have just let out school." "They better get on in here while we ain't busy then," her friend said. "That is, if they can afford it." "Oh, we got money," Newt volunteered. "We come up with the herd, and we just got paid." "I didn't know cowboys come this young," the big woman said. "Show me the money." Newt pulled out his gold piece, and the woman leaned in the hall to look at it under the light. "I take it all back," she said to her friend. "It's a bunch of rich cattlemen." Newt noticed that she didn't give him back his gold piece, but he didn't feel he ought to say anything. Maybe it cost $10 just to get in the door of a place where women went naked. The large woman held the door open, and he went past her, taking care not to stumble, for his feet were feeling more and more untrustworthy. The other boys sidled in after him. They found themselves standing in a bare hall being stared at by the two women. "This is Mary, and I'm Buff," the large woman said. Her ample bosom seemed to Newt to be about to burst out of the gown she wore. In the light, it was clear that she was not very old herself, but she was large. The other girl, by comparison, seemed thin as a rail. "This one's paid," Buff said, putting a hand casually on Newt's shoulder. "I hope you other fellas are as rich as he is. Otherwise, you're welcome to pile back down those stairs." The Rainey boys immediately produced their money, but Pete Spettle held back. He put his hand in his pocket, but instead of bringing out his money, he brought his hand out empty and turned for the door without a word. They heard him clump back down the stairs. "These two look like brothers," Buff said, quickly sizing up the Rainey boys. "You take 'em, Buff," Mary said. "I'll take the one that come in first." "Well, maybe you will, and maybe you won't," Buff said. "I seen him first. I ought to have dibs." Newt almost began to wish he had followed the example of Pete Spettle. It was a hot night and close in the hall. He felt he might be sick. Also, from listening to the conversation, he realized they were the two whores Dish had described. The big one was the buffalo heifer, and the other one was the one Dish said treated him nice. The buffalo heifer still had her large hand on his shoulder as she looked the group over. She had a black tooth right in front of her mouth. Her large body seemed to give off waves of heat like a stove, and the toilet water she wore was so strong it made him queasy. "We got the whole night to get through," Mary said. "We can't waste too much of it on these tadpoles." She took Ben Rainey's hand and quickly led him into a little room off the hall. "Mary gets the fidgets if something ain't happening every minute," Buff said. "Come on, Newt." Jimmy Rainey didn't like being left in the hall all by himself. "What do I do?" he asked plaintively. "Just stand there like a post," Buff said. "Mary's quick, especially with tadpoles. She'll get you in a minute." Jimmy stood where he was, looking forlorn. She led Newt into a small room with nothing much in it but an iron bedstead and a small wash basin on a tiny stand. A small unlit coal oil lamp with no shade over the wick sat on the windowsill. The window was open, and the rim of the prairie still red as if a line of coals had been spread along it. "Come far?" Buff asked in a husky voice. "Yes, ma'am, from Texas," Newt said. "Well, skin them pants off, Texas," she said, and to his astonishment, unbuttoned 3 buttons on the front of her gown and pitched it on the bed. She stood before him naked, and since he was too startled to move, reached down and unbuckled his pants. "The problem with cowboys is all the time it takes to get their boots off," she confided as she was unbuttoning his pants. "I don't get paid for watching cowboys wrestle with their darn boots, so I just leave the sheets off the bed. If they can't shuck 'em quick, they have to do it with them on." Meanwhile, she had unbuttoned his pants and reached for his Peter, which, once it was freed, met her halfway at least. Newt couldn't get over how large she was. She would easily make two of him. "I doubt you've had a chance to get much, but it won't hurt to check," she said. She led him to the window and lit the coal oil lamp. The movement of her large breasts threw strange shadows on the wall. To Newt's surprise, she poured a little water on his Peter. Then she lathered her hands with a bar of coarse soap and soaped him so vigorously that before he could stop himself, he squirted right at her. He was horrified, sure that what he had done was a dreadful breach of decorum, far worse than not being able to get his boots off quickly. Of course, he had seen boys jerk at themselves, and he had done it plenty, but having a woman use soap and warm water on it brought matters to a head much quicker than was usual. Buff merely chuckled, exposing her black tooth. "I forgot you tadpoles are so randy you can't tolerate a soaping," she said, wiping him off on a piece of sacking. She walked over to the bed and lay back on the corn-shuck mattress, which crackled in protest. "Come on, try it," she said. "You might have another load yet." "Should I take my boots off first?" Newt said, feeling hopelessly inexperienced and afraid of making another mistake. "No, quick as you are, it ain't worth the effort," Buff said, scratching herself indelicately. "You got a pretty good one on still." He knelt between her thighs, and she grasped him and tried to pull him in, but he was too far away. "Flop over here. You ain't gonna do no good down there at the foot of the bed," she said. "You spent $10. You ought to at least try. Some girls would charge you 10 just to soap you up, but Mary and me, we're fair." Newt allowed himself to be directed and made entrance, but then to his embarrassment he slipped out. He tried to reinsert himself but couldn't find the spot. Buff's belly was huge and slippery. Newt got dizzy again and felt himself sliding off it. Again he had the sensation that he might fall off the earth, and he grasped her arms to stop himself. The buffalo heifer was unperturbed by his wigglings. "You'll have to come back next time you draw your wages," she said. "Pull up your pants and send in that other tadpole." As Newt got off the bed, he remembered Lorena suddenly. This was what she had done during all those months at the dry bean, with any man who had drawn his wages. He felt a terrible regret that he hadn't had the $10 then. Though the buffalo heifer had not been unfriendly, he would far rather have had Lorena soap him up, though he knew he probably wouldn't have had the nerve to go in if it had been Lorena. "Is it just the two of you?" he asked, buttoning his pants. He had built up a certain curiosity about Mary, and despite all his embarrassments, decided he might try to visit her if he ever got another 10. "Me and Mary," Buff said. "I get the ones that like 'em fat, and she gets the ones that like 'em skinny. And if it's a feller who likes 'em either way, it's just a matter of who ain't busy at the time." She was still lying naked on the bed. "I'll go get Jimmy," he said. When he opened the door, Jimmy was not more than a foot away. Probably he had been listening, which Newt resented, but in the dim hall Jimmy looked too sick to be mad at. "Your turn," Newt said. Jimmy went in, and Newt clumped down the stairs and found Pete Spettle waiting at the bottom. "Why'd you leave?" Newt asked. "Told Ma I'd save my money," Pete said. "I wish we had some more beer," Newt said. Though his experience with the buffalo heifer had been mostly embarrassing as it was happening, he did not feel disappointed. Only the fact that he was down to a quarter in cash kept him from going back in and trying his luck with Mary. For all the peculiarity of what was happening, it was powerfully interesting. The fact that it cost $10 hardly mattered to him, but it turned out that he was the only one who took that attitude. Ben Rainey came down the stairs just behind him, complaining about how overpriced the experience was. "I doubt it took a minute once she got me washed," he said. Jimmy Rainey soon followed and was totally silent about his own experience. He was not over his upset stomach and kept falling behind a vomit as they walked around town looking for Lippy.
Hell, whores make a sight more than cowboys,
Ben kept saying. It seemed to trouble him a good deal.
We don't make but $30 a month, and them two made $30 off us in about 3 minutes. It would have been 40 if Pete hadn't backed out.
To Newt, such an argument seemed wide of the point. What the whore sold was unique. The fact that it exceeded top-hand wages didn't matter. He decided he would probably be as big a whore as Jake and Mr. Gus when he grew up and had money to spend. They found Lippy by the sound of the accordion, which he had managed to purchase but had not exactly learned to play. He was sitting on the steps of the saloon with a big rack of elk horns over it, trying to squeeze out Buffalo Gal to an audience of one mule skinner and Alan O'Brien. The Irishman was wincing at Lippy's fumbling efforts.
"He'll never get the hang of it," the mule skinner said. "It sounds like a darn mule whinnying." "I just bought this accordion," Lippy said. "I'll learn to play it by the time we hit Montany." "Yeah, and if them Sioux catch you, you'll be squealing worse than that music box," the mule skinner said.
Alan O'Brien kindly bought the boys each a beer. Though it was well after dark, people were still milling in the streets of Ogallala. At one point they heard gunshots, but no one cared to go investigate. One beer was sufficient to make Jimmy Rainey start vomiting all over again. As they were riding back to the herd, Newt felt a little sad. There was no telling when he would get the chance to visit another whorehouse. He was riding along wishing he had another $10 when something spooked their horses. They never knew what, although Pete Spettle thought he might have glimpsed a panther. At any rate, Newt and Ben were thrown before they knew what was happening, and Pete and Jimmy were carried off into the darkness by their frightened mounts. "What if it was Indians?" Ben suggested when they picked themselves up. It was bright moonlight, and they could see no Indians, but both drew their pistols anyway just in case, and crouched down together as they listened to the depressing sound of their horses running away. There was nothing for it but for them to walk to camp on foot, their pistols ready, too ready really, for Ben almost shot his brother when Jimmy finally came back to see about them. "Where's Pete?" Newt asked, but Jimmy didn't know. Jimmy's horse would ride double but not triple, so Newt had to walk the last 2 miles, annoyed with himself for not having kept a grip on the reins. It was the second time he had been put afoot on the drive, and he was sure everyone would comment on it the next day. But when he arrived, his horse was grazing with the rest of the remuda, and only Po Campo was awake to take notice. Po seemed to sleep little. Whenever anyone came in from a watch, he was usually up, slicing beef or freshening his coffee. "Have you had a good walk?" he asked, offering Newt a piece of cold meat. Newt took it, but discovered once he sat down that he was too tired to eat. He went to sleep with a hunk of beef still in his hand. 87. Clara was upstairs when she saw the 4 riders. She had just cleaned her husband. The baby was downstairs with the girls. She happened to glance out a window and see them, but they were still far away on the north side of the Platte. Any approaching rider was something to pay attention to in that country. In the first years, the sight of any rider scared her and made her look to see where Bob was or be sure a rifle was handy. Indians had been known to dress in white men's clothes to disarm unwary settlers, and there were plenty of white men in the territory who were just as dangerous as Indians. If she was alone, the sight of any rider caused her a moment of terror. But through the years they had been so lucky with visitors that Clara had gradually ceased to jump and take fright at the sight of a rider on the horizon. Their tragedies had come from weather and sickness, not attackers. But the habit of looking close had not left her, and she turned with a clean sheet in one hand and watched out her window as the horsemen dipped off the far slopes and disappeared behind the brush along the river. Something about the riders struck her. Over the years she had acquired a good eye for horses and also for horsemen. Something about the men coming from the north struck a key in her memory. but struck it so weakly that she only paused for a moment to wonder who it could be. She finished her task and then washed her face, for the dust was blowing and she had gotten gritty coming back from the lots. It was the kind of dust that seemed to sift through your clothes. She contemplated changing blouses, but if she did that, the next thing she knew she would be taking baths in the morning and changing clothes 3 times a day like a fine lady, and she didn't have that many clothes or consider herself that fine. So she made do with a face wash and forgot about the riders. July and Cholo were both working the lots and would no doubt notice them too. Probably it was just a few army men wanting to buy horses. Red Cloud was harrying them hard, and every week 2 or 3 army men would show up wanting horses. He was one of those who had brought July the news about his wife, although of course the soldier didn't know it was July's wife when he talked about finding the corpses of the woman and the buffalo hunter. Clara had been washing clothes and hadn't heard the story, but when she went down to the lots a little later, she knew something was wrong. July stood by the fence, white as a sheet. "Are you sick?" she asked. Cholo had ridden off with the soldier to look at some stock. "No, ma'am," he said in a voice she could barely hear. At times, to her intense irritation, he called her ma'am, usually when he was too upset to think. "It's Ellie," he added. "That soldier said the Indians killed a woman and a buffalo hunter about 60 miles east of town. I have no doubt it was her. They were traveling that way." "Come on up to the house," she said. He was almost too weak to walk and was worthless for several days, faint with grief over a woman who had done nothing but run away from him or abuse him almost from the day they married. The girls were devoted to July by this time, and they nursed him constantly, bringing him bowls of soup and arguing with one another over the privilege of serving him. Clara let them, though she herself felt more irritated than not by the man's foolishness. The girls couldn't understand her attitude and said so. "His wife got butchered up, Ma," Betsy protested. "I know that," Clara said. "You look so stern," Sally said. "Don't you like July?" "I like July a lot," Clara said. "He thinks you're mad at him," Betsy said. "Why would he care?" Clara said with a little smile. "He's got the 2 of you to pamper him. You're both nicer than I've ever been." "We want you to like him," Betsy said. She was the more direct of the 2. "I told you I like him," Clara said. "I know people ain't smart and often love those who don't care for them. Up to a point, I'm tolerant of that. Then past a point, I'm not tolerant of it. I think it's a sickness to grieve too much for those who never cared a fig for you." Both of the girls were silent for a time. "You remember that," Clara said. "Do your best if you happen to love a fool. You'll have my sympathy. Some folks will preach that it's a woman's duty never to quit once you make a bond with a man. I say that's folly. A bond has to work 2 ways. If a man don't hold up his end, there comes a time to quit." She sat down at the table and faced the girls. July was outside, well out of hearing. "July don't want to face up to the fact that his wife never loved him," she said. "She ought to have loved him," Sally said. "Ought don't count for as much as a gnat when you're talking about love," Clara said. "She didn't. You seen her. She didn't even care for Martin. We've already given July and Martin more love than that poor woman ever gave them. I don't say that to condemn her. I know she had her troubles, and I doubt she was often in her right mind. I'm sorry she had no more control of herself to run off from her husband and child and get killed." She stopped to let the girls work on the various questions a little. It interested her which they would pick as the main point. "We want July to stay," Betsy said finally. "You'll just make him run off being so stern, and then he'll get butchered up too." "You think I'm that bad?" Clara asked with a smile. "You're pretty bad," Betsy said. Clara laughed. "You'll be just as bad if you don't reform," she said. "I got a right to my feelings too, you know. We're doing a nice job of taking care of July Johnson. It just gripes me that he let himself be tromped on and can't even figure out that it wasn't right and that he didn't like it." "Can't you just be patient?" Sally said. "You're patient with Daddy." "Daddy got his head kicked," Clara said. "He can't help how he is." "Did he keep his bond?" Betsy asked. "Yes, for 16 years, Clara said, "although I never liked his drinking." "I wish he'd get well," Sally said. She had been her father's favorite and grieved over him the most. "Ain't he going to die?" Betsy asked. "I fear he will," Clara said. She had been careful not to let that notion take hold of the girls, but she wondered if she was wrong. Bob wasn't getting better, and wasn't likely to. Sally started to cry, and Clara put her arms around her. "Anyway, we have July," Betsy said. "If I don't run him off," Clara said. "You just better not," Betsy said, eyes flashing. "He might get bored and leave of his own accord," Clara volunteered. "How could he get bored? There's lots to do," Sally said. "Don't be so stern with him, Ma," Betsy pleaded. "We don't want him to leave." "It won't hurt the man to learn a thing or two," Clara said. "If he plans to stay here, he'd better start learning how to treat women." "He treats us fine," Sally pointed out. "You ain't women yet," Clara said. "I'm the only one around here, and he better spruce up if he wants to keep on my good side." July soon returned to work, but his demeanor had not greatly improved. He had little humor in him and could not be teased successfully, which was an irritant to Clara. She had always loved to tease and considered it an irony of her life that she was often drawn to men who didn't recognize teasing even when she was inflicting it on them. Bob had never responded to teasing or even noticed it, and her powers in that line had slowly rusted from lack of practice. Of course, she teased the girls, but it was not the same as having a grown man to work on. She'd often felt like pinching Bob for being so stolid. July was no better. In fact, he and Bob were cut from the same mold, a strong but unimaginative mold. When she came down from washing her face, she heard talk from the back and stopped dead on the stairs, for there was no doubt who was talking. The chord of memory that had been weakly struck by the sight of the horseman resounded through her suddenly like an organ note. No sound in the world could have made her happier, for she heard the voice of Augustus McCrae, a voice like no other. He sounded exactly as he always had. Hearing his voice so unexpectedly after 16 years caused her eyes to fill. The sound took the years away. She stood on the stairs in momentary agitation, uncertain for a second as to when it was, or where she was. So much did it remind her of other times when Augustus would show up unexpectedly and she, in her little room over the store, would hear him talking to her parents. Only now he was talking to her girls. Clara regretted not changing blouses. Gus had always appreciated her appearance. She walked on down the stairs and looked out the kitchen window. Sure enough, Gus was standing there in front of his horse, talking to Betsy and Sally. Woodrow Call sat beside him, still mounted, and beside Call, on a bay horse, was a young blonde woman wearing men's clothes. A good-looking boy on a brown mare was the last of the group. Clara noted that Gus had already charmed the girls. July Johnson would be lucky to get another bowl of soup out of them as long as Gus was around. She stood at the window a minute studying him. To her, he seemed not much older. His hair had already turned white when he was young. He had always made her feel keen, Gus. His appetite for talk matched hers. She stood for a moment in the kitchen doorway, a smile on her lips. Just seeing him made her feel keen. She was in the shadows, and he had not seen her. Then she took a step or two, and Augustus looked around. Their eyes met, and he smiled. "Well, pretty as ever," he said. To the huge astonishment of her girls, Clara walked straight off the porch and into the stranger's arms. She had a look in her eyes that they had never seen, and she raised her face to the stranger and kissed him right on the mouth, an action so startling and so unexpected that both girls remembered the moment for the rest of their lives. Newt was so surprised that he scarcely knew where to look. When Clara kissed him, Lorena looked down, nothing but despair in her heart. There the woman was. Gus loved her, and she herself was lost. She should have stayed in the tent and not come to see it, yet she had wanted to come. Now that she had, she would have given anything to be somewhere else, but of course it was too late. When she looked up again, she saw that Clara had stepped back a bit and was looking at Gus, her face shining with happiness. She had thin arms and large hands, Lorena noticed. 2 men were walking up from the lots, having seen the crowd. "Well, introduce your friends, Gus," Clara said. She had a hand on his arm and walked with him over to the horses. "Oh, you know Woodrow," Augustus said. "How do you do?" Call said, feeling at a loss. "This is Miss Lorena Wood," Augustus said, reaching up to help her dismount. "She's come a far piece with us, all the way from Lonesome Dove, in fact. And this young gentleman is Newt." "Newt who?" Clara asked. "Newt Dobbs," Augustus said after a pause. "Hello, Miss Wood," Clara said. To Lorena's surprise, she seemed quite friendly, far more so than most women were to her. "I don't know whether to envy you or pity you, Miss Wood," Clara said. "Riding all that way with Mr. McCrae, I mean. I know he's entertaining, but that much entertainment could break a person for life." Then Clara laughed, a happy laugh. She was amused that Augustus had seen fit to arrive with a woman, that she had stunned her girls by kissing him, and that Woodrow Call, a man she had always disliked and considered scarcely more interesting than a stump, had been able to think of nothing better to say to her after 16 years than, "How do you do?" It added up to a lively time in her book, and she felt she had been in Nebraska long enough to deserve a little liveliness. She saw that the young woman was very frightened of her. She had dismounted but kept her eyes cast down. July and Cholo walked up just at that time, July with a look of surprise on his face. "Why, Sheriff Johnson," Augustus said. "I guess, as they say, it's a small world." "Just to you, Gus. You've met everybody in it now, I'm sure," Clara said. She glanced at July, who so far hadn't spoken. He was watching her, and it struck her that it might be because she was still holding Gus's arm. It made Clara want to laugh again. In minutes, the arrival of Gus McCrae had mixed up everyone, just as it usually had in the past. It had always been a peculiarity of her friendship with Augustus. Nobody had ever been able to figure out whether she was in love with him or not. Her parents had puzzled over the question for years. It had replaced Bible arguments as their staple of conversation. Even when she had accepted Bob, Gus's presence in her life confused most people, for she had soon demonstrated that she had no intention of giving him up just because she was planning to marry. The situation had been made the more amusing by the fact that Bob himself worshipped Gus, and would probably have thought it odd that she had chosen him over Gus if he had been sharp enough to figure out that she could have had Gus if she'd wanted him. It had been one-sided adoration, though, for Gus considered Bob one of the dullest men alive and often said so. "Why are you marrying that dullard?" he asked her often. "He suits me," she said. "2 racehorses like us would never get along. I'd want to be in the lead, and so would you." "I never thought you'd marry a man with nothing to say," he said. "Talk ain't everything," she said. Words she had often remembered with rue during the years when Bob scarcely seemed to utter 2 words a month. Now, Gus was back, and had instantly captured her girls, that was clear. Betsy and Sally were fascinated, if embarrassed, that this white-haired man had ridden up and kissed their mother. "Where's Robert?" Augustus asked, to be polite. "Upstairs, sick," Clara said. "A horse kicked him in the head. It's a bad wound." For a second, remembering the silent man upstairs, she thought how unfair life was. Bob was slipping away, and yet that knowledge couldn't quell her happiness at the sight of Gus and his friends. It was a lovely summer day, too, a fine day for a social occasion. You girls go catch 3 pullets, she said. I imagine Miss Wood is tired of eating beefsteak. It's such a fair day we might want to picnic a little later. Oh, Ma, let's do, Sally said. She loved picnics. Clara would have liked a few words with Augustus alone, but that would have to wait until things settled down a little, she saw. Miss Wood mostly kept her eyes down and said nothing, but when she raised them, it was always to look at Gus. Clara took them into the kitchen and left them a moment, for she heard the baby. Now see, all your worrying was for nothing, Augustus whispered to Lorena. She's got a young child. Lorena held her peace. The woman seemed kind. She had even offered her a bath, but she still felt frightened. What she wanted was to be on the trail again with Gus. Her mind kept looking ahead to when the visit would be over and she would have Gus alone again. Then she would feel less frightened. Clara soon came down, a baby in her arms. It's July's son, she said, handing the baby to Gus as if it were a package. Well, what do I want with it? Augustus asked. He had seldom held a baby in his arms and was somewhat discommoded. Just hold him or give him to Miss Wood, Clara said. I can't hold him and cook, too. Call, July, and Cholo had walked off to the lots, for Call wanted to buy a few horses, and anyway didn't care to sit in a kitchen and try to make conversation. It amused Lorena that Gus had got stuck with the baby. Somehow it made things more relaxed that the woman would just hand him to Gus that way. She stopped feeling quite so nervous, and she watched the baby chew on his fat little fist. If this is Sheriff Johnson's child, whereabouts is his wife? Augustus asked. Dead, Clara said. She stopped here with 2 buffalo hunters, had the child, and left. July showed up 2 weeks later, half dead from worry. So you adopted them both, Augustus said. You was always one to grab. Listen to him, Clara said. Hasn't seen me in 16 years, and he feels free to criticize. It's mainly Martin that I wanted, she continued. As life goes on, I got less and less use for grown men. Lorena smiled in spite of herself. There was something amusing about the sassy way Clara talked. It was no wonder Gus admired her, for he liked to talk a lot himself. Let me hold him, she said, reaching for the baby. Augustus was glad to hand the baby over. He had been watching Clara and didn't enjoy having to divert his attention to a wiggly baby. It was the same old Clara, so far as spirit went, though her body had changed. She was fuller in the bosom, thinner in the face. The real change was in her hands. As a girl, she had had delicate hands, with long fingers and tiny wrists. Now it was her hands that drew his eyes. The work she had done had swollen and strengthened them. They seemed as large at the joints as a man's. She was peeling potatoes with them and handled a knife as deftly as a trapper. Her hands were no longer as beautiful, but they were arresting. The hands of a formidable woman, perhaps too formidable. Though he had only glanced at her hands, Clara picked up the glance, displaying her old habit of being able to read his mind. That's right, Gus, she said. I've coarsened a little, but this country will take your bloom. It didn't take your bloom, he said, wanting her to know how glad he was that she was in so many ways her old self, the self he remembered with such pleasure. Clara smiled and paused a minute to tickle the baby. She smiled, too, at Newt, who blushed, not used to lady smiles. The girls kept looking at him. You'll have to pardon us, Miss Wood, she said. Gus and I were old sweethearts. It's a miracle both of us are still alive, considering the lives we've led. We've got to make up for a lot of lost time, if you'll excuse us. Lorena found she didn't mind, not nearly so much as she had thought she would even a few minutes earlier. It was pleasant to sit in the kitchen and hold the baby. Even hearing Clara josh with Gus was pleasant. So what happened to Mr. Johnson's wife once she left? Augustus asked. She was looking for an old boyfriend, Clara said. He was a killer who got hung while she was recovering from having the baby. July went and saw her, but she wouldn't have anything to do with him. She and one of the buffalo hunters traveled on, and the Sioux killed her. You watch closer, they'll get you too," she added. "I guess no Indian would dare bother you," Augusta said. "They know they wouldn't stand a chance." "We kept some of them alive the last few winters once the buffalo were gone," Clara said. "Bob gives them old horses. Horse meat's better than nothing." She put a little milk in the baby's bottle and showed Lorena how to feed him. The baby stared up solemnly at Lorena as he drank. "He's taken with you, Miss Wood," Clara said. "He's never seen a blonde, I guess." The baby took a sneezing fit, and Lorena was afraid she had done something wrong, but Clara merely laughed at her anxiety, and the child soon settled down. A little later, while Clara was frying the chicken, Call came up from the lots. He wanted to buy some horses and had found some to his liking, but neither Cholo nor July would make the deal. They had shown him the horses readily enough, but informed him that Clara made all the deals. It seemed irregular to him. 2 grown men right there, and yet he was forced to do business with a woman. "I was told you're the horse trader," he said. "Yes," Clara said. "I'm the horse trader. You girls finish this chicken, and I'll see what Captain Call has picked out." She looked again at the boy who had blushed when she smiled at him. He was saying something to Sally and didn't notice her look. To her eye, he was the spitting image of Captain Call, built the same way and with the same movements. "So why is your name Dobbs?" she wondered. On their way to the lots, Call tried to think of something to say, but he was at a loss. "You have a pretty ranch," he said finally. "I hope we do as well in Montana." "I just hope you get there alive," Clara said. "You ought to settle around here and wait 5 years. I imagine Montana will be safer by then. It ain't safe now." "We're set on being the first there," Call said. "It can't be no rougher than Texas used to be." Clara set such a stiff price for her horses that Call was tempted to balk. He felt sure he would have done better with her husband if he had been up and about. There was something uncompromising in Clara's look when she named the prices. It was as if she dared him to bargain. He had bargained over many a horse in his day, but never with a woman. He felt shy. Worse, he felt she didn't like him, though so far as he could remember he had never given her any reason to take offense. He studied the situation in silence for several minutes, so long that Clara grew impatient. Newt had followed them, thinking the captain might need him to help with the horses if he bought some. He could see that the captain was mighty put out with the woman. It surprised him that she didn't seem to care. When the captain was put out with the men, they cared, but the woman just stood there, her brown hair blowing, not caring in the least, and not giving an inch. It was shocking. He had never expected to see anyone stand up to the captain, except maybe Mr. Gus. "I'm neglecting my guests," Clara said. "There's no telling when I'll get to see Gus McCrae again. You take all the time you want to think it over." Newt was even more shocked. The captain didn't say a word. It was almost as if the woman had issued him an order. The woman turned, and as she did, she looked at Newt. Before he could drop his eyes, she had caught him looking at her in turn. He felt greatly embarrassed, but to his surprise, Clara smiled again, a friendly smile that vanished when she turned back to the captain. "Well, it's a stiff price, but they're good horses," Call said, wondering how the men could bring themselves to work for such a testy woman. Then he remembered that the younger man had been the sheriff chasing Jake. "You come from Arkansas, don't you?" he asked. "Fort Smith," July said. "We hung your man for you," Call said. "He fell in with a bad bunch. We caught them up in Kansas." For a second, July didn't remember what he was talking about. It seemed a life ago that he had left Fort Smith in pursuit of Jake Spoon. He had long since ceased to give the man any thought. The news that he was dead did not affect him. "I doubt I would have caught him myself," July said. "I had horse trouble up around Dodge." When Clara got back to the house, she was in high color. The way Call had stood there silently, not even asking a question or making an offer, just waiting for her to come down on the price, struck her as arrogant. The more she thought about it, the less hospitable she felt toward the man. "I can't say that I'm fond of your partner," she said to Augustus. He had talked the girls out of some chicken gizzards and was eating them off a plate. "He ain't skilled with the ladies," Augustus said, amused that she was angry. As long as she wasn't angry at him, it just made her the better looking. "Ma, shall we take buttermilk?" Betsy asked. She and Sally had changed dresses without their mother's permission and were so excited by the prospect of a picnic that they could hardly keep still. "Yes, today we feast," Clara said. "I asked Cholo to hitch the little wagon. One of you go change that baby. He's rather fragrant." "I'll help," Lorena said. It surprised Augustus, but she went off upstairs with the girls. Clara stood listening as their footsteps went up the stairs. Then she turned her deep gray eyes on Augustus. "She's hardly older than my daughters," Clara said. "Don't you be scolding me," he said. "It ain't my fault you went off and got married." "If I'd married you, you would have left me for somebody younger and stupider long before now, I imagine," Clara said. To his surprise, she came over and stood near him for a moment, putting one of her large, strong hands on his shoulder. "I like your girl," she said. "What I don't like is that you spent all these years with Woodrow Call. I detest that man, and it rankles that he got so much of you, and I got so little. I think I had the better claim." Augustus was taken aback. The anger in her was in her eyes again, this time directed at him. "Where have you been for the last 15 years?" she asked. "Lonesome Dove, mostly," he said. "I wrote you 3 letters. "I got them," she said. "And what did you accomplish in all that time?" "Drank a lot of whiskey," Augustus said. Clara nodded and went back to packing the picnic basket. "If that was all you accomplished, you could have done it in Ogallala and been a friend to me," she said. "I lost 3 boys, Gus. I needed a friend." "You ought to wrote me that then," he said. "I didn't know." Clara's mouth tightened. "I hope I meet a man sometime in my life who can figure such things out," she said. "I wrote you, but I tore up the letters. I figured if you didn't come of your own accord, you wouldn't be no good to me anyway." "Well, you was married," he said, not knowing why he bothered to argue. "I was never so married but what I could have managed a friend," she said. "I want you to look at Bob before you go. The poor man's laid up there for 2 months, wasting away." The anger had died out of her eyes. She came and sat down in a chair, looking at him in the intent way she had, as if reading in his face the events of the 15 years he had spent away from her. "Where'd you get Miss Wood?" she asked. "She's been in Lonesome Dove a while," he said. "Doing what?" "Doing what she could. But don't you hold it against her," he said. Clara looked at him coolly. "I don't judge women that harsh," she said. "I might have done the same under some circumstances." "I doubt it," he said. "Yes, but you don't know as much about women as you like to think you do," Clara said. "You're overrated in that regard." "By God, you're sassy," Augustus said. Clara just smiled, her old beguiling smile. "I'm honest," she said. "To most men, that's sassy." "Well, it might interest you to know that Laurie started this trip with your old friend Jake Spoon," Augustus said. "He was his usual careless self and let her get kidnapped by a real rough man." "Oh, so you rescued her?" Clara said. "No wonder she worships you. What happened to Jake?" "He met a bad end," Augustus said. "We hung him. He was with a gang of murderers." Clara didn't flinch at the news. She heard the girls coming back down the stairs. Lorena was carrying the baby. Clara stood up so Lorena could sit. The baby's eyes followed her. "Betsy, go find July and the men and ask them if they want to wash up before we go," she said. "I doubt you can get Woodrow Call to go to your picnic," Augustus said. "He'll be wanting to get back to work." But Call went. He had come back to the house, still trying to think of a way to talk Clara down on the horses, only to find the girls loading a small wagon, Lorena holding a baby, and Gus carrying a crock of buttermilk. "Could you drive for us, Captain?" Clara asked, handing him the reins to the little mule team before he could answer. With such a crowd there watching, he couldn't muster a protest, and he drove the little wagon 3 miles west on the Platte to a place where there were a few small cottonwoods. "It ain't as nice as our place on the Guadalupe, Gus, but it's the best we can do," Clara said. "Oh, your orchard, you mean?" Augustus said. Clara looked puzzled for a moment. She had forgotten that was what they called the picnic spot on the Guadalupe. The day remained fair, and the picnic was a great success for everyone, except Captain Call and July Johnson, both of whom felt awkward and merely waited for it to be over. The girls tried to get July to wade in the Platte, but he resisted solemnly. Newt waded, and then Lorena, rolling up her pants, and Lorena and Betsy walked far downstream out of sight of the party. The baby dozed in the shade while Clara and Augustus bantered. The long gap in their communications proved no hindrance at all. Then Augustus rolled up his pants and waded with the girls while Clara and Lorena watched. All the food was consumed, Call drinking about half the buttermilk himself. He had always loved buttermilk and had not had any for a long time. "You don't plan on returning to Arkansas, Mr. Johnson?" he asked. "I don't know that I will," July said. In fact, he had given no thought to his future at all. Augustus ate most of the fried chicken and marveled at how comfortable Lorena seemed to be. She liked the girls, and seeing her with them reminded him that she was not much more than a girl herself, despite her experiences. He knew that she had been advanced too quickly into life, though perhaps not so far to yet enjoy a bit of girlhood. When it came time to go back to the ranch, he helped Lori into the wagon with the girls, and he and Clara walked behind. Newt, who had enjoyed the picnic mightily, fell into conversation with Sally and rode beside the wagon. Lorena didn't seem concerned. She and Betsy had taken to one another at once and were chatting happily. "You should leave that girl here," Clara said, startling Augustus. He had been thinking the same thing. "I doubt she'd stay," he said. "If you stay out of it, she might," Clara said. "I'll ask her. You have no business taking a girl like that into Montana. She might not survive." "In some ways she ain't so young," he said. "I like her," Clara said, ignoring him. "I expect you'll marry her, and I'll have to watch you have 5 or 6 babies in your old age. I guess I'd be annoyed, but I could live with it. Don't take her up to Montana. She'll either die or get killed, or else she'll age before her time like I have." "I can't tell that you've aged much," Augustus said. "You've just been around me one day," Clara said. "There's certain things I can still do and certain things I'm finished with." "What things are you finished with?" he asked. "You'd find out if you stayed around me much," Clara said. "I notice you've taken a fancy to young Mr. Johnson," Augustus said. "I expect if I did stay around, he'd beat me out." "He's nearly as dull as Woodrow Call, but he's nicer," Clara said. "He'll do what he's told mostly, and I've come to appreciate that quality in a man. I could never count on you to do what you're told." "So do you aim to marry him?" "No, that's one of the things I'm through with," Clara said. "Of course, I ain't quite. Poor Bob ain't dead. But if he passes away, I'm through with it." Clara smiled. Augustus chuckled. "I hope you ain't contemplating an irregular situation," he said. Clara smiled. "What's irregular about having a boarder?" she asked. "Lots of widows take boarders. Anyway, he likes my girls better than he likes me. He might be ready to marry again by the time Sally's of age." At that moment, Sally was chattering away to young Newt, who was getting his first taste of conversation with a sprightly young lady. "Who's his mother?" Clara asked. She liked the boy's looks and also his manners. "I never knew Call was prone to ladies," she added. "Oh, Woodrow ain't," Augustus said. "He can barely stand to be within 50 yards of you." "I know that," Clara said. He's been stiff all day because I won't bargain away my horses. My price is my price. But that boy's his, and don't you tell me he ain't. They walk alike, they stand alike, and they look alike. I expect you're right, Augusta said. Yes, I'm right, Clara said. You ain't answered my question. His mother was a woman named Maggie, he said. She was a whore. She died when Newt was young. I like that boy, Clara said. I'd keep him, too, if I got the chance. He's about the age my Johnny would be if Johnny had lived. Newt's a fine boy, Augusta said. It's a miracle, ain't it, when one grows up nice, Clara said. He's got a quiet way, that boy. I like that. It's surprising to find gentle behavior when his father is Captain Call. Oh, Newt don't know Call's his father, Augusta said. I expect he's heard hints, but he don't know it. And Call don't claim him when anybody can see it? Clara said, shocked. I never had much opinion of Call, and now I have less. Call don't like to admit mistakes, Augusta said. It's his way. What mistake? Clara said. I wouldn't call it a mistake if I raised a boy that nice. My Johnny had wildness in him. I couldn't handle him, though he died when he was 7. I expect he'd have ended like Jake. Now, where did it come from? I ain't wild, and Bob ain't wild. I don't know, Augusta said. Well, I had 2 sweet ones, though, Clara said. My last one, Jimmy, was the sweetest. I ain't been the same since that child died. It's a wonder the girls aren't worse behaved than they are. I don't consider that I've ever had the proper feeling for them. It went out of me that winter I lost Jeff and Johnny. They walked in silence for a while. Why don't you tell that boy who his pa is? Clara said. I'd do it if he was around here long. He should know who his pa is. He's got to wonder. I always thought Call would work up to it eventually, Augusta said. I still think so. I don't, Clara said. A big gray wolf loped up out of the riverbed, looked at them for a moment, and loped on. Ahead, the baby was fretting, and the girls and Lorena were trying to shush it. When they got back to the ranch, Call gave in and told Clara he'd pay her price for the horses. He didn't like it, but he couldn't stay around there forever, and her horses were in far better condition than the nags he had looked at in Ogallala. Fine. Go help him, boys, Clara said. Cholo and July went off to help. Newt was helping the girls carry the remains of the picnic in. He was sorry they were leaving. Sally had been telling him all she planned to do when she grew up. She was going east to school, and then planned to play the piano professionally, she said. That seemed unusual to Newt. The only musician he knew was Lippy, and he couldn't imagine Sally doing what Lippy did, but he enjoyed listening to her talk about her future life. As he was coming down the steps, Clara stopped him. She put an arm across his shoulder and walked him to his horse. No woman had ever done such a thing with him. Newt, we've enjoyed having you, Clara said. I want you to know that if Montana don't suit you, you can just head back here. I'll give you all the work you can stand. I'd like to, Newt said. He meant it. Since meeting the girls and seeing the ranch, he had begun to wonder why they were taking the herd so far. It seemed to him Nebraska had plenty of room. For most of the trip, Newt had supposed that nothing could be better than being allowed to be a cowboy. But now that they had got to Nebraska, his thinking was changing. Between the buffalo heifer and the other whores in Ogallala and Clara's spirited daughters, he had begun to see that a world with women in it could be even more interesting. The taste he had of that world seemed all too brief. Though he had been more or less scared of Clara all day and was still a little scared of her, there was something powerfully appealing about her, too. Thank you for the picnic, he said. I never went on one before. Something in the boy touched Clara. Boys had always touched her, far more than girls. This one had a lonely look in his eye, although he also had a quick smile. Come back when you can. We'll go on many more, she said. I believe Sally's taken a fancy to you. Newt didn't know what to say to that. He got on his horse. I expect I better go help, ma'am, he said. If you get to choose one of my horses, choose that little sorrel with the star on his forehead, Clara said. He's the best of that bunch. Oh, I imagine Dish will get the first pick, Newt said. Dish is our top hand. Well, I don't want Dish to have him, Clara said. I want you to have him. Come on. She started for the lots and made straight for Call. Captain, she said, there's a 3-year-old sorrel gelding with a white star on his forehead in this lot you bought. I want to give that horse to Newt, so don't let anyone have him. You can deduct him from the price. Give it to him? Call asked, surprised. Newt, who overheard, was surprised too. The woman who drove such a hard bargain wanted to give him a horse. Yes, I'm making him a gift, Clara said. I'd feel better knowing Newt was well mounted if you're really going to take him to Montana. With that, she went back to the house. Call looked at the boy. Why'd she do that? He asked. Of course, it was fine for the boy to have the horse. It saved $50. I don't know, Newt said. That's the whole trouble with women, Call said as if to himself. They do things that don't make sense. She wouldn't give a nickel on the rest of them horses. Most horse traders would have taken off $1 just to help the deal. 88. After Call and Newt left with the horses, Clara lit a lantern and took Augustus up to the room where her husband lay. Lorena sat at the kitchen table with the girls, playing draughts. July watched, but could not be persuaded to take part in the game. Even Betsy, his favorite, couldn't persuade him, and Betsy could usually get July to do anything she wanted him to do. Lorena's presence made him shy. He enjoyed sitting and looking at her in the lamplight, though. It seemed to him he had never seen anyone so beautiful. He'd only seen her before on that dreadful morning on the plains when he had to bury Roscoe, Joe, and Janie, and had been too stricken to notice her. Then she had been bruised and thin from her treatment by Blue Duck and the Kiowas. Now she was neither bruised nor thin. Clara and Augustus sat for an hour in the room where Bob lay. Augustus found it difficult to get used to the fact that the man's eyes were open. Clara had ceased to care or even notice. He's been that way 2 months, she said. I guess he sees some, but I don't think he hears. It reminds me of old Tom Mustard, Augustus said. He rangered with us when we started the troop. His horse went over a cut bank on the Salt Fork of the Brazos one night and fell on him. Broke his back. Tom never moved a muscle after that, but his eyes were open when we found him. We started back to Austin with Tom on a travois, but he died a week later. He never closed his eyes in all that time that I know of. I wish Bob would go, Clara said. He's no use to himself like this. All Bob liked to do was work, and now he can't. They walked out on the little upper porch where it was cooler. Why'd you come up here, Gus? She asked. You ain't a cowboy. The truth is, I was hoping to find you a widow, he said. I didn't miss by much either. Clara was amused that her old beau would be so blunt. You missed by years, she said. I'm a bony old woman now, and you're a deceiving man anyway. You always were a deceiving man. I think the best thing would be for you to leave me your bride-to-be, and I'll see if I can give her some polish. I never meant to get in the position I'm in, to be truthful, Augustus said. No, but you like it now that you're in it, Clara said, taking his hand. She's got nearly as high an opinion of you as you have of yourself, Gus. I could never match it. I know your character too well. She's younger and prettier, which is always a consideration with you men. Augustus had forgotten how fond she was of goading him. Even with a dying husband in the next room, she was capable of it. The only chance with Clara was to be as bold as she was. He looked at her and was thinking of kissing her. Clara saw the look and was startled by it. Although she kissed her girls every day and lavished kisses on the baby, it had been years since she had been kissed by a man. Bob would occasionally kiss her cheek if he had returned from a trip. Otherwise, kissing played no part in his view of married love. Looking off the porch, with Augusta standing near her, Clara felt sad. She mainly had snatched kisses from her courtship with Gus or Jake 20 years before to remember. She looked at Gus again, wondering if he would really be so bold or so foolish. He didn't move to kiss her, but he still stood close and looked into her face. "The older the violin, the sweeter the music," he said with a smile. "That proves you're a deceiving man if you think that," she said. "You've had a long ride for nothing, I guess." "Why, no," he said. "It's happiness to see you." Clara felt a sudden irritation. "Do you think you can have us both?" she said. "My husband isn't dead. I haven't seen you in 16 years. I've mostly raised children and horses during those years. 3 of the children died, and plenty of the horses. It took all the romance out of me, if romance is what you were hoping for. I read about it in magazines, but I left it behind for myself when I left Austin." "Don't you regret it?" Augustus asked. "Oh, well," Clara said, "yes and no. I'm too strong for the normal man and too jealous once my feelings get started. I'm surprised you dare bring another woman into my house." "I thought you liked her," he said. "I do like her," Clara said. "I mind you doing it, though. Don't you understand the facts of nature yet? She's younger and prettier." "It happened accidentally, like I mentioned," Augustus said. "I never noticed you having such accidents with ugly girls," Clara said. "I don't care how it happened. You've been my dream, Gus. I used to think about you 2 or 3 hours a day." "I wish you'd wrote then," he said. "I didn't want you here," she said. "I needed the dreams. I knew you for a rake and a rambler, but it was sweet to pretend you only loved me." "I do only love you, Clara," he said. "I've grown right fond of Laurie, but it ain't like this feeling I have for you." "Well, she loves you," Clara said. "It would destroy her if I was to have you. Don't you know that?" "Yes, I know that," Augustus said, thinking there would never again be such a woman as the one who looked at him with anger in her face. "Would you destroy her, then, if I said stay?" Clara asked. "I expect so," Augustus said. "That ain't an answer." "Yes, you know I would," he said. "I'd smother Bob for you and send Laurie to perdition." Clara sighed, and her anger wore out with a sigh. "Such talk," she said. "Bob'll die when he can manage it, and I'll see what I can do for your bride. It's just her beauty that set me off. I was always the youngest and prettiest, and now I'm not." "You're mighty pretty, and anyway, pretty ain't everything," he said. "Where men like you are concerned, it's 99%, she said. "You ain't had time to look at me close. I ain't the prettiest anymore. The prettiest is downstairs." "I'd still like a kiss," he said. A tickle of amusement took her. He saw her smile and took it for encouragement. When he bent forward, the result was so bland that after a moment Clara drew back her head and laughed. "You've ridden a long way for some pretty weak courting," she said, but she felt better. Gus looked rather hangdog at his failure, one of the few times she'd ever seen him look that way. "You beat any woman I ever saw for taking the starch out of a man," he said, a little perplexed. Despite all the complications, he felt his old love for her returning with its old power. So much feeling flooded him, just looking at her, that he felt shaky. It was a puzzle to him that such a thing could happen, for it was true she had become rather bony, and her face had thinned too much, and certainly she was as taxing as a woman could be, and yet the feeling made him shaky. "Think I'm rough, Gus?" she asked with a smile. "I ain't been scorched by lightning, but I doubt it could be hotter than being scorched by you," he said. "Still think you'd have been up to being married to me?" "I don't know," he said truthfully. Clara laughed and took his arm to lead him downstairs. "What about the young sheriff?" he asked, stopping her. He was unwilling to end their privacy so soon. "What sheriff?" "Why, July Johnson," he said. "It seems you've adopted him." I mainly wanted the baby, but I guess it's only fair to keep the father, too, she said. Keep him and do what with him? What do you care? Clara said. You're engaged. You can ride all over the country with a pretty girl. I guess I can be allowed a man. I'd forgotten how jealous you were. You were jealous of Jake, and I did little more than flirt with Jake. To hear him talk, you did, Augustus said. Neither of us will hear him talk again, Clara said, and I won't marry again. What makes you so sure? I don't have enough respect for men, she said. I've found very few who are honest, and you ain't one of the few. I'm about half honest, Augustus said. That's right, she said, and led him on downstairs. To his surprise, Clara simply walked into the kitchen and invited Lorena to stay with them while the herd went on to Montana. We could use your help and you'd be more than welcome, she said. Montana's no place for a lady. Lorena blushed when she said it. No one had ever applied the word lady to her before. She knew she didn't deserve it. She wasn't a lady like Clara. She'd never even met a lady like Clara, and in the space of a day had come to admire her more than she had ever admired anyone excepting Gus. Clara had shown her nothing but courtesy, and had made her welcome in her house, whereas other respectable women had always shunned her because of the way she lived. Sitting in the kitchen with the girls and the baby, Lorena felt happy in a way that was new to her. It stirred in her distant memories of the days she had spent in her grandmother's house in Mobile when she was 4. Her grandmother's house had been like Clara's. She had gone there only once that she could remember. Her grandmother had put her in a soft bed, the softest she had ever slept in, and sung songs to her while she went to sleep. It was her happiest memory, one she treasured so that in her years of traveling she grew almost afraid to remember it. Some day she might try to remember it and find it gone. She was very afraid of losing her one good, warm memory. If she lost that, she felt she might be too sad to go on. But in Clara's house, she wasn't afraid to remember her grandmother and the softness of the bed. Clara's house was the kind of house she thought she might live in someday. At least she had hoped to when she was little. But when her parents sickened and died, she lost hope of living in such a house. Mosby's home had been nothing like it, and then she had started living in hotels or little rooms. She slowly stopped thinking of nice houses and the things that went with them, such as little girls and babies. So when Clara came downstairs and asked her to stay, it felt like being given back something that had been lost so long that she had ceased to think about it. Just before Clara and Gus came in, the girls had been nagging her to teach them how to sew. Lorena could sew fairly well. The girls complained that their mother never took the time to teach them. Their mother, about whom they were full of gripes, was more interested in horses than in sewing. The girls were not at all surprised when Clara asked Lorena to stay. "Oh, do," Sally said. "We could learn to sew if you would." "We could sew new dresses. We never get any," Betsy said. Lorena looked at Gus. He seemed flustered, and he seldom was flustered. She thought he might be bothered by the thought of her staying. "Would you come back, Gus?" she asked. It seemed all right to ask him in front of Clara and the girls. Clara, after issuing the invitation, had started making coffee. Augustus saw that she wanted to stay. If asked that morning if such a thing could occur, he would have said it was impossible. Lorena had clung to him since the rescue, but being at Clara's, even for so short a space, had changed her. She had refused to go to Ogallala and was frightened of the thought of going into a store, but she wasn't frightened of Clara. "I sure will come back," he said, smiling. "A ladies' man like me could hardly be expected to resist such a passel of ladies." "Good, that's settled. But I warn you, Laurie, these girls will wear you down," Clara said. "You may wish you were back in a cow camp before it's all over. I'm going to turn them over to you, you know. All they want to do is quarrel with me, and I'm tired of it. You can argue with them, and I'll break horses." After the coffee, Clara made the girls go to bed and tactfully went up herself so that Augustus and Lorena could have a moment alone. She saw that Augustus was a little shocked that she had so easily persuaded the girl away from his side.
Lorena felt embarrassed. She had not expected to be asked to stay or to want to, and yet both things had happened. She was afraid at first that Gus might have his feelings hurt. She looked at him a little fearfully, hard put to explain the strange desire she had to stay at Clara's. Only that morning she had been resolved to stay with Gus at all costs. "I'll go if you want, Gus," she said. "But it's so nice here, and they're friendly."
"I'm happy for you to stay," Augustus said. "You'll be a help to Clara, and you'll enjoy those girls. You spent time enough in that dirty tent of Wilbarger's. Winter's said to be hard in Montana, too."
"I didn't think I'd want to stay," Lorena admitted. "I never thought about it till she asked. Don't you still want to marry her, Gus?"
"No," Augustus lied.
"I don't see why you wouldn't," she said. Now that she knew Clara a little, it seemed perfectly natural that Gus would want to marry her.
"Well, time's changed us," he said, feeling very uneasy in the conversation.
Lorena was looking at him solemnly. He had had women look at him solemnly before, and it always made him uncomfortable. It meant they were primed to detect any lies. "I don't think nobody could change you, Gus," she said. "Maybe you'll want to marry her when you come back."
"Well, I'll be coming back to you, Glory," Augustus said. "Of course, by then you might change, too. You might not want me."
"Why wouldn't I?"
"Because you'll have discovered there's more to the world than me," he said. "You'll find that there are others that treat you decent."
What he said caused Lorena to feel confused. Since the rescue, life had been simple. It had been just Gus. With him gone, it might change. And when he came back, it might have changed so much that it would never be simple again. Yet when it had been simple, she'd always worried that Gus didn't want it. Maybe he was just being kind. She didn't know what things meant or didn't mean. She'd never expected to find in the whole world a place where someone would ask her to stay. Even in her dreams of San Francisco, no one had ever asked her to stay. She had seldom even spoken to a woman in her years in Lonesome Dove, and had no expectation that one would speak to her. The fact that Clara had volunteered made everything seem different. "Can't you wait till morning to leave?" she asked.
"No, I'm going as soon as I can saddle up," Augustus said. "It takes willpower to leave a house full of ladies just to ride along with some scraggly cowhands. I better do it now if I'm going to."
Clara came downstairs to see him off. She held the baby, who was colicky and wakeful. They went outside with Augustus, Lorena feeling trembly, not sure of what she was doing. Cholo was going with him to Ogallala to bring back all the clothes he had bought her.
Clara devoted 5 minutes to trying to persuade him to settle somewhere on the Platte.
"There's cheap land not 3 days' ride from here," she pointed out. "You could have the whole north part of this state if you wanted it. Why go to Montana?"
"Well, that's where we started for," he said. "Me and Call have always liked to get where we started for, even if it don't make a damn bit of sense."
"It don't, and I wish I knew some way to divorce you from that man," Clara said. "He ain't worth it, Gus. Besides, the Montana Indians can outfight you."
"You bought these here Indians off with the horses," he said. "Maybe we can buy those in Montana off with the beef."
"It bothers me," Clara said. "You ain't a cattleman. Why do you want to be so stubborn? You've come far enough. You could settle around here and be some use to me and Laurie."
It amused Augustus that his Laurie had been adopted as an ally by his old love.
The old love and the new stood by his horse's head, neither of them looking quite calm. Clara, in fact, was getting angry. Lorena looked sad. He hugged them both and gave them each a kiss.
"We've heard Montana's the last place that ain't settled," Augustus said. "I'd like to see one more place that ain't settled before I get decrepit and have to take up the rocking chair."
"You call Nebraska settled?" Clara asked.
"Well, you're here," he said. "It won't last long. Pretty soon it'll be nothing but schoolhouses."
With that he mounted, tipped his hat to them, and turned toward the Platte. The two women stood where they were until the sound of hoofbeats faded. Lorena felt wrong. Part of her felt she should have gone with him to look after him,
but she knew that was foolish. Gus, if anyone, could look after himself. She was dry-eyed and felt blank, but Clara cried, tears born of vexation, long affection, and regret. "He was always stubborn like that," she said, attempting to control herself. "He left so quick," Lorena said. "Do you think I should have gone? I don't know what's best." "No, I'm glad you stayed," Clara said. "You've had enough rough living. Not that it can't be rough around here, but it won't be as rough as Montana." She put her arm around the girl as they turned toward the house. "Come on in," she said. "I'll show you where to sleep. We've got a nice little room that might suit you." 89. When Augustus returned without Lorena, Dish Boggett felt deeply unhappy. It shocked him that Gus would leave her. Though he had been constantly jealous while she was traveling with Gus, at least she was there. In the evening, he would often see her sitting outside the tent. He dreamed about her often. Once had even dreamed that she was sleeping near him. In the dream, she was so beautiful that he ached when he woke up. That Gus had seen fit to leave her on the Platte made him terribly irritable. Newt was happy with his new horse, which he named Candy. It was the first real gift he had ever been given in his life, and he talked to anyone who would listen of the wonderful woman on the Platte who knew how to break horses and conduct picnics, too. His enthusiasm soon caused the other hands to be jealous, for they had accomplished nothing except a drunk in Ogallala and had missed the nice picnic and the girls. Though confident that he had done the right thing in leaving Lorena, Augustus soon found that he missed her more than he had expected to. He missed Clara, too, and for a few days was in a surly mood. He had grown accustomed to sleeping late and sitting outside the tent with Lorena in the mornings. Alone on the long plain with no cowboys to disturb her, she was a beautiful companion, whereas the cowboys who gathered around Po Campo's cook fire every morning were far from beautiful in his view. It was high summer, the days blazing hot almost until the sun touched the horizon. The cattle were mulish and hard to move, stopping whenever possible to graze or simply to stand. For several days they trailed west along the Platte, but when the river curved south toward Colorado, Call pointed the herd northwest. Po Campo hated to leave the river. The morning they left it, he lingered behind so long with the wagon that the herd was completely out of sight. Lippy, who rode on the wagon, found this fact alarming. After all, they were in Indian country, and there was nothing to keep a few Indians from nipping in and taking their scalps.
"What are we waiting on?" Lippy asked. "We're 3 miles behind already."
Po Campo stood by the water's edge, looking across the Platte to the south. He was thinking of his dead sons, killed by Blue Duck on the Canadian. He didn't think often of his sons, but when he did, a feeling of sadness filled him, a feeling so heavy that it was an effort for him to move. Thinking of them in their graves in New Mexico made him feel disloyal, made him feel that he should have shot himself and been buried with them. Was it not the duty of a parent to stay with the children? But he had left, first to go south and kill his faithless wife, and now to the north, while Blue Duck, the killer, still rode free on the Llano, unless someone had killed him, which Po Campo doubted. Lippy's fears about Indians did not move him. The sight of flowing water moved him, stirring feelings in him which, though sad, were deep feelings. They made him want to sing his saddest songs. He finally turned and plodded after the herd, Lippy following at a slow walk in the wagon. But Po Campo felt they were wrong to leave the river. He became moody and ceased to have pride in his cooking, and if the cowboys complained, he said nothing. Also, he grew stingy with water, which irritated the cowboys who came in parched and dusty, dying for a drink. Po Campo would only give them a dipperful each. "You will wish you had this water when you drink your own piss," he said to Jasper one evening. "I ain't planning on drinking my own piss or anybody else's either," Jasper said. "You have not been very thirsty then," Po said. "I once drank the urine of a mule. It kept me alive." Well, it couldn't taste much worse than that Ogallala beer, Needle observed. My tongue's been peeling ever since we was there. It ain't what you drink that causes your tongue to peel, Augusta said. That's the result of who you bedded down with. The remark caused much apprehension among the men, and they were apprehensive anyway, mainly because everyone they met in Ogallala assured them they were dead men if they tried to go to Montana. As they edged into Wyoming, the country grew bleaker. The grass was no longer as luxuriant as it had been in Kansas and Nebraska. To the north were sandy slopes where the grass only grew in tufts. Dietz ranged far ahead during the day looking for water. He always found it, but the streams grew smaller and the water more alkaline. Near as bad as the Pecos, Augustus said. Call seemed only mildly concerned about the increasing dryness. Indeed, Call was cheerful, easier on the men than was his wont. He seemed relaxed and almost at ease with himself. Have you cheered up because I left Laurie behind? Augustus asked as they were riding together one morning. Far to the south they saw a black line of mountains. To the north there was only the dusty plain. That was your business, Call said. I didn't tell you to leave her behind, though I'm sure it's the best thing. I think we ought to have listened to our cook, Augustus said. It's looking droughty to me. If we can make Powder River, I guess we'll be all right, Call said. What if Jake lied to us, Augustus said. What if Montana ain't the paradise he said it was? We'll have come a hell of a way for nothing. I want to see it, Call said. We'll be the first to graze cattle on it. Don't that interest you? Not much, Augustus said. I've watched these goddamn cattle graze all I want to. The next day, Dietz came back from his scout looking worried. Dry as a bone, Captain, he said. How far did you go? 20 miles and more, Dietz said. The plain ahead was white with heat. Of course, the cattle could make 20 miles, though it would be better to wait a day and drive them at night. I was told if we went straight west, we'd strike Salt Creek and could follow it to the Powder, Call said. It can't be too far. Don't take much to be too far in this heat, Augustus said. Try going due north, Call said. Dietz changed horses and left. It was well after dark when he reappeared. Call stopped the herd and the men lounged around the wagon playing cards. While they played, the Texas bull milled through the cows, now and then mounting one. Augustus kept one eye on his cards and one eye on the bull, keeping a loose count of his winnings and of the bull's. That's 6 he's had since we started playing, he said. That sucker's got more stamina than me. More opportunity, too, Alan O'Brien observed. He had adjusted quite well to the cowboy life, but he still could not forget Ireland. When he thought of his little wife, he would break into tears of homesickness, and the songs he sang to the cattle would often remind him of her. When Dietz returned, it was to report that there was no water to the north. No antelope, Captain, he said. The plains of western Nebraska had been spotted with them. I'll have a look in the morning, Call said. You rest, Dietz. He found he couldn't sleep and rose at 3 to saddle the hell bitch. Po Campo was up, stirring the coals of his cook fire, but Call only took a cup of coffee. Have you been up here before? He asked. The old cook's wanderings had been a subject of much speculation among the men. Po Campo was always letting slip tantalizing bits of information. Once, for example, he had described the great gorge of the Columbia River. Again, he had casually mentioned Jim Bridger. No, Po Campo said. I don't know this country, but I'll tell you this. It is dry. Water your horse before you leave. Call thought the old man rather patronizing. He knew enough to water a horse before setting off into a desert. Don't wait supper, he said. All day he rode west, and the country around him grew more bleak. Not fit for sheep, Call thought. Not hardly fit for lizards. In fact, a small gray lizard was the only life he saw all day. That night he made a dry camp in sandy country where the dirt was light-colored, almost white. He supposed he had come some 60 miles and could not imagine that the herd would make it that far, although the hell bitch seemed unaffected. He slept for a few hours and went on, arriving just after sunup on the banks of Salt Creek. It was not running, but there was adequate water in scattered shallow pools. The water was not good, but it was water. The trouble was, the herd was nearly 80 miles back, a 4-day drive under normal conditions, and in this case the miles were entirely waterless, which wouldn't make for normal conditions. Call rested the mare and let her have a good roll. Then he started back and rode almost straight through, only stopping once for 2 hours' rest. He arrived in camp at mid-morning to find most of the hands still playing cards. When he unsaddled the mare, one of Augustus's pigs grunted at him. Both of them were lying under the wagon, sharing the shade with Lippy, who was sound asleep. The shoat was a large pig now, but travel had kept him thin. Call felt it was slightly absurd having pigs along on a cattle drive, but they had proven good foragers as well as good swimmers. They got across the rivers without any help. Augustus was oiling his rifle. "How far did you ride that horse?" he asked. "To the next water and back," Call said. "Did you ever see a horse like her? She ain't even tired." "How far is it to water?" Augustus asked. "About 80 miles, Call said. What do you think?" "I ain't give it no thought at all so far," Augustus said. "We can't just sit here," Call said. "Oh, we could," Augustus said. "We could have stopped pretty much anywhere along the way. It's only your stubbornness kept us going this long. I guess it'll be interesting to see if it can get us the next 80 miles. Call got a plate and ate a big meal. He expected Procampo to say something about their predicament, but the old cook merely dished out the food and said nothing. Dietz was helping P.I. trim one of his horse's feet, a task P.I. had never been good at. "Find the water, Captain?" Dietz asked, smiling. "I found it. About 80 miles away," Call said. "That's far," P.I. said. They had stopped the cattle at the last stream that Dietz had found, and now Call walked down it a way to think things over. He saw a gray wolf. It seemed to him to be the same wolf they had seen in Nebraska after the picnic, but he told himself that was foolish speculation. A gray wolf wouldn't follow a cattle herd. Dietz finished trimming the horse's hooves and wiped the sweat off his face with his shirt sleeve. P.I. stood silently nearby. Though the two of them had soldiered together for most of their lives, they had never really had a conversation. It had seemed unnecessary. They exchanged information, and that was about it. P, indeed, had always been a little doubtful of the propriety of talking to Negroes, although he liked and respected Dietz and was grateful to him now for trimming the horse's feet. He knew Dietz was a great deal more competent than he was in many areas, tracking, for example. He knew that if it had not been for Dietz's skill in finding water, they might have all starved years before in campaigns on the Llano. He knew, too, that Dietz had risked his life a number of times to save his, and yet, standing there side by side, the only thing he could think of to talk about was the captain's great love for the hell bitch. "Well, he's mighty fond of that horse," he said, "and she might kill him yet." "She ain't going to kill the captain," Dietz said. He had the sad sense that things were not right. It seemed they were going to go north forever, and he couldn't think why. Life had been orderly and peaceful in Texas. He himself had particularly enjoyed his periodic trips to San Antonio to deposit money. Texas had always been their country, and it was a puzzle to him why they were going to a country that would probably be so wild there wouldn't even be banks to take money to. "We way up here, and it ain't our country," he said, looking at P. That was the heart of it. Best to stay in your own country and not go wandering off where you didn't know the rivers or the water holes. "Now, up here, it's going to be cold," he added, as if that were proof enough of the folly of their trip. "Well, I hope we get there before the rivers start icing," P said. "I always worry about that thin ice." With that, he turned away, and the lengthy conversation was over. By mid-afternoon, Call came back from his walk and decided they would go ahead. It was go ahead or go back, and he didn't mean to go back. It wasn't rational to think of driving cattle over 80 waterless miles, but he had learned in his years of tracking Indians that things which seemed impossible often weren't. They only became so if one thought about them too much, so that fear took over. The thing to do was go. Some of the cattle might not make it, but then he had never expected to reach Montana with every head. He told the cowboys to push the cattle and horses onto water and hold them there. Without saying a word, Augustus walked over, took off his clothes, and had a long bath in the little stream. The cowboys holding the herd could see him sitting in the shallow water, now and then splashing some on his long white hair. "Sometimes I think Gus is crazy," Soupy Jones said. "Why is he sitting in the water?" "Maybe he's fishing," Dish Boggett said facetiously. He had no opinion of Soupy Jones, and saw no reason why Gus shouldn't bathe if he wanted to. Augustus came walking back to the wagon with his hair dripping. "It looks like sandy times ahead," he said. "Call, you got too much of the prophet in you. You're always trying to lead us into the deserts." "Well, there's water there," Call said. "I've seen it. If we can get them close enough that they can smell it, they'll go. How far do you think a cow can smell water?" "Not no 80 miles, Augustus said. They started the herd 2 hours before sundown and drove all night through the barren country. The hands had made night drives before and were glad to be traveling in the cool. Most of them expected, though, that Call would stop for breakfast, but he didn't. He rode ahead of the herd and kept on going. Some of the hands were beginning to feel empty. They kept looking hopefully for a sign that Call might slacken and let Pocampo feed them, but Call didn't slacken. They kept the cattle moving until midday, by which time some of the weaker cattle were already lagging well behind. The leaders were tired and acting fractious. Finally, Call did stop. "We'll rest a little until it starts to get cool," he said. "Then we'll drive all night again. That ought to put us close." He wasn't sure, though. For all their effort, they had covered only some 35 or 40 miles. It would be touch and go. Late that afternoon, while the cowboys were lying around resting, a wind sprang up from the west. From the first, it was as hot as if it were blowing over coals. By the time Call was ready to start the herd again, the wind had risen, and they faced a full-fledged sandstorm. It blew so hard that the cattle were reluctant to face it. Newt, with the Rainey boys, was holding the drags as usual. The wind howled across the flat plain, and the sand seemed to sing as it skimmed the ground. Newt found that looking into the wind blinded him almost instantly. He mostly ducked his head and kept his eyes shut. The horses didn't like the sand either. They began to duck and jump around, irritated at being forced into such a wind. "This is bad luck," Augustus said to Call. He adjusted his bandana over his nose and he pulled his hat down as far as it would go. "We can't stop here," Call said. "We ain't but halfway to water." "Yes, and some of them will still be halfway when this blows itself out," Augustus said. Call helped Lippy and the cook tie down everything on the wagon. Lippy, who hated wind, looked frightened. Pocampo said nothing. "You better ride tonight," Call said to Pocampo. "If you try to walk, you might get lost." "We all might get lost tonight," Pocampo said. He took an old axe handle that he sometimes used as a cane and walked, but at least he consented to walk right with the wagon. None of the men, no strangers to sandstorms, could remember such a sunset. The sun was like a dying coal, ringed with black long before it neared the horizon. After it set, the rim of the earth was blood red for a few minutes, then the red was streaked with black. The afterglow was quickly snuffed out by the sand. Jasper Fant wished for the 1,000th time that he had stayed in Texas. Dish Boggett was troubled by the sensation that there was a kind of river of sand flowing above his head. When he looked up in the eerie twilight, he seemed to see it, as if somehow the world had turned over and the road that ought to be beneath his feet was now over his head. If the wind stopped, he felt, the sand river would fall and bury him. Call told him to keep as close to the cattle as possible and to keep the cattle moving. Any cattle that wandered far would probably starve to death. Augustus thought the order foolish. "The only way to keep this herd together would be to string a rope around them, and we ain't got that much rope," he said. Shortly after dark, he was proven right. None of the animals wanted to go into the wind. It quickly became necessary for the cowboys to cover their horses' eyes with jackets or shirts, and despite the hands' precautions, little strings of cattle began to stray. Newt tried unsuccessfully to turn back 2 bunches, but the cattle paid him no mind, even when he bumped them with his horse. Finally, he let them go, feeling guilty as he did it, but not guilty enough to risk getting lost himself. He knew if he lost the herd, he was probably done for. He knew it was a long way to water, and he might not be able to find it even though he was riding the good sorrel that Clara had given him. Call felt sick with worry. The sandstorm was the worst possible luck, for it slowed down the herd and sapped the animals' strength just when they needed all they had just to reach the water, and there was nothing he could do about it. He tried to tie an old shirt around the hell bitch's eyes, but she shook him off so vigorously that he finally let it go. At the height of the storm, it seemed as if the herd might split into fragments. It was hard to see 10 feet, and little bunches of cattle broke off unnoticed and slipped past the cowboys. Dietz, more confident of his ability to find his way around than most, rode well west of the herd, turning back cattle whenever he found any. But it finally became pitch dark, and even Dietz could do nothing. Augustus rode through the storm with a certain indifference, thinking of the 2 women he had just left. He took no interest in the straying cattle. That was Call's affair. He felt he himself deserved to be in the middle of a sandstorm on the Wyoming plain for being such a fool as to leave the women. Not a man to feel guilty, he was merely annoyed at himself for what he considered a misjudgment. To Call's great relief, the storm blew itself out in 3 hours. The wind gradually died, and the sand lay under their feet again instead of peppering them. The moon was soon visible, and the sky filled with bright stars. It would not be possible to judge how many cattle had strayed until the morning, but at least the main herd was still under their control. But the storm and the long drive the day before had taken its toll in energy. By dawn, half the men were asleep in their saddles. They wanted to stop, but again Call pushed on. He knew they had lost ground and was not going to stop just because the men were sleepy. All morning he rode through the herd, encouraging the men to push the cattle. He was not sure how far they had come, but he knew they still had a full day to go. Lack of water was beginning to tell on the horses, and the weaker cattle were barely stumbling along. Dietz alone brought back most of the strayed bunches, none of which had strayed very far. The plain was so vast and flat that the cattle were visible for miles, at least to Augustus and Dietz, the eyesight champions. "There's a bunch you missed," Augustus said, pointing to the northwest. Dietz looked, nodded, and rode away. Jasper Fant looked and saw nothing but heat waves and blue sky. "I guess I need spectacles," he said. "I can't see nothing but nothing." "Weak brains breed weak eyesight," Augustus said. "We all got weak brains or we wouldn't be here," Soupy said sourly. He had grown noticeably more discontented in recent weeks. No one knew why. Finally, at noon, Call stopped. The effort to move the drags was wearing out the horses. When the cowboys got to the wagon, most of them took a cup of water and dropped sound asleep on the ground, not bothering with bedrolls or even saddle blankets. Pocampo rationed the water carefully, giving each man only 3 swallows. Newt felt that he could have drunk 1,000 swallows. He had never tasted anything so delicious. He had never supposed plain water could be so desirable. He remembered all the times he had carelessly drunk his fill. If he ever got another chance, he meant to enjoy it more. Call let them rest 3 hours, and then told them to get their best mounts. Some of the cattle were so weak the cowboys had to dismount, pull their tails, and shout at them to get them up. Call knew that if they didn't make it on the next push, they would have to abandon the cattle in order to save the horses. Even after their rest, many of the cattle had their tongues hanging out. They were mulish, reluctant to move, but after much effort on the part of the exhausted men, the drive was started again. Through the late afternoon and far into the night, the cattle stumbled over the plain, the weaker cattle falling farther and farther behind. By daybreak, the herd was strung out to a distance of more than 5 miles, most of the men plodding along as listlessly as the cattle. The day was as hot as any they remembered from South Texas. The distances that had spawned yesterday's wind refused to yield even a breeze, and it seemed to the men that the last moisture in their bodies was pouring out as sweat. They all yearned for evening and looked at the sun constantly, but the sun seemed as immobile as if suspended by a wire. Toward midday, many of the cattle began to turn back toward the water they had left 2 days before. Newt, struggling with a bunch, nearly got knocked off his horse by 3 steers that walked right into him. He noticed to his shock that the cattle didn't seem to see him. They were stumbling along, white-eyed. Appalled, he rode over to the captain. "Captain, they're going blind," he said. Call looked grim. "It ain't real blindness," he said. "They get that way when they're real thirsty. They'll try to go back to the last water." He told the men to forget the weaker cattle and try to keep the stronger ones moving. "We ought to make the water by night," he said. "If we make night," Augusta said. "We can't just stop and die," Call said. "I don't intend to," Augusta said, "but some of the men might. That Irishman is delirious. He ain't used to such dry country." Indeed, the terrible heat had driven Alan O'Brien out of his head. Now and then he would try to sing, though his tongue was swollen and his lips cracked. "You don't need to sing," Call said. Alan O'Brien looked at him angrily. "I need to cry, but I've got no tears," he said. "This goddamn country has burned up my tears." Call had been awake for over 3 days, and he began to feel confused himself. He knew water couldn't be much farther, but all the same fatigue made him doubtful. Perhaps it had been 100 miles rather than 80. They would never make it if so. He tried to remember, searching his mind for details that would suggest how far the river might be, but there were precious few landmarks on the dry plain, and the harder he concentrated, the more his mind seemed to slip. He was riding the hell bitch, but for long moments he imagined he was riding old Ben again, a mule he had relied on frequently during his campaigning on the Llano. Ben had had an infallible sense of direction and a fine nose for water. He wasn't fast, but he was sure. At the time, some men had scoffed at him for riding a mule, but Call ignored them. The stakes were life or death, and Ben was the most reliable animal he had ever seen, if far from the prettiest. The men had had the last of Pocampo's water that morning, barely enough to wet their tongues. Pocampo doled it out with severity, careful to see that no one got more than his share. Though the old man had walked the whole distance using his axe-handle cane, he seemed not particularly tired. Call, though, was so tired he felt his mind slipping. Try as he might, he couldn't stay awake. Once he slept for a few steps, then jerked awake, convinced he was fighting again the battle of Fort Phantom Hill. He looked around for Indians, but saw only the thirst-blinded cattle, their long tongues hanging out, their breath rasping. His mind slipped again, and when he woke next it was dark. The hell bitch was trotting. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Texas bull trot past him. He reached for his reins, but they were not there. His hands were empty. Then, to his amazement, he saw that Dietz had taken his reins and was leading the hell bitch. No one had ever led his horse before. Call felt embarrassed. "Here, I'm awake," he said, his voice just a whisper. Dietz stopped and gave him his reins. "Didn't want you to fall and get left, Captain," he said. "The water ain't far now." That was evident from the quickened pace of the cattle, from the way the horses began to prick their ears. Call tried to shake the sleep off, but it was as if he were stuck in it. He could see, but it took a great effort to move, and he wasn't immediately able to resume command. Augustus loped up, seemingly fresh. "We better get everybody to the front," he said. "We'll need to try and spread them when they hit the water. Otherwise they'll all pile into the first mud hole and trample themselves." Most of the cattle were too weak to run, but they broke into a trot. Call finally shook the sleep off and helped Dish, and Dietz and Augustus split the herd. They were only partially successful. The cattle were moving like a blind army, the scent of water in their nostrils. Fortunately, they hit the river above where Call had hit it, and there was more water. The cattle spread of their own accord. Call had not recovered from his embarrassment at having been led, yet he knew Dietz had done the right thing. He'd still been dreaming of Ben and that hot day at Phantom Hill, and if he had slipped off his horse he might just have laid there and slept. but it was the first time in his life he had not been able to last through a task in command of his wits, and it bothered him. All during the night and the next day, cattle straggled into the river. Some of them cattle Call had supposed would merely become carcasses rotting on the trail. Yet a day on the water worked wonders for them. Augustus and Dish made counts once the stragglers stopped coming, and it appeared they had only lost 6 head. The Irishman spent most of the day sitting in a puddle in Salt Creek recovering from his delirium. He could not remember having been delirious and grew angry when the others kidded him about it. Newt, who had planned to drink all day once he got to water, soon found that he couldn't drink any more. He devoted his leisure to complicated games of mumblety-peg with the Rainey boys. Dietz went on a scout and reported that the country to the west didn't improve. Grass was as scarce as water in that direction. Far to the north, they could see the outlines of mountains, and there was much talk about which mountains they were. "Why, the Rocky Mountains," Augustus said. "Will we have to climb them?" Jasper asked. He had survived rivers and drought, but did not look forward to climbing mountains. "No," Call said. "We'll go north up the Powder River, right into Montana." "How many days will it take now?" Newt asked. He had almost forgotten that Montana was a real place that they might get to someday. "I expect 3 weeks or a little more and we might hit the Yellowstone," Call said. "The Yellowstone already?" Dish said. It was the last river, or at least the last river anyone knew much about. At mention of it, the whole camp fell silent, looking at the mountains. 90. They rested on the salt for 2 days, giving the animals and men plenty of time to recover. The men spent much of their time speculating about what lay on beyond the mountains and how long it would take to get there. Call slept a distance out of camp, as was his habit. He knew the men were in a good mood, for he could hear them singing most of the night. Now that he had the leisure to sleep, he found he couldn't much. He had always thought his energies equal to any situation, but he had begun to have doubts. A tiredness clung to his bones, but not a tiredness that produced sleep. He felt played out and wished they were already in Montana. There were only a few 100 miles left, but it seemed farther to him than all the distance they had come. Trotting back into camp one morning, he saw there was excitement around the cook fire. Several of the men were holding rifles. The sight surprised him, for it had seemed a peaceful night. 12 horses are gone, Captain, Dish said. Indians got 'em. Dietz was looking hangdog, and the Spettle boy could only shake his head. Neither of them had heard a thing, they said. "Well, you boys was singing Opry loud enough to wake the deaf," Augustus remarked. "I guess it was just their charity that they didn't take the whole herd. Nobody would have noticed." Call was vexed. He had been awake almost all night and had had no suspicion of Indians. All his years of trying to stay prepared hadn't helped. "They must have been good with horses," he said. Dietz felt it was mainly his fault, since it was his job to watch for Indian sign. He had always had a good ear for Indians, but he had sat by the wagon, listening to the singing, and had heard nothing. "They came on foot, Captain," he said. He had found their tracks, at least. "That was bold," Cole said, "but they ain't on foot now." He decided to take only Augustus and Dietz, though that left the camp without a really competent Indian fighter in case the raid was a feint. On the other hand, whoever took the horses might have a good deal of help nearby. If it became necessary to take on an Indian camp, 3 men were about the minimum that could expect to succeed. 10 minutes later, the 3 men were ready to go. Call was well aware that they were leaving a camp full of scared men. Augustus laughed at the sight. "You boys will get the drizzles if you don't relax," he said. "If they got the darn horses, they might decide to come back and get us," Jasper Fant pointed out. "They got Custer, didn't they? And he fought Indians his whole life." Call was more worried about the grass situation. It was too sparse to support the herd for long. "Graze 'em upriver," he said. "Start tomorrow if we ain't back, but don't push 'em. Just let 'em graze along. You'll make the Powder in a few days." Newt felt very nervous when he saw the 3 men ride off. It was Lippy's fault that he felt so nervous. All morning, Lippy had done nothing but talk about how it felt to be scalped. Lippy hadn't been scalped and couldn't possibly know, but that didn't keep him from talking and scaring everybody. The horse thieves had gone southwest. Call thought that with luck they might catch them within a day, but in that he was disappointed. The country grew more barren as they rode, and the only sign of life was an occasional buzzard and many, many rattlesnakes. "If we was to settle around here, we'd have to start a snake ranch," Augustus said. They rested only a little while at night, and by mid-morning of the next day were 100 miles from the herd, with no results in sight. "Hell, they'll be to the Wind River before we catch them," Augustus said. "I've always heard the Wind River country was worse than the Pecos country when it comes to being dry." "We're better mounted than they are," Call said. "We'll catch them." It was another long day, though, before they closed the gap. "You sure this is worth it for 12 horses?" Augustus asked. "This is the poorest derned country I ever saw. A chigger would starve to death out here." Indeed, the land was bleak, the surface sometimes streaked with salt. There were ochre-colored ridges here and there, completely free of grass. "We can't start putting up with horse theft," Call said. Dietz was ranging ahead, and in the afternoon they saw him coming back. The simmering heat waves made him appear larger than he was. "Camp's up ahead," he said. "They're in a draw, with a little water." "How many?" Call asked. "Didn't get no count," Dietz said. "Not many. Couldn't be many and live out here." "I say we wait for night and steal the nags back," Augustus said. "It's too hot to fight. Steal 'em back and let the red man chase the white for a while." "If we wait for night, we might lose half the horses," Call said. "They'll probably post a better guard than we had." "I don't want to argue with you in this heat," Augustus said. "If you want to go now, okay. We'll just ride in and massacre them." "Didn't see many men," Dietz said. "Mostly women and children. They're real poor, Captain." "What do you mean, real poor?" "Means they're starving," Dietz said. "They done cut up one horse." "My God," Augustus said. "You mean they stole them horses for meat?" That proved to be the case. They carefully approached the draw where the camp was and saw the whole little tribe gathered around the dead horse. There were only some 20 Indians, mostly women, children, and old men. Call saw only 2 braves who looked to be of fighting age, and they were no more than boys. The Indians had pulled the dead horses' guts out and were hacking them into slices and eating them. Usually there were dogs around an Indian camp, but there were no dogs around this time. "I guess these ain't the mighty Plains Indians we've been hearing about," Augustus said. The whole little tribe was almost silent, each person concentrating on eating. They were all thin. 2 old women were cutting meat off the haunch, meaning to dry it, and 2 young men, probably the ones who had stolen the horses, had caught another and were preparing to cut its throat. To prevent this, Call drew his pistol and fired into the air. "Oh, let's go," Augustus said. "We don't want to be shooting these people, although it would probably be a mercy. I don't think they even have guns." "I didn't shoot nobody," Call said, "but there are horses." At the shot, the whole tribe looked up stunned. One of the young men grabbed an old single-shot rifle but didn't fire. It seemed to be the only firearm the tribe possessed. Call fired in the air again to scare them away from the horse, and succeeded better than he'd expected to. Those who had been eating got to their feet, some with sections of gut still in their hands, and fled toward the 4 small ragged teepees that stood up the draw. The young man with the gun retreated too, helping one of the older women. She was bloody from the feast. "They were just having a picnic," Augustus said. "We had a picnic the other day without nobody shooting at us." "We can leave them 2 or 3 horses," Call said. "I just don't want to lose that sorrel they were about to kill." In the tribe's flight, a child had been forgotten, a little boy barely old enough to walk. He stood near the neck of the dead horse, crying, trying to find his mother. The tribe huddled in front of the teepees, silent. The only sound for a moment was the sound of the child's crying. "He blind," Dietz said. Augustus saw that it was true. The child couldn't see where he was going, and a second later tripped over a pile of bloody horse guts, falling into them. Dietz, who was closest to the dead horse, walked over and picked the child up. The little blind boy kept wailing. "Hush now," Dietz said. "You a mess. You done rolled in all that blood." At that moment, there was a wild yell from the teepees, and Dietz looked up to see one of the young braves rushing toward him. He was the one who had picked up the rifle, but he had discarded the rifle and was charging with an old lance, crying his battle cry. Dietz held out the baby and smiled. The young man, no older than Newt, didn't need to cry any battle cry. Dietz kept holding the baby out toward the tribe and smiling, trusting that the young brave would realize he was friendly. The young man didn't need his lance. He could just take the squalling baby back to its mother. Call and Augustus thought, too, that the young man would probably stop once he saw that Dietz meant no harm. If not, Dietz could whoop him. Dietz was a good hand-to-hand fighter. It was only at the last second that they both realized that the Indian wasn't going to stop. His charge was desperate, and he didn't notice that Dietz was friendly. He closed at a run. "Shoot him, Dietz!" Call yelled, raising his own gun. Dietz saw, too, at the last second, that the boy wasn't going to stop. The young warrior wasn't blind, but the look in his eyes was as unseeing as the baby's. He was still screaming a war cry. It was unnerving in the stillness, and his eyes were filled with hate. The old lance just looked silly. Dietz held the baby out again, thinking the boy hadn't understood. "Here, take him. I'm just helping him up," he said. Only then he saw it was too late. The young man couldn't stop coming and couldn't stop hating either. His eyes were wild with hatred. Dietz felt a deep regret that he should be hated so by this thin boy when he meant no harm. He tried to sidestep, hoping to gain a moment so he could set the baby down and wrestle with the Indian and maybe calm him. But when Dietz turned, the boy thrust the lance straight into his side and up into his chest. Call and Augustus shot almost at the same time. The boy died with his hand still on the lance. They ran down to Dietz, who still had the baby in his hands, although he had over a foot of lance inside him. "Would you take him, Captain?" Dietz asked, handing Call the child. "I don't want to sit him back in all that blood." Then Dietz dropped to his knees. He noticed with surprise that the young Indian was near him, already dead. For a moment he feared that somehow he had killed him, but then he saw that his own gun was still holstered. It must have been the captain, or Mr. Gus. That was a sad thing, that the boy had to die just because he couldn't understand that they were friendly. It was one more regret. Probably the boy had just been so hungry he couldn't think straight. Then he realized that he was on his knees and tried to get up, but Mr. Gus put a hand on his shoulder and asked him to wait. "No, you don't have to get up yet, Dietz," Augustus said. "Just rest a minute." Dietz noticed the handle of the lance protruding from his side. He knew the dead boy had put it there, but he felt nothing. The captain stood in front of him, awkwardly holding the Indian baby. Dietz looked at the captain sadly. He hoped that now the captain would see that he had been right to feel worried about leaving Texas. It was a mistake coming into other people's country. It only disturbed him and led to things like the dead boy. People wouldn't understand, wouldn't know that they were friendly. It would have been so much better to stay where they had lived by the old river. Dietz felt a longing to be back, to sit in the corrals at night and wonder about the moon. Many a time he had dozed off wondering about the moon, whether the Indians had managed to get on it. Sometimes he dreamed he was on it himself, a foolish dream, but the thought made him sleepy, and with one more look of regret at the dead boy who hadn't understood that he meant no harm, he carefully lay down on his side. Mr. Gus knelt beside him. For a moment, Dietz thought he was going to try to pull the lance out, but all he did was steady it so the handle wouldn't quiver. "Where's little Newt?" Dietz asked. Well, Newt didn't come, Dietz, Augustus said. He's with the boys. Then it seemed to Dietz that something was happening to Mr. Gus's head. It had grown larger. He couldn't see it all well. It was as if he were looking through water, as if he had come back to the old river and were lying on the bottom, looking at Mr. Gus through the shallow brown water. Mr. Gus's head had grown larger, was floating off. It was rising toward the sky like the moon. He could barely see it, and then couldn't see it at all. But the waters parted for a moment, and he saw a blade or two of grass close to his eye. Then, to his relief, the brown waters came back and covered him again, deep this time, and warm. "Can't you take that lance out?" Call asked. He didn't know what to do with the baby, and there Dietz lay dying. "I will in a minute, Call," Augustus said. "Just let him be dead for a minute." "Is he dead already?" Call asked. Though he knew from long experience that such things happened quickly, he could not accept it in Dietz's case. "I guess it went to the heart," he added pointlessly. Augustus didn't answer. He was resting for a moment, wondering if he could get the lance out or if he should just break it off or what. If he pulled it out, he might bring half of Dietz out with it. Of course, Dietz was dead. In a way, it didn't matter. Yet it did. If there was one thing he didn't want to do, it was tear Dietz up. "Can't you give that squalling baby to the women?" he asked. "Just set it down over there and maybe they'll come and get it." Call took a few steps toward the huddled Indians, holding out the baby. None of the Indians moved. He went a few more steps and set the baby on the ground. When he turned back, he saw Augustus put a boot against Dietz's side and try to remove the lance, which did not budge. Augustus gave up and sat down beside the dead man. "I can't do this today, Dietz," he said. "Somebody else will have to do it if it gets done." Call also knelt down by Dietz's body. He could not get over his surprise. Though he had seen hundreds of surprising things in battle, this was the most shocking. An Indian boy, who probably hadn't been 15 years old, had run up to Dietz and killed him. It must have shocked Augustus just as much because he didn't have anything to say. "I guess it's our fault," Call said. "We should have shot sooner." "I don't want to start thinking about all the things we should have done for this man," Augustus said. "If you've got the strength to ride, let's get out of here." They managed to break the lance off so it wouldn't wave in the air and loaded Dietz's body on his horse. While Augustus was tying the body securely, Call rounded up the horses. The Indians watched him silently. He changed his mind and cut off 3 of the horses that were of little account anyway. He rode over to the Indians. "You better tie them 3, he said. "Otherwise they'll follow us." "I doubt they speak English, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I imagine they speak Ute. Anyway, we killed their best warrior. They're done for now unless they find some better country. 3 horses won't last them through the winter." He looked around at the parched country, the naked ridges where the earth had split from drought. The ridges were varicolored, smudged with red and salt-white splotches, as if the fluids of the earth had leaked out through the cracks. "Montana better not be nothing like this," he said. "If it is, I'm going back and dig up that goddamn Jake Spoon and scatter his bones." They rode all night, all the next day and into the following night. Augustus just rode, his mind mostly blank, but Call was sick with self-reproach. All his talk of being ready, all his preparation, and then he had just walked up to an Indian camp and let Josh Dietz get killed. He had known better. They all knew better. He had known men killed by Indian boys no older than 10, and by old Indian women who looked as if they could barely walk. Any Indian might kill you. That was the first law of the Rangers. And yet they had just walked in, and now Josh Dietz was gone. He had never called the man by his first name, but now he remembered Gus's foolish sign and how Dietz had been troubled by it. Dietz had finally concluded that his first name was Josh. That was the way he would think of him from then on, Call decided. He had been Josh Dietz. It deepened his sense of reproach that only a few days before, Josh Dietz had been so thoughtful as to lead his horse through the sandstorm, recognizing that he himself was played out. Then he had stood there with a rifle in his hands and let the man be killed. They'd all concluded the Indians were too starved down to do anything. It was a mistake he would never forgive himself. "I think he knowed it was coming," Augustus said to Call's surprise as they rode through the cracked valleys toward the Salt Creek. "What do you mean, knowed it?" Call asked. "He didn't know it. It was just that one boy who showed any fight." "I think he knowed it," Augustus said. "He just stood there waiting." "He had that baby in his hands," Call reminded him. "He could have dropped that baby," Augustus said. They came back the second night to where the herd had been, only to find it gone. Josh Dietz had begun to smell. "We could bury him here," Augustus said. Call looked around at the empty range. "We ain't going to find no churchyard if that's what you're looking for," Augustus said. "Let's take him on," Call said. "The men will want to pay their respects. I imagine we can catch them tonight." They caught the herd not long before dawn. Dish Boggett was the night herder who saw them coming. He was very relieved, for with both of them gone, the herd had been his responsibility. Since he didn't know the country, it was a heavy responsibility, and he'd been hoping the bosses would get back soon. When he saw them, he felt a little proud of himself, for he had kept the cattle on grass and had moved them along nicely. "Morning, Captain," he said. Then he noticed that something was wrong. There were 3 horses, not counting the stolen ones, but only 2 riders. There was something on the 3rd horse, but it wasn't a rider. It was only a body. "Who's that, Gus?" he asked, startled. "It's what's left of Dietz," Augustus said. "I hope the cook's awake." After feeling nothing for 2 days, he had begun to feel hungry. Newt had taken the middle watch and was sleeping soundly when dawn broke. He was using his saddle for a pillow and had covered himself with a saddle blanket as the nights had begun to be quite cool. The sound of voices reached him. One belonged to the captain, the other to Mr. Gus. Poe Campo's voice could be heard, too, and Dish Boggett said something. Newt opened his eyes a moment and saw they were all kneeling by something on the ground. Maybe they had killed an antelope. He was very drowsy and wanted to go back to sleep. He closed his eyes again, then opened them. It wasn't an antelope. He sat up and saw that Poe Campo was kneeling down, twisting on something. Someone had been hurt, and Poe was trying to pull a stob of some kind out of his body. He was straining hard, but the stob wouldn't come out. He stopped trying, and Dish, who had been holding the wounded man down, turned away suddenly, white and sick. When Dish moved, Newt saw Dietz. He was in the process of yawning when he saw him. Instead of springing up, he lay back down and pulled his blanket tighter. He opened his eyes and looked, and then shut them tightly. He felt angry at the men for having talked so loud that they had awakened him. He wished they would all die if that was the best they could do. He wanted to go back to sleep. He wanted it to be one of those dreams you wake up from just as a dream gets bad. He felt that was probably what it was. When he opened his eyes again, he wouldn't see Dietz's body lying on the wagon sheet a few yards away. Yet it didn't work. He couldn't go back to sleep, and when he sat up, the body was there. Though if it hadn't been black, he might not have known it was Dietz. He looked and saw that P.I. knelt on the other side of the body, looking dazed. Far away toward the river, he saw the captain and Lippy digging. Mr. Gus sat by himself near the cook fire, eating. The 3 horses had been unsaddled, but no one had returned them to the remuda. They grazed nearby. Most of the hands stood in a group near Dietz's feet, just looking as Poe Campo worked. Finally, Poe Campo gave up. "Better to bury him with it," he said. "I would have liked to see that boy. The lance went all the way to his collarbone and went through the heart." Newt sat in his blankets. feeling alone. No one noticed him or spoke to him. No one explained Dietz' death. Newt began to cry, but no one noticed that either. The sun had risen, and everyone was busy with what they were doing. Mr. Gus eating, the captain and Lippy digging the grave. Soupy Jones was repairing a stirrup and talking in subdued tones to Bert Borum. Newt sat and cried, wondering if Dietz knew anything about what was going on. The Irishman and Needle and the Rainey boys held the herd. It was a beautiful morning, too. Mountains seemed closer. Newt wondered if Dietz knew about any of it. He didn't look at the corpse again, but he wondered if Dietz had kept on knowing somehow. He felt he did. He felt that if anyone was taking any notice of him, it was probably Dietz, who had always been his friend. It was only the thought that Dietz was still knowing him somehow that kept him from feeling totally alone. Even so, the Dietz who had walked around and smiled and been kind to him day after day through the years, that Dietz was dead. Newt sat in his blankets and cried until he was afraid he would never stop. No one seemed to notice. No one said anything to him as preparations for burying Dietz went on. P.I. didn't cry, but he was so shaken he went weak in the legs. "Well, my lord," he said from time to time, "my lord." An Indian boy had killed him, the captain said. Dietz was still wearing a pair of the old patchy quilt pants that he had favored for so long. P.I. scarcely knew what to think. He and Dietz had been the main hired help on the Hat Creek outfit ever since there had been a Hat Creek outfit. Now it was down to him. It would mean a lot more chores for him, undoubtedly, for the captain only trusted the two of them with certain chores. He remembered that he and Dietz had had a pretty good conversation once. He had been vaguely planning to have another one with him if the chance came along. Of course, that was off now. P.I. went over and leaned against the wagon wheel, wishing he could stop feeling weak in the legs. The other hands were somber. Soupy Jones and Bert Borum, who didn't feel it appropriate for white men to talk much to niggers, exchanged the view that nevertheless this one had been uncommonly decent. Needle Nelson offered to help dig the grave, for Dietz had been the man who finally turned the Texas bull the day the bull got after him. Dish Boggett hadn't said much to Dietz either, but he had often been cheered from his position on the point to see Dietz come riding back through the heat waves. It meant he was on course, and that water was somewhere near. Dish wished he had said more to the man at some point. Lippy offered to help with the grave digging, and Call let him. It was the task that usually got assigned to Dietz himself, grave digging. Call had laid many a compañero in graves Josh Dietz had dug, including most recently Jake Spoon. Lippy was not a good digger. In fact, he was mostly in the way, but Call tolerated him. Lippy also talked constantly, saying nothing. They were digging on a little rise north of the juncture of where Salt Creek joined the Powder River. Augustus wrapped Dietz carefully in a piece of wagon sheet and tied the sheet around him with heavy cord. "A shroud for a journey," Augustus said. No one else said anything. They loaded Dietz in the wagon. Newt finally got out of his blanket, though he was almost blind from crying. Pocampo led the team down to the grave, and Dietz was put in and quickly covered. The Irishman, unasked, began to sing a song of mourning, so sad that all the cowboys at once began to cry, even the Spettle boy, who had not shed a tear when his own brother was buried. Augustus turned and walked away. "I hate funerals," he said, "particularly this one."
"At the rate we're dropping off, there won't be many of us left by the time we get to Montana,"
Lippy said as they were all walking back to camp. They expected to start the herd that day, as Captain Call had never been known to linger. But this time he did. He came back from the grave, got a big hammer, and knocked a board loose from the side of the wagon. He didn't explain what he was doing to anyone, and the look on his face discouraged anyone from asking. He took the board and carried it down to the grave. The rest of the day he sat alone by Dietz's grave, carving something into it with his knife. The sun flashed on his knife, and the cowhands watched in puzzlement. They just didn't know what it could be that would take the captain so long.
He had a short name, Lippy observed.
It wasn't his full name, Newt pointed out. He had stopped crying, but he felt empty. What was the other one then? Jasper asked. It was Josh. Well, I swear, Jasper said. That's a fine name. Starts with a J like mine. We could have been calling him that all the time if we'd known. Then they heard the sound of the hammer. It was the big hammer that they used for straightening the rims of the wagon wheels. Captain Call was hammering the long board deep into the dirt by the grave. Augustus, who had sat by himself most of the day, walked over and squatted down by Newt, who sat a little way apart. He had been afraid he would start crying again and wanted a little privacy. Let's go see what he wrote for old Dietz, Augustus said. I've seen your father bury many a man, but I never saw him take this kind of pains. Newt hadn't really been listening. He'd just been sitting there feeling numb. When he heard Augustus mention his father, the words sank into the numbness for a minute and didn't affect him. Then they did. My what? Newt asked. Your father, Augustus said. Your pa. Newt thought it an odd time for Mr. Gus to make a joke. The captain wasn't his pa. Perhaps Mr. Gus had been so affected by Dietz's death that he had gone a little crazy. Newt stood up. He thought it best just to ignore the remark. He didn't want to embarrass Mr. Gus at such a time. The captain was still hammering, driving the long board into the hard ground. They walked down to the grave. Call had finished his hammering and stood resting. 2 or 3 of the cowboys trailed back to the grave, a little tentative, not sure they were invited. Captain Call had carved the words deeply into the rough board so that the wind and sand couldn't quickly rub them out. Josh Dietz. Served with me 30 years. Fought in 21 engagements with the Comanche and Kiowa. Cheerful in all weathers. Never shirked a task. Splendid behavior. The cowboys came down one by one and looked at it in silence. Pocampo crossed himself. Augustus took something out of his pocket. It was the medal the governor of Texas had given him for service on the border during the hard war years. Call had one, too. The medal had a green ribbon on it, but the color had mostly faded out. Augustus made a loop of the ribbon and put the loop over the grave board and tied it tightly. Captain Call had walked away to put up the hammer. Augustus followed. Lippy, who had not cried all day, suddenly began to sob, tears running into his loose lip.
I do wish I just stayed in Lonesome Dove,
he said when he stopped crying. 91. They trailed the herd up the Powder River, whose water none of the cowboys liked. A few complained of stomach cramps, and others said the water affected their bowel movements. Jasper Fant, in particular, had taken to watching his own droppings closely. They were coming out almost white when any came out at all. It seemed an ominous sign. I've met ladies that wasn't as finicky as you, Jasper, Augustus said, but he didn't bother to tease Jasper very hard. The whole camp was subdued by Dietz's death. They were not missing Dietz so much, most of them, as wondering what fate awaited them in the north. When they crossed the Powder, they could see the Bighorn Mountains looming to the west, not really close, but close enough that anyone could see the snow on top of them. The nights began to be cold, and many of the hands began to regret the fact that they had not bought better coats in Ogallala when they had the opportunity. The discussions around the campfire began to focus mainly on storms. Many of the hands had experienced plains northers and the occasional ice storm, but they were South Texas cowhands and had seldom seen snow. A few talked of loping over to the mountains to examine the snow at close range and see what it was like. Newt had always been interested in snow and looked at the mountains often, but in the weeks following Dietz's death, he found it difficult to care much about anything, even snow. He didn't pay much attention to the talk of storms and didn't really care if they all froze, herd and hands together. Occasionally, the strange remark Mr. Gus had made came back to him. He didn't know what to make of it. The clear meaning had been that Captain Call was his father. It didn't make sense to Newt. If the captain had been his father, surely he would have mentioned it at some point in the years they had been together. At other times, the question would have excited him, but under the circumstances, he felt too dull to care much. Set beside the fact that Dietz was gone, it didn't seem to matter greatly. Anyway, if Newt had wanted to question the captain about it, he would have had a hard time catching him. The captain took Dietz's job and spent his days ranging far ahead. Usually he only rode back to the herd about dark to guide them to a bed ground. Once during the day he'd come back in a high lope to report that he had crossed the tracks of about 40 Indians. The Indians had been heading northwest, the same direction they were heading. For the next few days everyone was tense, expecting Indian attack. Several men took alarm at the sight of what turned out to be sagebrush or low bushes. No one could sleep at night, and even those hands who were not on guard spent much of the night checking and rechecking their ammunition. The Irishman was afraid to sing on night duty for fear of leading the Indians straight to them. In fact, night herding became highly unpopular with everyone, and instead of gambling for money, men began to gamble over who took what watch. The midnight watch was the most unpopular. No one wanted to leave the campfire. The men who came in from the watches did so with profound relief, and the men who went out assumed they were going to their deaths. Some almost cried. Needle Nelson trembled so that he could barely get his foot in his stirrup. Jasper Fant sometimes even got off and walked when he was on the far side of the herd, reasoning that the Indians would be less likely to spot him if he was on foot. But a week passed, and they saw no Indians. The men relaxed a little. Antelope became more common, and twice they saw small groups of buffalo. Once the remuda took fright in the night. The next morning Call found the tracks of a cougar. The country began to change slightly for the better. The grass improved, and occasionally there were clumps of trees and bushes along the riverbed. It was still hot in the afternoon, but the mornings were crisp. Finally, Call decided to leave the Valley of the Powder. He felt the threat of drought was over. The grass was thick and wavy, and there were plenty of streams. Not long after leaving the Powder, they crossed Crazy Woman Creek. Every day it seemed there was more snow on the mountains. Traveling became comparatively easy, and the cattle regained most of the flesh they had lost on the hard drive. Almost daily from then on, Call saw Indian signs, but no Indians. It bothered him a little. He had fought Indians long enough not to underrate them, but neither did he exaggerate their capacities. Talk of Indians was never accurate in his view. It always made them seem worse or better than they were. He preferred to judge the northern Indians with his own eyes, but in this case, the Indians didn't oblige him. "We're driving 3,000 cattle," Call said. "They're bound to notice us." "They ain't expecting cattle," Augustus said. "There's never been cattle here before. They're probably just out hunting, trying to lay in enough meat to last them to winter." "I guess we'll meet soon enough," Call said. "If not too soon. They may come piling out of them hills and wipe us out any day. Then they'd have enough meat to last the winter. They'd be rich Indians, and we'd be dead fools." "Fools for doing what?" Call asked. "This country's looking better all the time." "Fools for living the lives we've lived," Augustus said. "I've enjoyed mine," Call said. "What was wrong with yours?" "I should have married again," Augustus said. 2 wives ain't very many. Solomon beat me by several hundred, although I've got the same equipment he had. I could have managed 8 or 10 at least. I don't know why I stuck with this scraggly old crew." "Because you didn't have to work, I guess," Call said. "You sat around, and we worked." "I was working in my head, you see," Augustus said. "I was trying to figure out life. If I'd had a couple more fat women to lay around with, I might have figured out the puzzle." I never understood why you didn't stay in Tennessee if your family was rich, Call said. Well, it was tame, that's why, Augusta said. I didn't want to be a doctor or a lawyer, and there wasn't nothing else to do in those parts. I'd rather go outlaw than be a doctor or a lawyer. The next day, as they were trailing along a little stream that branched off Crazy Woman Creek, Dish Boggart's horse suddenly threw up its head and bolted. Dish was surprised and embarrassed. It had been a peaceful morning, and he was half asleep when he discovered he was in a runaway headed back for the wagon. He sawed on the reins with all his might, but the bit seemed to make no difference to the horse. The cattle began to turn too, all except the Texas bull, who let out a loud bellow. Call saw the runaway without seeing what caused it at first. He and Augustus were riding along together discussing how far west they ought to go before angling north again. Reckon that horse ate loco weed or what? Call asked, spurring up to go help hold the cattle. He almost went over the mare's neck, for he leaned forward expecting her to break into a lope, and the mare stopped dead. It was a shock, for she had been quite obedient lately and had tried no tricks. Call, look, Augusta said. There was a thicket of low trees along the creek, and a large orangish-brown animal had just come out of the thicket. My lord, it's a grizzly, Call said. Augustus didn't have time to reply, for his horse suddenly began to buck. All the cowhands were having trouble with their mounts. The horses were turning and running as if they meant to run back to Texas. Augustus, riding a horse that hadn't bucked in several years, was almost thrown. Instead of fleeing, most of the cattle turned and looked at the bear. The Texas bull stood all by himself in front of the herd. Call drew his rifle and tried to urge the hell bitch a little closer, but had no luck. She moved, but she moved sideways, always keeping her eyes fixed on the bear, though it was a good 150 yards away. No matter how he spurred her, the mare sidestepped, as if there were an invisible line on the prairie that she would not cross. Damnation, there goes the grub, Augustus said. He had managed to subdue his mount. Call looked and saw that the mules were dashing off back toward the powder, Lippy sawing futilely on the reins and bouncing a foot off the wagon seat from time to time. Captain, it's a bear, Dish Boggart said. He had managed to turn his horse in a wide circle, but he couldn't stop him, and he yelled the words as he raced past. There was confusion everywhere. The remuda was running south, carrying the Spettle boy along with it. 2 or 3 of the men had been thrown, and their mounts were fleeing south. The thrown cowhands, expecting to die any minute, though they had no idea what was attacking, crept around with their pistols drawn. I expect they'll start shooting one another right off, Augustus said. They'll mistake one another for outlaws if they ain't stopped. Go stop them, Call said. He could do nothing except watch the bear and hold the mare more or less in place. So far, the bear had done nothing except stand on its hind legs and sniff the air. He was a very large bear, though. To Call, it looked larger than a buffalo. Hell, I don't care if they shoot at one another, Augustus said. None of them can hit anything. I doubt we'll lose many. He studied the bear for a time. The bear was not making any trouble, but he apparently had no intention of moving either. I doubt that bear has ever seen a brindle bull before, Augustus said. He's a mite surprised, and you can't blame him. Dern, that's a bit big bear, Call said. Yes, and he put the whole outfit to flight just by walking up out of the creek, Augustus said. Indeed, the Hat Creek outfit was in disarray, the wagon and the remuda still fleeing south, half the hands thrown and the other half fighting their horses. The cattle hadn't run yet, but they were nervous. Newt had been thrown sky high off the sorrel Clara had given him and had landed painfully on his tailbone. He started to limp back to the wagon, only to discover that the wagon was gone. All that was left of it was Pocampo, who looked puzzled. He was too short to see over the cattle and had no idea there was a bear around. Is it Indians? Newt asked. He had not yet seen the bear either. I don't know what it is, Pocampo said, but it's something mules don't like. Only the 2 pigs were relatively undisturbed. A sack of potatoes had bounced out of the fleeing wagon, and the pigs were calmly eating them, grunting now and then with satisfaction. The Texas bull was the only animal directly facing the bear. The bull let out a challenging bellow and began to paw the earth. He took a few steps forward and pawed the earth again, throwing clouds of dust above his back. "You don't think that little bull is fool enough to charge that bear, do you?" Augustus asked. "Charging Needle Nelson is one thing. That bear'll turn him wrong side out." "Well, if you want to go rope that bull and lead him to the barn, help yourself," Call said. "I can't do nothing with this horse." The bull trotted forward another few steps and stopped again. He was no more than 30 or 40 yards from the bear. The bear dropped on all fours, watching the bull. He growled a rough, throaty growl that caused 100 or so cattle to scatter and run back a short distance. They stopped again to watch. The bull bellowed and slung a string of slobber over his back. He was hot and angry. He pawed the earth again, then lowered his head and charged the bear. To the amazement of all who saw it, the bear batted the Texas bull aside. He rose on his hind legs again, dealt the bull a swipe with his forepaw that knocked the bull off its feet. The bull was up in a second and charged the bear again. This time it seemed the bear almost skinned him. He hit the bull on the shoulder and ripped a cape-like piece of skin loose on his back. But despite that, the bull managed to drive into the bear and thrust a horn into his flank. The bear roared and dug his teeth into the bull's neck, but the bull was still moving, and soon bear and bull were rolling over and over in the dust, the bull's bellows and the bear's roar so loud that the cattle did panic and begin to run. The hell bitch danced backward, and Augustus's horse began to pitch again and threw him, though Augustus held the rein and managed to get his rifle out of the scabbard before the horse broke free and fled. Then Call found himself thrown too. The hell bitch, cat-like, had simply doubled out from under him. It came at an inopportune moment, too, for the bull and the bear, twisting like cats, had left the creek bank and were moving in the direction of the herd. Although the dust the battle raised was so thick no one could see who had the advantage. It seemed to Call when he looked that the bull was being ripped to pieces by the bear's teeth and claws, but at least once the bull knocked the bear backward and got a horn into him again. "Reckon we ought to shoot?" Augustus said. "Hell, this outfit will run clean back to the Red River if this keeps up." "If you shoot, you might hit the bull," Call said. "Then we'd have to fight the bear ourselves, and I ain't sure we can stop him. That's a pretty mad bear." Po Campo came up, holding his shotgun, Newt a few steps behind him. Most of the men had been thrown and were watching the battle tensely, clutching their guns. The sounds the two animals made were so frightening that they made the men want to run. Jasper Fant wanted badly to run. He just didn't want to run alone. Now and then he would see the bear's head, teeth bared, or his great claws slashing. Now and then he would see the bull seem to turn to bunched muscle as he tried to force the bear backward. Both were bleeding, and in the heat, the blood smell was so strong that Newt almost gagged. Then it stopped. Everyone expected to see the bull down, but the bull wasn't down. Neither was the bear. They broke apart, circling one another in the dust. Everyone prepared to pour bullets into the bear if he should charge their way, but the bear didn't charge. He snarled at the bull answering with a slobbery bellow. The bull turned back toward the herd, then stopped and faced the bear. The bear rose on his hind legs again, still snarling, one side soaked with blood. To the men, the bear seemed to tower over them, although 50 yards away. In a minute, he dropped back on all fours, roared once more at the bull, and disappeared into the brush along the creek.
"Captain, can we go after him?"
Soupy Jones said, clutching his rifle. "Go after him on what?" Augustus asked. "Have you gone daft, Soupy? You want to chase a grizzly bear on foot after what you've seen? You wouldn't even make one good bite for that bear." The bear had crossed the stream and was ambling along lazily across the open plain. Despite Augustus's cautions, as soon as the men could catch their horses, 5 of them, including Dishboggett, Soupy, Bert, the Irishman, and Needle Nelson, raced after the bear, still visible though a mile or more away. They began to fire long before they were in range, and the bear loped toward the mountains. An hour later the men returned, their horses run down, but with no bear trophies.
We hit him, but he was faster than we thought, Soupy explained. He got in some trees up toward the hills. We'll get the next one, Bert predicted.
Hell, if he was in the trees, you should have gone in and tapped him with your pistol butt, Augusta said. That would probably have tamed him.
Well, the horses wouldn't go in them trees, Soupy explained.
I didn't want to either, Alan O'Brien admitted. If we had gone in the trees, we might not have come out. The mules had run 3 miles before stopping, but because the plain was fairly smooth, the wagon was undamaged. The same could not be said for Lippy, who had bounced so hard at one point that he had bitten his tongue nearly in two. The tongue bled for hours, little streams of blood spilling over his long lip. The remuda was eventually rounded up, as well as the cattle. When the Texas bull calmed down enough so that it was possible to approach him, his wounds seemed so extensive that Call at first considered shooting him. He had only one eye, the other having been raked out, and the skin had been ripped off his neck and hung like a blanket over one shoulder. There was a deep gash in his flank and a claw wound running almost the whole length of his back. One horn had been broken off at the skull as if with a sledgehammer. Yet the bull still pawed the earth and bellowed when the cowboys rode too close. It seems a pity to shoot him, Augusta said. He fought a draw with a grizzly. Not many critters can say that. He can't walk to Montana with half his skin hanging off his shoulders, Call pointed out. The flies will get on that wound and he'll die anyway. Po Campo walked to within 50 feet of the bull and looked at him. I can sew him up, he said. He might live. Somebody catch him for me. Yes, rope him, Dish, Augusta said. It's your job. You're our top hand. Dish had to do it or be embarrassed by his failure for the rest of the trip. His horse didn't want to go near the bull, and he missed 2 throws from nervousness and expected to be killed himself if he did catch the animal. But he finally got a rope over the bull's head and slowed him until 4 more ropes could be thrown on him. Even then, it was all they could do to throw the bull, and it took Po Campo over 2 hours to sew the huge flap of skin back in place. When it was necessary to turn the bull from one side to another, it took virtually the whole crew, plus 5 horses and ropes, to keep him from getting up again. Then when the bull did roll, he nearly rolled on Needle Nelson, who hated him anyway and didn't approve of all the doctoring. When the bull nearly rolled on him, Needle retreated to the wagon and refused to come near him again.
I was rooting for the bear, he said. A bull like that is going to get somebody sooner or later, and it might be me.
The next day, the bull was so sore he could barely hobble, and Call feared the doctoring had been in vain. The bull fell so far behind the herd that they decided to leave him. He fell several miles behind in the course of the day. Call kept looking back, expecting to see buzzards in the sky. If the bull finally dropped, they would feast. But he saw no buzzards, and a week after the fight, the bull was in the herd again. No one had seen him return, but one morning he was there. He had only 1 horn and 1 eye, and Po Campo's sewing job was somewhat uneven, the folds of skin having separated in 2 or 3 places, but the bull was ornery as ever, bellowing at the cowboys when they came too close. He resumed his habit of keeping well to the front of the herd. His wounds only made him more irascible. The hands gave him a wide berth. As a result of the battle, night herding became even more unpopular. Where there was one grizzly bear, there could be others. The men who had been worrying constantly about Indians began to worry about bears. Those who had chased the wounded bear horseback could not stop talking about how fast he had moved. Though he'd only seemed to be loping along, he had easily run off and left them. There ain't a horse in this outfit that bear couldn't catch if he wanted to, Dish contended. The observation worried Jasper Fant so much that he lost his appetite and his ability to sleep. He lay awake in his blankets for 3 nights, clutching his gun, and when he couldn't avoid night herding, he felt such anxiety that he usually threw up whatever he ate. He would have quit the outfit, but that would only mean crossing hundreds of miles of bear-infested prairie alone, a prospect he couldn't face. He decided if he ever got to a town where there was a railroad, he would take a train no matter where it was going. P.I., too, found the prospect of bears disturbing. "If we strike any more, let's all shoot at once," he suggested to the men repeatedly. "I guess if enough of us hit one, it'd fall," he always added. But no one seemed convinced, and no one bothered to reply. 92. When Sally and Betsy asked her questions about her past, Lorena was perplexed. They were just girls. She couldn't tell them the truth. They both idolized her and made much of her adventure in crossing the prairies. Betsy had a lively curiosity and could ask about 100 questions an hour. Sally was more reserved and often chided her sister for prying into Lorena's affairs. "She don't have to tell you about her whole life," Sally would protest. "Maybe she can't remember. I can only remember back to when I was 3. "What happened when you was 3? Lorena asked. "That old turkey pecked me," Sally said. "A wolf got him, and I'm glad." Clara overheard part of the conversation. "I'm getting some more turkeys pretty soon," she said. "Laurie's so good with the poultry, I think we might raise a few." The poultry chores had been assigned to Lorena, mainly just feeding the 25 or 30 hens and gathering the eggs. At first it seemed that such a small household couldn't possibly need so many eggs, and yet they absorbed them effortlessly. July Johnson was a big egg eater, and Clara, who had a ferocious sweet tooth, used them in the cakes she was always making. She made so many cakes that everyone got tired of them except her. "I got to have sweets at least," Clara said, eating a piece of cake before she went to bed, or again while she was cooking breakfast. "Sweets make up for a lot." It didn't seem to Lorena that Clara had that much that needed making up for. She mostly did what she pleased, and what she pleased usually had to do with horses. Housework didn't interest her, and washing in particular didn't interest her. That became Lorena's job too, though the girls helped her. They asked questions all the time they worked, and Lorena just gave them whatever answers came into her head, few of them true answers. She didn't know if the answers fooled them. The girls were smart. Sometimes she knew she didn't fool them. "Are you going to marry that man?" Betsy asked one day. "He's already got white hair." "That's no reason not to marry him," Sally said. "It is too," Betsy insisted. "If he's got white hair, he could die any time." Lorena found that she didn't think about Gus all that much. She was glad she had stayed at Clara's. For almost the first time in her life, she had a decent bed and a clean room and tasteful meals and people around who were kind to her. She liked having a whole room to herself alone. Of course, she had had a room in Lonesome Dove, but it hadn't been the same. Men could come into that room. Letting them in was a condition of having it. But she didn't have to let anyone into a room in Clara's house, though often she did let Betsy, who suffered from nightmares, into it. One night Betsy stumbled in crying. Clara was out of the house taking one of the strange walks she liked to take. Lorena was surprised and offered to go find Clara, but Betsy wasn't listening. She came into the bed like a small animal and snuggled into Lorena's arms. Lorena let her stay the night, and from then on, when Betsy had a nightmare, she came to Lorena's room, and Lorena soothed her. Only now and then did she miss Gus, though then she missed him with a painful ache and felt almost desperate to see him. At such times she felt cowardly for not having gone with him, though of course he himself had urged her to stay. She didn't miss the rest of it at all. The cowboys watching her and thinking things about her, the hot tent, the unpredictable storms, and the fleas and mosquitoes that were always there. She didn't miss the fear either. The fear that someday Gus would be off somewhere and Blue Duck would come back. What had happened had been bad enough, but she knew if he ever got her again it would be worse. Fearing him and missing Gus were mixed together, for Gus was the only person who could protect her from him. Unlike the girls, Clara seldom asked her any questions. Lorena came to wish that she would. For a while she had an urge to apologize to Clara for not having always been able to be a lady. It still seemed to her a miracle that she had been allowed to stay in Clara's house and be one of the family. She looked for it to go bad in some way,
But it didn't go bad. The only thing that changed was that Clara spent more and more time with the horses and less time in the house. "You came at a good time," she said one day as Lorena was coming in from feeding the hens. It was a task Lorena enjoyed. She liked the way the hens chirped and complained. "How's that?" Lorena asked. "I nagged Bob to build this house, and I don't really care about a house," Clara said. "We needed it for the girls, but that wasn't why I built it. I just wanted to nag him into it, and I did. The main reason was that he wouldn't let me work with the horses, although I'm better with them than he ever was. But he didn't think it fitting, so I thought, all right then, Bob, build me a house. But I'd rather be down with the horses, and now there's nothing to stop me." 2 weeks later, Bob died in the night. Clara went in the morning to change him and found him dead. He looked exactly as he had. He just was no longer breathing. He weighed so little by then that she could lift him. Having long concluded that he would die, she had had Cholo bring a pine coffin from town. He had brought it in at night and hidden it from the girls. It was ready. Clara closed Bob's eyes and sat with her memories for an hour. The girls were downstairs now, pestering Lorena and eating. Now and then she could hear their laughter. They were happy girls. They laughed often. It pleased Clara to hear them. She wondered if Bob could hear his 2 lively daughters laughing as he lay dying. She wondered if it helped, if it made up in any way for her bad tempers and the deaths of the 3 boys. He had counted so on those boys. They would be his help, boys. Bob had never talked much, but the one thing he did talk about was how much they would get done once the boys got big enough to do their part of the work. Often, just hearing him describe the fences they would build, or the barns, or the cattle they would buy, Clara felt out of sorts. It made her feel very distant from Bob that he saw their boys mainly as hired hands that he wouldn't have to pay. He sees them different, she thought. For her part, she just liked to have them there. She liked to look at them as they sat around the table, liked to watch them swimming and frolicking in the river, liked to sit by them sometimes when they slept, listening to them breathe. Yet they had died, and both she and Bob lost what they loved. Bob his dreams of future work with his sons, she the immediate pleasure of having sons to look at, to touch, to scold and tease and kiss. It struck her that endings were never as you would expect them to be. She had thought she would be relieved when Bob finally died. She hadn't felt he was part of their life anymore, and yet now that he was gone, she knew he had been. A silent part, an uncomfortable part, but still there. Still her husband, still the girl's father. He had been changed, but not removed. Now he had gone where her boys had gone. As well as she knew the boys, as much as she loved them, time had robbed her of them. At times she found herself mixing details and events up, not in big ways, but in small. In dreams she saw her sons' faces, and when she awoke, could not remember which son she had dreamed about. She wondered if she would dream of Bob, and what she would remember if she thought of him in 10 years. Their marriage had had few high spots. She'd often been happy during it, but not because of anything Bob did. She had had more happiness from horses than from her husband, though he had been a decent husband, better than most women had, from what she could judge. She didn't cry, but merely felt a wish, now he was gone, that she could somehow escape dealing with the tiresome formalities of death. Someone would have to go for a preacher. There would have to be some kind of funeral. They had no close neighbors, but the 2 or 3 closest would still feel they had to come, bring food, pay their respects. She covered Bob with a clean sheet and went downstairs. Lorena was teaching the girls to play cards. They were playing poker for buttons. Clara stood in the shadows, wishing she didn't have to interrupt their fun. Why interrupt it for a death that couldn't be helped? And yet death was not something you could ignore. It had its weight. It was a dead man lying upstairs, not a man who was sick. It seemed to her she had better not form the practice of ignoring death. If she tried it, death would find a way to answer back. It would take another of her loved ones to remind her to respect it. So she walked into the room. Betsy had just won a hand. She whooped, for she loved to beat her sister. She was a beautiful child, with curls that would drive men mad someday. "I won the pot, Ma," she said, and then saw by the grave set of Clara's face that something was wrong. "Good," Clara said. "A good card player is just what this family needs. Now I have to tell you something sad. Your father's dead." "Oh, he ain't," Sally said. "Honey, he died just now," Clara said. Sally ran to her, but Betsy turned to Lorena, who was near her. Lorena was surprised, but she put her arms around the child. "Could you go get July?" Clara asked Lorena when the girls had calmed a bit. July now lived in a little room attached to the saddle shed. It wouldn't do when winter came, but for summer it was all right. He had never felt comfortable in the house with Clara and the girls, and since Lorena had come, he felt even more uncomfortable. Lorena seldom spoke to him, and Clara mainly discussed horses or other ranch problems, yet he felt nervous in their company. Day to day, he felt it was wrong to have taken the job with Clara. Sometimes he felt a strong longing to be back in his old job in Fort Smith, even if Roscoe was no longer alive to be his deputy. But he had a son now, a baby he saw every day at supper and breakfast. His son was the darling of the ranch. The women and girls passed Martin around as if he belonged to them all. Lorena had developed a rapport with him and took the main responsibility for him when Clara was off with the horses. The baby was happy, and no wonder, with 2 women and 2 girls to spoil him. July could hardly imagine what the women would do if he tried to take the baby and raise him in Arkansas. Anyway, such a plan was not feasible. So he stayed on and did his work, neither truly content nor bitterly discontented. He still dreamed of Elmira and felt an aching sadness when he thought about her. Despite that ache, the thing that made July least comfortable of all was that he knew he was in love with Clara. The feeling had started even before he knew Elmira was dead, and it grew even when he knew he ought to be grieving for Elmira. He felt guilty about it. He felt hopeless about it, but it was true. At night he thought of her and imagined her in her room in her gown. At breakfast and supper he watched her whenever he thought he could do so without her noticing. He had many opportunities, too, for she seemed to have ceased taking any notice of him at all. He had the sense that she had become disappointed in him, though he didn't know why. And when she did look at him, it frightened him. Occasionally, when he caught Clara looking at him, he almost flinched, for he did not imagine that he could hide anything from her. She was too smart. He had the sense that she could figure out anything. Her eyes were mysterious to him. Often she seemed to be amused by him, at other times irritated. Sometimes her eyes seemed to pierce him, as if she had decided to read his thoughts as she would read a book. And then, in a moment, she would lift her head and ignore him, as if he were a book she had glanced through and found too uninteresting for further perusal. And she was married. Her husband lay sick above their heads, which made his love seem all the more hopeless. But it didn't stop the longing he felt for her. In his daydreams, he fell to reinventing the past, imagining that he had married Clara instead of Elmira. He gave himself a very different marriage. Clara wouldn't sit in the loft with her feet dangling all day. She wouldn't have run off on a whiskey boat. Probably she wouldn't have cared that Jake Spoon shot Benny. He imagined them raising horses and children together. Of course, they had begun to do just that, raise horses and children together. But the reality was far different from the daydream. They weren't together. He could not go into her room at night and talk to her. He knew that if he could, he probably wouldn't be able to think of much to say, or if he did and said something stupid, Clara would answer sharply. Still, he longed for it, and lay awake at night in his little shed, thinking of her.
He was doing that when Lorena came to tell him Bob was dead. Hearing the footsteps, he had the hope that it was Clara, and he pictured her face in his mind, not stern and impersonal as it often was when she was directing some work, but soft and smiling, as it might be if she were playing with Martin at the dinner table. He opened the door and saw to his surprise that it was Lorena. "He died," Lorena said. "Who?" July asked absently. "Her husband," Lorena said. Then she's free, July thought. He couldn't feel sad. "Well, I guess it's for the best," he said. "The man wasn't getting no better." Lorena noticed that he sounded happier than she had heard him sound since she arrived at the ranch. She knew exactly what it meant. She had often seen him looking at Clara with helpless love in his eyes. She herself didn't care one way or the other about July Johnson, but the dumb quality of his love annoyed her. Many men had looked at her that way, and she was not flattered by it. They wanted to pretend, such men, that they were different, that she was different, and that what might happen between them would be different than it would ever be. They wanted to pretend that they wanted pretty dresses and smiles, when what they really wanted was for her to lay down under them. That was the real wish beneath all the pretty wishes men had. And when she was under them, they could look down and pretend something pretty was happening, but she would look up and only see a dumb face above her, strained, dishonest, and anything but pretty. "She wants you to bring the coffin," she said to July, watching him. Let Clara worry about the man. Watching him only made her long for Gus. He gave things that no one else could give. He wasn't dumb. He didn't pretend that he wanted smiles when he wanted a poke. They put the coffin in the front room, and July carried the frail corpse downstairs and put him in the coffin. Then, on Clara's instructions, he rode off to inform the few neighbors and to find a preacher. Clara and Lorena and the girls sat with the body all night, while Cholo dug a grave on the ridge above the barn where the boys were buried. Betsy slept most of the night in Lorena's arms. Clara thought it nice that she had taken to the young woman so. At dawn, Clara went out and took Cholo some coffee. He had finished digging and was sitting on the mound of earth that would soon cover Bob. Walking toward the ridge in the early sunlight, Clara had the momentary sense that they were all watching her, the boys and Bob. The vision lasted a second. It was Cholo who was watching her. It was windy, and the grass waved over the graves of her 3 boys. 4 now, she felt. In memory, Bob seemed like a boy to her also. He had a boyish innocence and kept it to the end, despite the strains of work and marriage in a rough place. It often irritated her, that innocence of his. She had felt it to be laziness. It left her alone to do the thinking which she resented. Yet she had loved it, too. He had never been a knowing man in the way that Gus was knowing, or even Jake Spoon. When she decided to marry Bob, Jake, who was a hothead, grew red in the face and proceeded to throw a fit. It disturbed him terribly that she had chosen someone he thought was dumb. Gus had been better behaved, if no less puzzled. She remembered how it pleased her to thwart them, to make them realize that her measure was different from theirs. "I'll always know where he is," she told Gus. It was the only explanation she ever offered. Now, indeed, she would know where he was. Cholo was watching her to see if she was hurt. He loved Clara completely and tried in small ways to make life easier for her, although he had concluded long before that she wasn't seeking ease. Often in the morning when she came down to the lots, she would be somber and would stand by the fence for an hour, not saying a word to anyone. Other times there would be something working in her that scared the horses. He thought of Clara as like the clouds. Sometimes the small black clouds would pour out of the north. They seemed to roll over and over as they swept across the sky like tumbleweeds. On some mornings things rolled inside Clara and made her tense and snappish. She could do nothing with the horses on days like that. They became as she was, and Cholo would try gently to persuade her that it was not a good day to do the work.
Other days, her spirit was quiet and calm, and the horses felt that too. Those were the days they made progress training them. Clara had brought 2 cups. She was very glad to be out of the house. She poured Cholo his coffee and then poured some for herself. She sat down on the mound of dirt beside him and looked into the open grave. "Sometimes it seems like grave digging is all we do," she said. "But that's wrong. I guess if we lived in a big town, it wouldn't seem that way. I guess in New York there are so many people you don't notice the dying so much. People come faster than they go. Out here it shows more when people go, especially when it's your people." "Mr. Bob, he didn't know mares," Cholo said, remembering that ignorance had been his downfall. "Nope," Clara said. "He didn't know mares." They sat quietly for a while, drinking coffee. Watching Clara, Cholo felt sad. He did not believe she had ever been happy. Always her eyes seemed to be looking for something that wasn't there. She might look pleased for a time, watching her daughters or watching some young horse, but then the rolling would start inside her again, and the pleased look would give way to one that was sad. "What do you think happens when you die?" she asked, surprising him. Cholo shrugged. He had seen much death, but had not thought much about it. Time enough to think about it when it happened. "Not too much," he said. "You're just dead." "Maybe it ain't as big a change as we think," Clara said. "Maybe you just stay around near where you lived, near your family, or wherever you was happiest. Only you're just a spirit, and you don't have the troubles the living have." A minute later she shook her head and stood up. "I guess that's silly," she said, and started back to the house. That afternoon, July came back with a minister. The 2 nearest neighbors came, German families. Clara had seen more of the men than of the women. The men would come to buy horses and stay for a meal. She almost regretted having notified them. Why should they interrupt their work just to see Bob put in the ground? They sang 2 hymns, the Germans singing loudly in poor English. Mrs. Jench, the wife of one of the German farmers, weighed over 300 pounds. The girls had a hard time not staring at her. The buggy she rode in tilted far to one side under her weight. The minister was invited to stay the night and got rather drunk after supper. He was known to drink too much when he got the chance. His name was Reverend Spino, and he had a large purple birthmark under one ear. A widower, he was easily excited by the presence of women. He was writing a book on prophecy and rattled on about it as they all sat in the living room. Soon both Clara and Lorena felt like choking him.
Will you be thinking of moving into town now, Mrs. Allen?" the Reverend asked hopefully. It was worth the inconvenience of a funeral way out in the country to sit with 2 women for a while.
"No, we'll be staying right here," Clara said.
July and Cholo carried out the mattress Bob had died on. It needed a good airing. Betsy cried a long time that night, and Lorena went up to be with her. It was better than listening to a minister go on about prophecy. The baby was colicky, and Clara rocked him while the minister drank. July came in and asked if there was anything else she needed him to do. "No," Clara said, but July sat down anyway. He felt he should offer to rock his son, but he knew the baby would just cry louder if he took him away from Clara. The minister finally fell asleep on the sofa, and then, to their surprise, rolled off on the floor and began to snore loudly. "Do you want me to carry him out?" July asked, hoping to feel useful. He could sleep in a wagon just as well. "Let him lie," Clara said, thinking it had been an odd day. "I doubt it's the first time he slept on a floor, and anyway, he isn't your lookout." She knew July was in love with her and was irritated that he was so awkward about it. He was as innocent as Bob, but she didn't feel moved to patience in July's case. She would save her patience for his son, who slept at her breast, whimpering now and then. Soon she got up with the baby and went to her room, leaving July sitting silently in a chair while the drunken minister snored on the floor. Once upstairs, she called Sally. Sally had not cried much. When she came into Clara's room, she looked drawn.
Almost immediately she began to sob. Clara put the baby down and held her daughter. "Oh, I'm so bad," Sally said when she could talk. "I wanted Daddy to die. I didn't like it that he just lay up there with his eyes open. It was like he was a spook. Only now I wish he hadn't died." "Hush," Clara said. "You ain't bad. I wanted him to die, too." "And now you wish he hadn't, Ma?" Sally asked. "I wish he'd been more careful around horses is what I wish," Clara said.
93. As the herd and the Hat Creek outfit slowly rode into Montana out of the barren Wyoming plain, it seemed to all of them that they were leaving behind not only heat and drought, but ugliness and danger too. Instead of being chalky and covered with tough sage, the rolling plains were covered with tall grass and a sprinkling of yellow flowers. The roll of the plains got longer. The heat shimmers they had looked through all summer gave way to cool air, crisp in the mornings and cold at night. They rode for days beside the Bighorn Mountains, whose peaks were sometimes hidden in cloud. The coolness of the air seemed to improve the men's eyesight. They fell to speculating about how many miles they could see. The plains stretched north before them. They saw plenty of game, mainly deer and antelope. Once they saw a large herd of elk and twice small groups of buffalo. They saw no more bears, but bears were seldom far from their thoughts. The cowboys had lived for months under the great bowl of the sky, and yet the Montana skies seemed deeper than the skies of Texas or Nebraska. Their depth and blueness robbed even the sun of its harsh force. It seemed smaller in the vastness, and the whole sky no longer turned white at noon as it had in the lower plains. Always somewhere to the north there was a swath of blueness, with white clouds floating in it like petals in a pond. Call had scarcely spoken since the death of Dietz, but the beauty of the high prairies, the abundance of game, the coolness of the mornings finally raised his spirits. It was plain that Jake Spoon, who had been wrong about most things, had been right about Montana. It was a cattleman's paradise, and they were the only cattlemen in it. The grassy plains seemed limitless, stretching north. It was strange that they had seen no Indians, though. Often he mentioned this to Augustus. "Custer didn't see them either," Augustus pointed out. "Not till he was caught. Now that we're here, do you plan to stop, or will we just keep going north till we get into the polar bears?" "I plan to stop, but not yet," Call said. "We ain't crossed the Yellowstone. I like the thought of having the first ranch north of the Yellowstone." "But you ain't a rancher," Augustus said. "I guess I am now." "No, you're a fighter," Augustus said. "We should have left these damn cows down in Texas. You used them as an excuse to come up here, when you ain't interested in them and didn't need an excuse anyway. I think we ought to just give them to the Indians when the Indians show up." "Give the Indians 3,000 cattle?" Call said, amazed at the notions his friend had. "Why do that?" "Because then we'd be shed of them," Augustus said. "We could follow our noses for a change instead of following their asses. Ain't you bored?" "I don't think like you do," Call said. "They're ours. We got 'em. I don't plan on giving them to anybody." "I miss Texas and I miss whiskey," Augustus said. "Now here we are in Montana and there's no telling what will become of us." "Miles City's up here somewhere," Call said. "You can buy whiskey." "Yes, but I'll have to drink it indoors," Augustus complained. "It's cool up here." As if to confirm his remark, the very next day an early storm blew out of the Bighorns. An icy wind came up and snow fell in the night. The men on night herd wrapped blankets around themselves to keep warm. A thin snow covered the plains in the morning to the amazement of everyone. The Spettle boy was so astonished to wake and see it that he refused to come out of his blankets at first, afraid of what might happen. He lay wide-eyed, looking at the whiteness. Only when he saw the other hands tramping in it without ill effect did he get up. Newt had been curious about snow all the way north, but he had lost his jacket somewhere in Kansas, and now that snow had actually fallen, he felt too cold to enjoy it. All he wanted was to be warm again. He had taken his boots off when he lay down to sleep, and the snow had melted on his feet, getting his socks wet. His boots were a tight fit, and it was almost impossible to get them on over wet socks. He went over to the fire barefoot, hoping to dry his socks, but so many of the cowboys were huddled around the fire that he couldn't get a place at first. P.I. had scooped up a handful of snow and was eating it. The Rainey boys had made snowballs, but all the cowboys were stiff and cold and looked threatening, so the Raineys merely threw the snowballs at one another. "The snow tastes like hail, except that it's soft," P.I. observed. The sun came out just then and shone so brightly on the white plains that some of the men had to shield their eyes. Newt finally got a place by the fire, but by then the captain was anxious to move on and he didn't get to dry his socks. He tried to pull his boots on but had no luck until Po Campo noticed his difficulty and came over with a little flour, which he sprinkled in the boots. "This will help," he said, and he was right, though getting the boots on still wasn't easy. The sun soon melted the thin snow, and for the next week the days were hot again. Po Campo walked all day behind the wagon, followed by the pigs, who bored through the tall grass like moles, a sight that amused the cowboys, although Augustus worried that the pigs might stray off. "We ought to let them ride in the wagon," he suggested to Call. "I don't see why." "Well, they've made history," Augustus pointed out. "When?" Call asked. "I didn't notice." "Well, they're the first pigs to walk all the way from Texas to Montana," Augustus said. "That's quite a feat for a pig." "What will it get them?" Call inquired. "Eaten by a bear if they ain't careful, or eaten by us if they are. They've had a long walk for nothing." "Yes, and the same's likely true for us," Augustus said, irritated that his friend wasn't more appreciative of pigs. With Dietz dead, Augustus and Call alternated the scouting duties. One day Augustus asked Newt to ride along with him, much to Newt's surprise. In the morning they saw a grizzly, but the bear was far upwind and didn't scent them. It was a beautiful day, no clouds in the sky. Augustus rode with his big rifle propped across the saddle. He was in the highest of spirits. They rode ahead of the herd some 15 miles or more, and yet when they stopped to look back, they could still see the cattle, tiny black dots in the middle of the plain, with the southern horizon still far behind them. "I never thought to see so far," Newt said. "Ain't it something?" Augustus said with a grin. "This is rare country, this Montana. We're a lucky bunch. There ain't nothing better than this, though you don't have to tell your pa I said it." Newt had decided it must be one of Mr. Gus's many jokes making out that the captain was his pa. "I like to keep Woodrow feeling that he's caused a peck of trouble," Augustus said. "I don't want him to get sassy, but I wouldn't have missed coming up here. I can't think of nothing better than riding a fine horse into a new country. It's exactly what I was meant for, and Woodrow, too." "Do you think we'll see Indians?" Newt asked. "You bet," Augustus said. "We might all get killed this afternoon, for all I know. That's the wild for you. It's got its dangers, which is part of the beauty. Of course, the Indians have had this land forever. To them, it's precious because it's old. To us, it's exciting because it's new." Newt noticed that Mr. Gus had a keen look in his eye. His white hair was long, almost to his shoulders. There seemed to be no one who could enjoy himself like Mr. Gus. "Now, there's women, of course," Augustus said. "I do cotton to them. But I ain't found the one yet who could hold me back from a chance like this. Women are persistent creatures and will try to nail you down. But if you just dance on off, you'll usually find them close to the spot where you left them. Most of them." "Do you really know who my pa is?" Newt asked. Mr. Gus was being so friendly he felt he could ask. "Oh, Woodrow Call is your pa, son," Augustus said as if it were a matter of casual knowledge. For the first time, Newt felt it might be true, although extremely puzzling. "Well, he never mentioned it," he pointed out. Just being told such news didn't settle much. In fact, it just made new problems, for if the captain was his father, then why hadn't he mentioned it? "It's a subtle problem," Augustus said. Newt didn't find that a helpful answer, mainly because he didn't know what subtle meant. "Looks like he'd mention it," he said softly. He didn't want to criticize the captain, especially not to Mr. Gus, the only man who did criticize the captain. "It wouldn't be his way to mention it," Augustus said. "Woodrow don't mention nothing he can keep from mentioning. You couldn't call him a mentioner." Newt found it very puzzling. If the captain was his father, then he must have known his mother, but he had never mentioned that either. He could remember times when he had daydreamed that the captain was his father and would take him on long trips. Now, in a way, the daydream had come true. The captain had taken him on a long trip. But instead of feeling proud and happy, he felt let down and confused. If it was true, why had everybody been such a long time mentioning it? Dietz had never mentioned it. P.I. had never mentioned it. Worst of all, his mother had never mentioned it. He had been young when she died, but not too young to remember something so important. He could still remember some of the songs she had sung to him. He could have remembered who his father was. It didn't make sense, and he rode beside Mr. Gus for several miles, puzzling about it silently. "Did you ask me along just to tell me?" Newt asked finally. "Yep," Augustus admitted. Newt knew he ought to thank him, but he didn't feel in the mood to thank anybody. The information just seemed to make his whole life more puzzling. It spoiled every good thing he had felt for most of his life, not only about his mother, but about the captain, and about the Hat Creek outfit as a whole. "I know it's tardy news," Augustus said. "Since Woodrow ain't a mentioner, I thought I'd tell you. You never know what might happen." "I wish I'd known sooner," Newt said. It was the one thing he was sure of. "Yes, I expect you do," Augustus said. "I ought to have discussed it sooner, but it was really Woodrow's place to tell you, and I kept hoping he'd do it, though I knew he wouldn't." "Is it that he don't like me?" Newt asked. He felt a longing to be back in Texas. The news, coming when it did, had spoiled Montana. "No," Augustus said. "What you have to understand is that Woodrow Call is a peculiar man. He likes to think that things are a certain way. He likes to think everybody does their duty, especially him. He likes to think people live for duty. I don't know what started him thinking that way. He ain't dumb. He knows perfectly well people don't live for duty, but he won't admit it about anybody if he can help it, and he especially won't admit it about himself." Newt saw that Mr. Gus was laboring to explain it to him, but it was no good. So far as he could tell, the captain did live for duty. What did that have to do with the captain being his father? "Woodrow don't like to admit that he's like the rest of us," Augustus said, seeing the boy's perplexity. "He ain't," Newt said. That was obvious. The captain never behaved like other people. "He ain't. That's true," Augustus said. "But he had a chance to be once. He turned his back on it. Now he ain't about to admit that he made the wrong choice. He'd as soon kill himself. He's got to keep trying to be the way he thinks he is, and he's got to make out that he was always that way. It's why he ain't owned up to being your pa." Soon they turned and headed back toward the herd. "It's funny," Augustus said. "I knew my pa. He was a gentleman. He didn't do much but raise horses and hounds and drink whiskey. He never hit me a lick in my life, nor even raised his voice to me. He drank whiskey every night and disappointed my mother, but both my sisters doted on him like he was the only man. In fact, one of them's an old maid to this day because she doted on Dad. But he never interested me, Dad," he went on. "I lit out from that place when I was 13 years old, and I ain't stopped yet. I didn't care one way or the other for Dad. I just seen that horses and hounds would get boring if you tried to make 'em a life. I expect I'd have wrecked every marriage in the county if I'd stayed in Tennessee, or else have got killed in a duel." Newt knew Mr. Gus was trying to be kind, but he wasn't listening. Much of his life he had wondered who his father was and where he might be. He felt it would be a relief to know. But now he knew, and it wasn't a relief. There was something in it that thrilled him. He was Captain Call's son, but more, it felt sad. He was glad when Mr. Gus put the horses in a lope. He didn't have to think as much. They loped along over the grassy plains toward the cattle in the far distance. The cattle looked tiny as ants. 94. The men began to talk of the Yellowstone River as if it were the place where the world ended, or at least the place where the drive would end. In their thinking, It had taken on a magical quality, partly because no one really knew anything about it. Jasper Fant had somehow picked up the rumor that the Yellowstone was the size of the Mississippi and as deep. All the way north, everyone had been trying to convince Jasper that it didn't really make any difference how deep a river was once it got deep enough to swim a horse, but Jasper felt the argument violated common sense. The deeper the river, the more dangerous. That was axiomatic to him. He had heard about something called undercurrents, which could suck you down. The deeper the river, the farther down you could be sucked, and Jasper had a profound fear of being sucked down. Particularly, he didn't want to be sucked down in the Yellowstone, and had made himself a pair of rude floats from some empty lard buckets, just in case the Yellowstone really did turn out to be as deep as the Mississippi. "I didn't come all this way just to drown in the last darn river," Jasper said. "It ain't the last," Augustus said. "Montana don't stop at the Yellowstone. The Missouri's up there somewhere, and it's a whale of a river." "Well, I don't aim to cross it," Jasper said. Seemed to him he had spent half the trip imagining how it would be to be sucked down into a deep river, and he wanted it understood that he was only willing to take so many chances. "I guess you'll cross it if the captain wants to keep going," Dish said. Jasper's river fears grated on everybody's nerves. Nobody liked crossing rivers, but it didn't help to talk about the dangers constantly for 3,000 miles. "Well, Jake talked of a milk river, and one called the Marias," Augustus said. "Looks like you'd be satisfied," Jasper said. "Ain't we traveled enough? I'd like to step into a saloon in good old Fort Worth myself. I'd like to see my home again while my folks are still alive." "Well, that ain't the plan," Augustus said. "We're up here to start a ranch. Home and hearth don't interest us. We hired you men for life. You ought to have said goodbye to the old folks before you left."
"What are we going to do now that we're here?"
Lippy asked. The question was on everyone's minds. Usually when a cattle drive ended, the men just turned around and went back to Texas. But then most drives stopped in Kansas, which seemed close to home compared to where they were now. Many of them harbored secret doubts about their ability to navigate a successful return to Texas. Of course, they knew the direction, but they would have to make the trip in winter, and the Indians that hadn't been troublesome on the way north might want to fight as they went south.
"I like a town," Lippy added. "It don't have to be St. Louis, just a town. As long as it has a saloon or two, I can get by. But I wasn't meant to live out in the open during the winter."
Call knew the men were wondering, but he wasn't ready to stop. Jake had said some of the most beautiful land was far to the north near Canada. It would be a pity to stop and make a choice before they had looked around thoroughly. He contemplated leaving the men and going on a long look around himself, north of Yellowstone, but decided against it, mainly because of Indians. Things looked peaceful, but that didn't mean they would stay peaceful. It could easily be a bad fight, and he didn't want to be gone if one came. Finally, he decided to send Augustus. "I hate to give you the first look, but somebody's got to look," he said. "Would you want to go?" "Oh, sure," Augustus said. "I'd be happy to get away from all this tedious conversation. Maybe I'll trot through this Miles City community and see if anyone stocks champagne." "Take the look around first, if you can be bothered," Cole said. "I doubt the main street of Miles City would make a good ranch, and I doubt you'll get any farther once you spot a saloon. We need to find a place and get some shelters built before winter hits. Take a man with you in case you get into trouble," Cole suggested. "I can get myself out of trouble," Augustus said. "But if I have to lead some quaking spirit like Jasper Fant, it'll slow me down. None of these cowpokes is exactly wilderness hands. We buried the last reliable man down on the Powder, remember?" "I remember," Cole said. "You don't want to make too many mistakes in this part of the country," Augustus said. "You'll end up bear shit." "Take P," Cole said. "P can follow orders." "Yes, that's what he can do," Augustus said. "I guess I'll take him, though he won't provide much conversation." P.I. was not enthusiastic about going on a scout with Gus, but since the captain told him to, he tied his bedroll on his saddle and got ready. Other than securing his bedroll, his preparations consisted mainly of sharpening his knife. One thing P.I. firmly believed was that it was foolish to start on a trip without a sharp knife. Inevitably, on a trip, there were things that needed cutting or skinning or trimming. Once his knife was sharp, P.I. was ready, more or less. He knew he wouldn't get much relaxation on the trip because he was traveling with Gus and Gus talked all the time. It was hard to relax when he had to be constantly listening. Besides, Gus was always asking questions which were hard to understand, much less answer. It was a breezy morning when they started out. A dark cloud bank had formed in the northwest, and the men were talking of snow. "I said way back in Lonesome Dove we'd be crossing the darn Yellowstone on the ice if we didn't get started," Jasper reminded them. "Now all this time has passed and I may be right." "Even if you was right, you'd be wrong, Jasper," Augustus said as he stuffed an extra box or two of ammunition into his saddlebags. "I'd like to know why, Gus," Jasper said, annoyed that Gus was always singling him out for criticism. "I'll explain it when I get back," Augustus said. "Come on, P, let's go see if we can find Canada." They loped off, watched by the whole camp. The crew had been made melancholy by the approaching clouds. Po Campo had wandered off looking for roots. Augustus and P.I. passed him nearly a mile from camp. "Po, you're a rambler," Augustus said. "What do you expect to find on this old plain?" "Wild onions," Po Campo said. "I'd like an onion." "I'd like a jug of bourbon whiskey myself," Augustus said. "I wonder which one of us will get his wish." "Adios," Po Campo said. A day and a half later, the two scouts rode over a grassy bluff and saw the Yellowstone River a few miles away. 50 or 60 buffalo were watering when they rode up. At the sight of the horsemen, the buffalo scattered. The cloud bank had blown away and the blue sky was clear for as far as one could see. The river was swift but not deep. Augustus paused in his crossing and leaned down, drinking from his cupped hands. The water was cold. "Sweet water, but it don't compare with bourbon whiskey," he said. "Jasper won't need them floats," P.I. remarked. "He might," Augustus said. "He might fall off his horse if he gets real nervous. Let's chase the buffalo for a while." "Why?" P asked. Po Campo had packed them plenty of meat. He couldn't imagine why Gus would bother with buffalo. They were cumbersome to skin, and he and Gus had no need for so much meat. Nonetheless, it was follow or be left, for Augustus had loped off after the buffalo, who had only run about a mile. He soon put them to flight again and raced along beside them, riding close to the herd. P.I., caught by surprise, was left far behind in the race. He kept expecting to hear Gus's big rifle, but he didn't, and after a run of about 2 miles came upon Gus sitting peacefully on a little rise. The buffalo was still running 2 or 3 miles ahead. "Kill any?" P asked. "No, I wasn't hunting," Augustus said. "Did you just want to run 'em off or what?" P asked. As usual, Gus's behavior was a complete puzzle. "P, you ain't got your grip on the point," Augustus said. "I just wanted to chase a buffalo once more. I won't have the chance much longer, and nobody else will either, because there won't be no buffalo to chase. It's a grand sport, too." "Them bulls can hook you," P.I. reminded him. "Remember old Barlow? A buffalo bull hooked his horse, and the horse fell on Barlow and broke his hip." "Barlow was a slow thinker," Augustus observed. "He just loped along and got hooked." "A slow walker, too, once his hip got broke," P.I. said. "I wonder what happened to Barlow." "I think he migrated to Seguin or somewhere over in there," Augustus said. "Married a fat widow and had a passel of offspring. You ought to have done the same, but here you are in Montana." "Well, I'd hate not to be a bachelor," P.I. said. "Just because it's all you know don't mean it's all you'd enjoy," Augustus said. "You had a chance at a fine widow right there in Lonesome Dove, as I recall." P.I. was sorry the subject of widows had come up. He had nearly forgotten the widow Cole and the day he had helped her take the washing off the line. He didn't know why he hadn't forgotten it completely. He surely had forgotten more important things. Yet there it was, and from time to time it shoved into his brain. If he had married some widow, his brain would probably have been so full of such things that he would have no time to think or even to keep his knife sharp. "Ever meet any of the mountain men?" Augustus asked. They got up in here and took the beavers." "Well, I met old Kit," P.I. said. "You ought to remember. You was there." "Yes, I remember," Augusta said. "I never thought much of Kit Carson." "Why, what was wrong with Kit Carson?" P.I. asked. "They say he could track anything." "Kit was vain," Augusta said. "I won't tolerate vanity in a man, though I will in a woman. If I had gone north in my youth, I might have got to be a mountain man, but I took to riverboating instead. The whores on them riverboats in my day barely wore enough clothes to pad a crutch." As they rode north, they saw more buffalo, mostly small bunches of 20 or 30. The third day north of the Yellowstone, they killed a crippled buffalo calf and dined on its liver. In the morning, when they left, there were a number of buzzards and 2 or 3 prairie wolves hanging around, waiting for them to leave the carcass. It was a beautiful morning, crisp for an hour or two, and then sunny and warm. The country rolled on to the north, as it had for thousands of miles, brown in the distance, the prairie grass waving in the breeze. "Lord, how much land does the captain want?" P.I. asked. "Looks like this country around here would be good enough for anybody." "Plenty would settle for it, you're right," Augusta said. "Call might himself, but let's just go on for a day or 2 more. We ain't struck the Milk River yet." "Does it run milk?" P.I. asked. "Now think a minute, P," Augusta said. "How could it run milk when there ain't no cows up here yet?" "Why did they call it the milk, then? Milk is milk." "Crazy is crazy, too," Augusta said. "That's what I'll be before long from listening to you. Crazy." "Well, Jasper's mind might break if he don't stop worrying about them rivers," P.I. allowed. "I expect the rest of us will keep our wits." Augustus laughed heartily at the notion of the Hat Creek outfit keeping its wits. "It's true they could be kept in a thimble," he said, "but who brought a thimble?" There was a little rise to the west, and Augustus loped over to it to see what the land looked like in that direction. P trotted along north as he had been doing, not paying much attention. Gus was always loping off to test the view, as he called it, and P didn't feel obliged to follow him every time. Then P heard the sound of a running horse and looked for Gus, supposing he had jumped another little bunch of buffalo. What he saw froze him instantly in place. Gus was racing down the little slope he had just gone up, with at least 20 mounted Indians hot on his heels. He must have ridden right into them. The Indians were shooting both guns and arrows. A bullet cut the grass ahead of P, and he yanked out his rifle and popped a shot back at the Indians before whirling his horse and fleeing. Gus and he had crossed a good-sized creek less than an hour back with some trees along it and some weeds and shrubbery in the creek bed. He assumed Gus must be racing for that since it was the only shelter on the wide prairie. Even as he started, P saw 5 or 6 Indians veer toward him. He swerved over to join Gus, who had 2 arrows in his leg. Gus was flailing his horse with his rifle barrel, and the horse was running full out. Fortunately, the Indians were poorly mounted. Their horses were no match for the Hat Creek horses, and the 2 men soon widened the gap between them and their pursuers. They were out of range of arrows and of bullets, too, P hoped, but he had hardly hoped it when a bullet stung him just above the shoulder blade. But the creek was only 3 or 4 miles ahead. If they could make it, there would be time enough to worry about wounds. Gus was trying to pull the arrows out of his leg as he rode, but he was having no luck. They saw the curve of the little creek from 2 miles away and angled for the nearest juncture. The Indians had fallen nearly a quarter of a mile back, but were still coming. When they struck the creek, Augustus raced along the bank until he found a spot where the weeds and brush were thickest. Then he jumped his horse off the bank and grabbed his saddlebags. "Get all the ammunition you can," he said. "We're in for a shooting match, and tie the horses in the best cover you can find or they'll shoot 'em. This is long country to be afoot in." Then he hobbled to the bank, wishing he had time to cut the 2 arrows out of his leg. But if they were poisoned, it was already too late, and if he didn't do some fine shooting, it wouldn't matter anyway because the Indians would overrun them. P heard the big Henry rifle begin to roar as he dragged the sweating horses into the thickest part of the underbrush. It was thick but low, and he didn't think there was much chance for the horses. He yanked the saddlebags and bedrolls off both horses and was hiding them under the bank when Gus stopped firing for a moment. "Get my saddle," he said. "I'll show you a trick." Then he began to fire again. Evidently he had turned the Indians, or they would already have been in the creek bed. P dutifully got the saddle. When he got back, Gus was reloading. P peeped over the bank and saw the Indians stopped some distance away. Many of them had dismounted and were standing behind their horses, using them as shields. "How many did you kill?" he asked. "Not but 3, Augustus said. "This is a smart bunch we're up against. They seen right off a rush would cost them dear." P.I. watched the Indians for a while. They weren't yelling, and they didn't seem excited. "I don't see what's so smart about them," he said. "They're just standing there." "Yes, but they're out of range," Augustus said. "They're hoping to tempt me to waste ammunition." Augustus propped the saddle on the bank in such a way that he could shoot under it and be that much safer if the Indians shot back. He then proceeded to shoot 6 times rapidly. 5 of the Indians' horses dropped, and a 6th ran squealing over the prairie. It fell several hundred yards away. The Indians fired several shots in reply, their bullets slicing harmlessly into the underbrush. The party of Indians then split. Several Indians went north of them, several south, and 8 or 10 stayed where they were. "Well, we're practically surrounded," Augustus said. "I don't expect we'll hear any more from them till dark." "I'd hate to wait around here till dark," P.I. said. "Did you know you're shot?" Augustus asked. P had forgotten it. Sure enough, the front of his shirt was soaked with blood. He took it off, and Augustus examined the wound, which was clean. The bullet had gone right through. They turned their attention to the arrows in Augustus's left leg. Augustus twisted at them whenever he got a moment. One arrow he soon got out, but the other wouldn't budge. "This one's in deep," he said. "That brave wasn't more than 20 yards away when he let fly. I think it's worked under the bone, but it ain't poisoned. If it was, I'd be feeling it by now." P had a try at removing the arrow while Gus gritted his teeth and held his leg steady with both hands. The arrow wouldn't budge. It wouldn't even turn, though P.I. twisted hard enough to cause a stream of blood to flow down Gus's leg. As they were working with the arrow, there was a sudden terrified squeal from the horses. Augustus hobbled over, drawing his pistol, and saw that both horses were down, their throats cut, their blood very bright on the green weeds and bushes. "Stay back, P," he said, crouching. The Indian that had killed the horses was there somewhere in the underbrush, but he couldn't see him. "Watch to the north, P," he said. "I don't think these boys want to stay around here till dark either." He quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Keeping a bush directly in front of him, he edged very slowly to the bank, just high enough that he could see the tops of the weeds and underbrush. Then he waited. Once the dying horses finally stopped thrashing, he was very still. Augustus regretted that his preoccupation with the arrows had made him so lax that he had failed to protect the horses. He put them in a ticklish spot. It was over 100 miles back to the Yellowstone, and in all likelihood the herd hadn't even got there yet. He kept his eyes focused on the tops of the underbrush. It was perfectly windless in the creek bottom, and if the underbrush moved, it would be because someone moved it. His big pistol was cocked. He didn't move, and time stretched out. Minutes passed. Augustus carefully kept the sweat wiped out of his eyes, concentrating on keeping his focus. The silence seemed to ring. It was so absolute. There were no flies buzzing yet, no birds flying, nothing. He would have bet the Indian was not 20 yards away from him, and yet he had no inkling of precisely where he was. "Ain't you coming back, Gus?" P.I. asked after several minutes. Augustus didn't answer. He watched the tops of the weeds patiently. It was no time for hurry, much less for conversation. Patience was an Indian virtue. He himself didn't have it in day-to-day life, but he could summon it when it seemed essential. Then he heard a movement behind him and glanced around quickly to see if P had suddenly decided to take a stroll. When he did, he saw the edge of a rifle extending an inch or two from the weeds, pointed not at himself but at P. He immediately fired twice into the weeds, and an Indian flopped over as a fish might flop. A second later, as the echo of the gun died, he heard a click a few yards to his right. He whirled and fired at it. A moment later, the underbrush began to shake as if a huge snake were wiggling through it. Augustus ran into the weeds and saw the wounded Indian trying to crawl away. He had once shot him in the back of the head and didn't stop to turn him over. Backing out of the weeds, he stepped on the pistol that had misfired, an old cap-and-ball gun. He stuck it in his belt and hurried back to P, who looked white. He had sense enough to realize he had just almost been shot. Augustus glanced at the other dead Indian, a fat boy of maybe 17. His rifle was an old Sharp's carbine, which Augustus threw to P. "We gotta move," he said. "This cover's working against us. But for luck, we'd both be dead now already. What we need is a stretch with a steep bank and no cover." They worked their way upstream, carrying the saddlebags, and guns for nearly a mile, hugging the bank. Augustus was limping badly, but didn't stop to worry about it. Finally, they came to a bend in the creek where the bank was sheer and about 10 feet high. The creek bottom was nearly bare of foliage. "Let's dig," Augustus said, and began to work with his knife to create a shallow cave under the bank. They worked furiously for half an hour until both were drenched with sweat and covered with dirt. Augustus used the stock of the Indian boy's carbine as a rude shovel and tried to shape the dirt they raked out into a low breastworks on either side of the cave. They watched as best they could, but saw no Indians. "Maybe they gave up," P.I. said. "You killed 5 so far." "5 reasons why they won't give up," Augustus said. "They'll fight for their dead, since they expect to meet them again. Ain't you learned that by now?" P.I. could not be sure that he had learned anything about Indians except that he was scared of them, and he had learned that long before he ever saw one. The digging was hard work, but they didn't dare stop. The Indians might show up at any time. "Which Indians is these we're fighting?" he asked. "They didn't introduce themselves, P," Augustus said. "It might be written on these arrows. I'm going to be one-legged if we don't get this other arrow out pretty soon." No sooner had he said it than it began to rain arrows, all arching over the south bank of the creek. "Crawl in," Augustus said. He and P scrunched back into the cave and stacked the saddlebags in front of them. Many of the arrows went over the creek bed entirely and into the prairie on the other side. A few stuck in the earthworks they had thrown up, and 1 or 2 fell in the water. "They're just hoping to get lucky," Augustus said. "If my darn leg was better, I'd sneak over to the other side of the creek and whittle down the odds a little more." The shower of arrows soon stopped, but the 2 men stayed in the cave, taking no chances. "I've got to push this arrow on through," Augustus said. "I may pass out, and if I do, I better do it now. When it gets dark, we'll both need to be watching." He stopped talking and listened. He put his finger to his lips so P.I. would be quiet. Someone was on the bank above them. At least 1 Indian, maybe more. He motioned to P to have his pistol ready in case the Indians tried to rush them. Augustus was hoping for a rush, confident that with the 2 of them shooting they could decimate the Indians to such an extent that the survivors might leave. If the Indians couldn't be discouraged and driven off, then the situation was serious. They had no horses. The herd was more than 100 miles away, and he was crippled. They could follow the creek down to the Yellowstone and perhaps strike Miles City, but it would be a slow trip for him to make crippled. Given his choices of gambles, he would prefer a fight. They might even be able to catch one of the Indian horses. But the rush never came. Whoever was above them left. The creek bank on their side was already in shadow. Augustus uncocked his pistol and stretched his leg out again. He knew better than to put off anything to do with wounds, so he grasped the arrow and began to push it on through his leg. The pain was severe and caused a cold sweat to break out, but at least the arrow moved. "My Lord, Gus, you're shot too," P.I. said. When Augustus bent over to twist the arrow, P noticed that the back of his shirt, down low near his belt, was caked with blood. The dirt from their diggings had covered it, but there was no doubt that it was blood. "1 wound at a time," Augustus said. It took both hands to move the arrow. The skin on his leg began to bulge. "Cut," he said to P. "Pretend I'm snake bit." P went white. He hated even looking at wounds. The thought of cutting Gus made him want to be sick, but the fact that he had a sharp knife helped. He barely touched the skin and the cut was made. The bloody tip of the arrow poked through. Gus shoved the tip on out and then fainted. P.I. had to pull the arrow on through. It was as hard as pulling a bolt out of a board, but he got it out. Then he felt deeply frightened. If the Indians came now, they were lost, he felt sure. He cocked his pistol and Gus's and held them both at the ready until his hands grew tired. His head was throbbing. He laid the guns down and wet Gus's forehead from the water bag, hoping Gus would revive. If the Indians came, he would have to shoot quick, and his best shooting had always been done slowly. He liked to take a fine aim. It seemed Gus would never revive. P.I. thought he might be dying, although he could hear him breathing. Finally, Gus opened his eyes. His breathing was ragged, but he reached over and took his pistol back as if he had just awakened from a refreshing nap. Then, to P.I.'s amazement, he crawled out of the cave, hobbled down to the water's edge, and dug in the mud with his knife. He came back with a handful of mud the size of a cannonball. "Montana mud," he said. "I ain't happy about this wound. Maybe this mud will cool it off." He covered his wound with some mud and offered P some. "It's free mud," he said. "Take some." Then he felt behind him, trying to judge the wound in his back that P had drawn attention to. "It wasn't a bullet," he concluded. "I could feel a bullet. It was probably another arrow, only it jiggled out during that run." The twilight was deepening, the creek bed in shadow, though the upper sky was still light. "I'll watch west, and you watch east," Augustus said. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a shot hit the cave bank just above their heads, causing dirt to shower down. Augustus looked down the creek and saw 2 horsemen cross it, too far away to make accurate targets in the dusk. "I guess we're fairly surrounded," he said. "Some downstream and some upstream." "I don't see why we didn't stay in Texas," P.I. said. "The Indians was mostly whipped down there." "Well, this is just bad luck we're having," Augustus said. "We just run into a little bunch of fighters. I imagine they're about as scarce as the buffalo." "Reckon we can hold them off until the captain comes and looks for us?" P asked. "Yes, if I don't get sick from this leg," Augustus said. "This leg don't feel right. If it don't heal, you may have to go for help." The thought frightened P.I. badly. Go for help? When Gus had just said they were surrounded? Go and be scalped was what that was an invitation to. "I expect they'd catch me if I tried that," P said. "Maybe the captain will figure out that we're in trouble and hurry on up here." "He won't miss us for another week," Augustus said. "I don't fancy squatting here by this creek for a week." A few minutes later, they heard a loud, strange cry from the east. It was an Indian war cry. Another came from the west, and several from the far bank of the river. The evening would be still and peaceful for a few minutes, and then the war cries would start again. P had never approved of the way Indians yelled when they fought. It upset his nerves. This yelling was no exception. Some of the cries were so piercing that he wanted to hold his ears. Augustus, however, listened with appreciation. The war cries continued for an hour. In a lull, Augustus cupped his hands and let out a long, loud cry himself. He kept it up until he ran out of breath. P.I. had never heard Augustus yell like that and hardly knew what to make of it. It sounded exactly like a Comanche war cry. The Indians surrounding them apparently didn't know what to make of it either. When Gus stopped yelling, they did too. "I was just thanking them for the concert," Augustus said. "Remember that old Comanche that went blind and used to hang around the fort? He taught me that. I doubt they've ever heard Comanche up in these parts. It might spook them a little." "Reckon they'll sneak up in the dark?" P asked. That was his lifelong worry, being snuck up on in the dark by an Indian. "I doubt it," Augustus said. "The eyesight of your average Indian is overrated. They spend too much time in them smoky teepees. The bulk of them can't see in the dark no better than we can, if as well. So it's a big chance for them sneaking up on sharpshooters like us." "Well, I ain't a sharpshooter," P.I. said. "I need to take a good aim or else I miss." "You're near as depressing as Jasper Fant," Augustus said. No Indians came in the night, and Augustus was glad of that. He began to feel feverish and was afraid of taking a chill. He had to cover himself with saddle blankets so he kept his gun hand free and managed to stay awake most of the night. Unlike P, who snored beside him, as deeply asleep as if he were in a feather bed. By morning, Augustus had a high fever. Though his leg worried him most, he also had pain in his side. He decided he had been wrong in his first analysis, and that he did have a bullet wound there after all. The fever had him feeling weak. While he was waiting, pistol cocked, to see if the Indians would try to rush them, he heard thunder. Within half an hour, lightning was striking all around them and thunder crashing.
"Oh, darn," P.I. said. "Now I guess we'll get lightning struck."
"Go back to sleep if all you can do is be pessimistic," Augustus said. "I smell rain, which is a blessing. Indians mostly don't like to fight in the wet. Only white men are dumb enough just to keep on fighting no matter what the weather is like."
"We fought Indians in the wet,"
P.I. said. "Yes, but it was us forced it on them," Augustus said. "They'd rather do battle on sunny days, which is only sensible."
"Here they're probably going to kill us and you take up for them,"
P.I. said. He had never understood Gus and never would, even if the Indians didn't kill them.
"I'm an admirer of good sense wherever I find it," Augustus said. "I hope you find some today, then, and get us out of this,"
P said. And then it began to rain in earnest. It rained so hard that it became impossible to see or even talk. A muddy stream began to pour off the bank only inches in front of them. The rain struck so hard it reminded P of driving nails. Usually such freshets were short-lived, but this one wasn't. It seemed to rain for hours, and was still raining when dawn came, though not as hard. Alarmingly to P, the creek had become a river, more than deep enough to swim a horse. It rose so that it was only 2 or 3 yards in from where they were scrunched into the cave, and it soon washed away their crude breastworks. And it was still raining. It was cold, too, though fortunately they had a good overhang and were fairly dry. Gus had dragged the bedrolls in before the rain started. P was shocked to see that Gus didn't look himself. His face was drawn and his hands unsteady. He was chewing on some jerky he had pulled out of a saddlebag, but it seemed he barely had the strength to eat.
"Are you poorly?"
P asked. "I should have got that arrow out sooner," Augustus said. "This leg's going to give me problems." He handed P some jerky, and they sat in silence for a while, watching the brown flood sweep past them.
"Hell, a frog could have waded that creek yesterday," P said. "Now look at it. It's still raining, too. We may get drowned instead of scalped. It's a good thing Jasper ain't here," he added. "He's mighty afraid of water."
"Actually, this flood is an opportunity for you," Augustus said. "If we can last the day, you might swim past them tonight and get away."
"Well, but that wouldn't be right," P.I. said. "I wouldn't want just to leave you sitting here."
"I won't be sitting. I'll be floating if this keeps up," Augustus said. "The good aspect of it is that it might cool off these Indians. They might go back to their families and let us be."
"I'd still hate to leave you even so," P said.
"You can't carry me to the herd, and I doubt I can walk it," Augustus said. "I'm running such a fever I'm apt to go out of my head any time. You'll probably have to trot back and bring some of the boys, or maybe the wagon, and I can ride back in style." The thought struck P.I. for the first time that Gus might die. He had no color, and he was shaking. It had never been suggested that Gus might die. Of course, he knew any man could die. P himself had seen many die. Yet it was a condition he had never associated with Gus McCrae or with the captain either. They were not normal men, as he understood normal, and he had never reckoned with the possibility that either of them might die. Now, when he looked at Gus and saw his pallor and his shakes, the thought came into his mind and wouldn't leave. Gus might die. P knew at once that he had to do everything possible to prevent it. If he went back to the wagon and reported that Gus was dead, there was no telling what the captain would say. Yet he didn't know exactly what he could do. They had no medicine. It was raining fits. The Indians had them surrounded, and they were 100 miles or more from the Hat Creek outfit. "It's a soggy situation, I admit," Augustus said, as if reading P.I.'s thoughts. "But it ain't fatal yet. I could hold out here for a few days. Call can make it back to this creek in one ride on that feisty mare of his. Best thing for you to do would be just to travel at night. If you walk around in the daytime, some of these red boys might spot you and you'd have about the chance of a rabbit. I guess you could make it to the Yellowstone in 3 nights, though, and they ought to be there by then." P.I. dreaded the prospect. He hated night travel, and it would be worse afoot. He began to hope that maybe the rain had discouraged the Indians, but that hope only lasted an hour. 3 times during the day the Indians fired on them. They shot from downriver, and Gus opened up on them at once. They were so respectful of his gun that their bullets only splattered uselessly in the mud or else hit the water and ricocheted off with a whine. Gus looked so weak and shaky that P.I. wondered if he could still shoot accurately, but the question was answered later in the day when an Indian tried to shoot them from the opposite bank using a little rain squall as cover. He got off his shot, which hit one of the saddles, then Gus shot him as he turned to crawl away. The shot caused the Indian to straighten up, and Gus shot him again. The second bullet seemed to suck the Indian backward. He toppled off the bank and rolled into the water. He was not dead. He tried to swim, so Gus shot him again. A minute or 2 later, he floated past them face down. "I expect he would have drowned," P.I. said, thinking it wasteful of Gus to shoot the man 3 times. "He might have, or he might have lived to cut off your nuts," Augustus said. There were no more attacks that day, but there was no doubt that the Indians were still there. Before sundown, they raised their war cries again. This time, Augustus didn't answer. The day had never been bright, but it seemed to linger. There was a long, rainy dusk, so long that it made P.I. feel gloomy. It was cramped in the cave. He longed to stretch his legs, and then made the foolish mistake of saying so to Gus. "Wait till it's full dark," Augustus said. "Then you can stretch 'em." "What if I get lost?" P.I. said. "I ain't never been in this country." "Go south," Augustus said. "That's all you have to remember. If you mess up and go north, a polar bear will eat you." "Yes, and a grizzly bear might if I go south," P.I. said with some bitterness. "Either way, I'd be dead." He regretted that Gus had mentioned bears. Bears had been preying on his mind since the Texas bull had had his great fight. It struck him that things were tough up here in the north. It had taken Gus 3 shots to kill a small Indian. How many shots would it take to kill a grizzly bear? "Well, you ought to start, P," Augustus said finally. It had been dark for over an hour, and the Indians were silent. "That darn water looks cold," P.I. said. "I was never one for cold baths." "Well, I'm sorry we didn't bring a bathtub and a cook stove," Augustus said. "If we had, we could heat some water for you, but as it is, you'll just have to rough it." The rain stopped. The creek could start going down any time, and the more water in it, the better for you. Get out in the middle and pretend you're a muskrat. P.I. was half a mind not to go. He had never disobeyed an order in his life, but this time he was sorely tempted, and it was not just the cold swim or the chancy trek that made him hesitate. It was leaving Gus. Gus was close to being out of his head. If he went on out of his head, the Indians would have a good chance to get him. He sat for a while, trying to think of some argument that would make Gus let him stay with him. "Maybe we could both swim out," he said. "I know you're crippled, but you could lean on me once we started walking." "P, go," Augustus said. "I ain't getting well. I'm getting sicker. If you want to help, go get Captain Call. Have him lope up here with an extra horse and tote me over to Miles City." P.I. got ready with a heavy heart. It all seemed wrong, and none of it would have happened if they'd just stayed in Texas. "Just take your rifle," Augustus said. "A pistol won't do you no good if you have to stop one of them bears. Besides, I'll need both pistols. Any fighting that happens here will be close-range work." "I can't swim and hold a darn rifle, Gus," P.I. said. "Stick it through your belt and down your pants leg," Augustus said. You can float downstream. You won't actually have to swim much."
P.I. took off his boots and his shirt and made a bundle of them. Then he did as Gus ordered and stuck his rifle through his belt. He stuffed some jerky in one boot for provisions. All he needed to do was leave, but it was hard.
"Now go on, P," Augusta said. "Go get the captain, and don't worry about me. Don't let the Indians catch you, whatever you do."
Gus reached out a hand, and P.I. realized he was offering a handshake. P.I. shook his hand, feeling terribly sad. "Gus, I never thought I'd be leaving you," he said.
"Well, you are, though," Augusta said. "Trod carefully."
It was then that the conviction struck P.I. that he would never see Gus alive again. Mainly what they were into was just another Indian fight, and all of those had inconveniences, but Gus had never sustained a wound before that P could remember. The arrows and bullets that had missed him so many times had finally found him. After the handshake, Gus treated him as if he were already gone. He didn't offer any messages or say another word. P.I. wanted to say something else, but couldn't think what. Feeling very disconsolate, he waded into the cold water. It was far colder than he had supposed. His legs at once felt numb. He looked back once and could dimly see the cave, but not Gus. As soon as he reached swimming depth, he forgot Gus and everything else due to a fear of drowning. The icy water pushed him under at once. Floating wasn't as easy as Gus had made it seem. The rifle was a big problem. Stuck in his pants leg, it seemed to weigh like lead. Also, he had no experience in such fast water. Several times he got swept over to the side of the creek and almost got tangled in the underbrush that the rushing water covered. Worse than that, he almost immediately lost a little bundle of boots and pants, shirt, and all his provisions and part of his ammunition. He had reached down with one hand to try and move the rifle a little higher up on his leg, and the water sucked the bundle away and swept it far ahead of him. P.I. began to realize he was going to drown unless he did better than he was doing. The water pushed him under several times. He wanted badly to climb up the bank, but was by no means sure he was past the Indians. Gus said to go down at least a mile, and he wasn't sure he'd gone that far. The water had a suck to it that he had constantly to fight against. To his horror, he felt it sucking his pants off. He had been so disconsolate when he walked into the river that he had not buckled his belt tightly. He had nothing much in the way of hips, and the water sucked his pants down past them. The rifle sight was gouging him in the leg. He grabbed the rifle but then went under. The dragging pants with the rifle in one leg were drowning him. He began to try frantically to get them off so as to have the free use of his legs. He wanted to cuss Gus for having suggested sticking the rifle in his pants leg. He could never get it out in time to shoot an Indian if one appeared, and it was causing him terrible aggravation. He fought to the surface again, went under, and when he came up wanted to yell for help and then remembered there would be no one around to hear him but Indians. Then his leg was almost jerked off. He had been swept close to the bank and the dragging gun had caught in some underbrush. The bank was only a few feet away and he tried to claw over to it, but that didn't work. While he was struggling, the pants came off and he was swept down the river backwards. One minute he could see the south bank of the river, and the next minute all he could see was water. Twice he opened his mouth to suck in air and sucked in water instead, some of which came back out his nose. His legs and feet were so numb from the cold water that he couldn't feel them. He never remembered getting out of the water, but somehow he did, for when he next took note of things, he was laying in the mud, his feet still in the water. He was stark naked, and the mud was cold, so he pulled himself up and laboriously climbed the bank. It was only 8 or 10 feet high, but it was slippery. When he got up, he wanted to lay in the grass and go to sleep, but he was awake enough to think about his situation, and thinking soon made him wakeful. He hadn't drowned, but he was naked, unarmed, without food, and something like 100 miles from the Hat Creek wagon. He didn't know the country, and was up against some tough Indians who did. Gus was sick and maybe dying somewhere upriver. It would be daylight in a few hours, and the danger from Indians would increase. P.I. at once started walking as fast as he could. Though it had stopped raining, it was still cloudy,
and he could not see one star, or the moon, or, for that matter, anything either on heaven or earth. The awful thought struck him that, rolling around and around in the water, he might even have confused north and south and crawled up the wrong bank. He might be walking north, in which case he was as good as dead, but he couldn't stop to worry about it. He had to move. He had lost his pack and his gun in the river, and as soon as the river sank to being a normal stream again, they would all be lying in the creek bed in plain sight. If the Indians found him, they would know he was gone and that Gus was alone, which would make things hot for Gus. If they were in a tracking mood, it would also make things hot for him. They had horses and could run him down in a matter of hours. The faster he traveled, the better chance he had. After he'd thought about it for a while, P was profoundly glad the night was so dark. He wished it could stay dark forever, or at least until he pulled in sight of the herd. When he thought of all the perils he was exposed to, it was all he could do to keep from running. He remembered vividly all the things Indians did to white men. In his rangering days, he had helped bury several men who had had such things done to them, and memories of those charred and gouged corpses was with him in the darkness. With him, too, and just as terrifying, was the memory of the great orange bear who had nearly ripped the Texas bull wide open. He remembered how fast the bear had gone when they tried to chase it on horseback. If such a bear spotted him, he felt he would probably just lie down and give up. The darkness didn't last. The only blessing the light brought was that P.I. caught a glimpse of the North Star as the clouds were breaking. He knew at least that he was going in the right direction. The sun soon came up, and he remembered Gus's warning not to travel in the daytime. P.I. decided to ignore it. For one thing, he was on an absolutely open plain where there was no good place to hide. He might as well be moving as sitting. When he looked ahead, he felt very discouraged, for the country seemed endless. It seemed to him he could see almost 100 miles, just empty country, and he had to walk it. He had never been an advocate of walking, and coming up the trail horseback had given him even less affection for it. He had never bargained for doing so much walking, especially barefoot. Before he had gone more than a few miles, his feet were cut and sore. The plains looked grassy and smooth, but there were rocks scattered here and there, and he stepped on a goodly number of them. Also, it embarrassed him that he was naked. Of course, there was no one around to see him, but he could see himself, and it was disconcerting. The captain would be mighty surprised to see him come tramping up naked. The boys would undoubtedly think it hilarious and would kid him about it for weeks. At first, the nakedness worried him almost as much as his sore feet, but before he had walked half a day, his feet hurt so much that he had stopped caring whether he was naked or even alive. He had to wade 2 little creeks, and he got into some thorny underbrush in one of them. Soon every step was painful, but he knew he had to keep walking, or he would never find the boys. Every time he looked back, he expected to see either Indians or a bear. By evening, he was just stumbling along. He found a good patch of high grass and weeds and lay down to sleep for a while. He woke up bitterly cold to find it was snowing. A squall had blown in. P.I. heard a strange sound and took a minute to realize it was his own chattering teeth. His feet were so sore he could scarcely walk on them, and the snow didn't help. It was a wet snow, melting almost as it fell, but that didn't make it much more comfortable. Somehow, he hobbled south all night. The snow soon stopped, but his feet were very cold, and every time he stepped on a rock in the dark, they hurt so he could hardly keep from crying out. He felt very weak and empty, and knew he wasn't making very good time. He bitterly regretted not having hung on to some of the jerky or his rifle or something. Gus would think him a fine fool if he found out he had lost everything before he even got clear of the creek. In his weariness, he even forgot for a time that Gus had been left in the little cave. Several times he spoke to Gus as he stumbled along, mainly asking directions. For a time he felt Gus was just ahead, leading the way. Or was it Dietz? P.I. felt confused. Whoever it was wouldn't speak to him, and yet he continued to ask questions. He took comfort and thinking Gus or Dietz was there. They were the best scouts. They would lead him in. When the second day dawned, P.I. stopped to rest. He realized no one was with him, unless it was ghosts. But then it might be ghosts. Gus might be dead by then, and Dietz was, for sure. Maybe one of them, having nothing to do, had decided to float along ahead of him, guiding him to the Yellowstone. When he looked at his feet, it seemed to him that he might make almost as good time crawling or walking on his hands. His feet were swollen to twice their size, besides being cut here and there. Yet they were the only feet he had, and after dozing for an hour in the sun, he got up and hobbled on. He was very hungry, and wished he had paid more attention to Pocampo, who could find things to eat just by walking along looking. He tried to look, but he saw nothing but grass and weeds. Fortunately, he struck several small creeks and had plenty of water. Once he even managed to sluice some minnows up on dry land. They wiggled and flopped and were hard to catch, and of course they only made a few bites, but they were better than nothing. His biggest piece of luck came late that day when he was able to knock over a big prairie chicken with a rock. He only broke the bird's wing and had to chase it through the grass a long way, but the bird tired before he did, and he finally caught it, skinned it, and ate it raw. He rested 3 hours, and then hobbled on through another night. The third morning, he could barely make himself move. His feet were worse than ever, the plains ahead still endless and empty. His eyes ached from looking so hard for the line of the Yellowstone, but he still couldn't see it. It was the emptiness that discouraged him most. He'd almost stopped worrying about Indians and bears. What he worried about was being lost. He knew by the stars he was still going south, but south where? Maybe he'd veered east of the herd or west of it so that no one would spot him. Maybe he'd already passed them, in which case there was little hope. The snows would just come and freeze him, or else he would starve. He lay until mid-morning, unable to decide what to do. For a time he thought the best plan might be just to sit. There were supposed to be soldiers in Montana somewhere. If he sat long enough, maybe some would find him. Finally, though, he got up and stumbled on. The soldiers would only find his bones if they found anything. It was a blazing day, so hot it made him feel annoyed at Montana weather. What kind of country was it where you could get frostbite one night and sunburn 2 days later? He saw a couple of prairie dogs and wasted an hour trying to get one with a rock, but the prairie dogs were smarter than prairie chickens and he never came close. He stumbled on, feeling that the sun would burn off what skin he had left. Several times during the afternoon he fell. He grew lightheaded and felt as if he were floating. Then his swollen feet would refuse to work, and instead of floating he would fall. Once he came to, lying flat on his back in the grass, the sun burning into his eyes. He scrambled up and looked around, feeling that the herd might have walked right past him when he slept. He tried very hard to walk a straight line south, but his legs were so weak that he kept wobbling off course. "Darn you, walk straight," he said. The sound of his own cracked voice startled him out of his fury. Then he felt embarrassed. A man who would cuss his own legs just because they were weak was peculiar, he knew. He got the floating feeling again, so strong that he felt frightened. He felt he might be going to float right out of his own body. He wondered if he was dying, if that was how it felt. He'd never heard of anyone dying while they were just walking along, but then dying was something he knew little about. He would take a few steps and then feel himself begin to rise out of his own body, which frightened him so that he stumbled and fell. He didn't want to stand up again, and he began to crawl, looking up now and then to see if the herd was in sight. He felt he couldn't live another night so alone and hungry. He would die in the grass like some beaten animal. Then it grew dark, and he wanted to cry with disappointment. He had walked long enough, Surely it was time the boys showed up. Once it was full dark, he stopped and listened. He felt the herd might be close, and if he listened, maybe he could hear the Irishman sing. He heard no singing, but when he got up and tried to stumble on, he felt the presence of his guide again. This time he knew it was Dietz. He couldn't see him because it was dark, and of course Dietz was dark, but he lost the floating feeling and walked easier, though he was a little scared. He didn't know what the rules were with people who were dead. He would have liked to say something, but felt he shouldn't. Dietz might go away and leave him to stumble along in the dark if he said anything. Maybe travel was no trouble for the dead. P didn't know. It was a considerable trouble for him. He walked slow, for he didn't like to fall, but he walked on all night. 2 hours after sunup the next day, Dish Boggett, who had been sent off to do a little scout, thought he saw a figure far to the north. At first he couldn't tell if it was a man or an antelope. If it was a man, it was an Indian, he imagined, and he raced back to the herd and got the captain who had been shoeing the mare, always an arduous task. She hated anyone to handle her feet and had to be securely snubbed before she would submit to it. Fortunately, Call was finished, and he rode back with Dish to look for the man. There was no sign of him at first, but Dish had a good eye for country and knew where he had seen him. Call privately supposed it had only been an antelope, but he wanted to check. They had crossed the Yellowstone the day before. The men and all the stock had got across safely. Jasper Fant was in his best mood of the trip, having survived all the rivers after all. "There he is," Dish said suddenly. "If it ain't P." Dish was almost stunned with surprise. P was no longer walking. He was sitting down in the grass naked, nodding his head as if in conversation with somebody. When he heard them, he looked around as if not particularly surprised, but when they dismounted, there were tears in his eyes. "Howdy, Captain," P.I. said, embarrassed by his own emotion. "You just missed Dietz, I guess." Call saw that P.I. was wounded and out of his head. There was blood on his chest from a shoulder wound. The sun had blotched his body, and his feet were swollen the size of a cow's bladder and cut to shreds. "Is Gus dead?" Call asked, afraid to hear the answer. Though he knew Gus's penchant for trouble, it was a shock to see P.I. in such a state. P.I. had been thinking of Dietz, who had kindly walked him through the night. He was embarrassed to be naked, and he found it hard to turn his mind back to where he could deal with the question the captain had asked him. "The creek's up, it's why I lost my clothes," he said. Call untied his slicker from his saddle and covered P.I. with it. P.I. immediately felt better. He tried to button the slicker so his dingus wouldn't show, but his fingers shook, and Dish Boggett finally did it for him. "Is Gus dead?" Call asked again. P.I. let his mind turn slowly. Then he remembered that Gus had been sitting with 2 guns in his hands, not saying a word when he waded into the river. He had had that bad wound in his leg. "The creek was up when I left him," P.I. said. "I had to swim down past the Indians and I lost all my gear. Gus kept my pistol." "Where was this?" Call asked. "Up north, Captain," P.I. said. "We dug a cave in a riverbank. That's all I know." "But he wasn't dead when you left him?" "No, he sent me off," P said. "He said he wanted you to lope on up there and help him with those Indians." Dish Boggett could not adjust to the fact that P.I. was naked and all scarred up. They had had such a peaceful time of it that he had lost the sense that they were in dangerous country. "What was that about Dietz?" he asked. "Helped me," P said simply. "Are we going after Gus, Captain? We had a hard time getting one of them arrows out and his leg was giving him pain." "You go into the wagon," Call said. "You need some grub. How many Indians were there?" P tried to think. "A bunch jumped us," he said. "About 20, I guess. Gus shot a few." Call and Dish had to lift him. All strength seemed to have left him now that he knew he was safe. Dish had to hold him on his horse as they rode back, for P had so little strength he could not even grip the saddle horn. The crew, which had been in high spirits and drunk on their own celebrity, for weren't they the first men to bring a Texas herd across the Yellowstone, sobered up immediately when they saw the condition P.I. was in. "Why, hello, boys," P said when he was helped off the horse. They all gathered around to greet him, and Bert and Needle Nelson helped him down. Po Campo had some coffee ready. P reached out for a cup once they had him propped against the wagon, but his hands were too shaky to hold it. Po fed him a little with a spoon, and between one sip and the next, P slid from his position and passed out. He collapsed so quickly that no one even caught him. "Is he dead?" Newt asked, anxious. "No, just tuckered out," Call said. He was filling his saddlebags with ammunition, glad that he had gotten new shoes on the mare. "He said Dietz helped him," Dish Boggett said. The way P said it had unnerved him. Dietz was dead and buried, back on the Powder River. Call didn't answer. He was pondering the question of whether to take a man with him. "I guess he was out of his head," Dish said. "I guess that explains it." Po Campo smiled. "The dead can help us if we let them, and if they want to," he said. Jasper Fant, delighted not to be among the dead, looked at Po severely. "Ain't none ever helped me except my own pa," he said. "How'd he help you?" Needle asked. "Left me $20 in his will. I bought this saddle with it, and I've been a cowboy ever since." "You call yourself one, you mean?" Soupy Jones said. He had poor relations with Jasper as a result of a dispute over cards. "I'm here, ain't I?" Jasper said. "Just because you lost that hand don't mean I can't cow." "Oh, shut your trap, Jasper," Dish said. He had had enough of Jasper and Soupy and felt that the whole question of P and Dietz had been treated too brusquely. After all, the first words P had said was that they had just missed Dietz. Dish didn't want to admit it, but he had been scared of ghosts all his life and didn't like to think that any were wandering around. It would just make night herding more nerve-wracking, even if the ghost in question was one that might be friendly to him. Then someone noticed that Captain Call was leaving. He took an extra rifle from the wagon and got the slicker that he had lent P, covering P with a blanket. "Just move the stock on north," he said. "Be alert. I'm going to get Gus." The thought of him leaving sent a ripple of apprehension through the camp. Though independent to a man in some respects, the outfit was happier in all respects when Captain Call was around. Or if not the captain, then Gus. Only a few hours earlier they had felt cocky enough to take on an army. After all, they were the conquerors of the Yellowstone. But now, watching the captain catch a horse for Gus to ride back on, they all felt daunted. The vast plain was beautiful, but it had reduced P.I. to a scarred wreck, and the Indians had Gus holed up somewhere. They might kill him and the captain, too. All men were mortal, and they felt particularly so. 1,000 Indians might come by nightfall. The Indians might fall on them as they had fallen on Custer. Call had no time to soothe the men with elaborate instructions. If Gus was badly wounded, he would weaken rapidly, and every hour counted. Arriving 10 minutes too late would be as bad as 10 days or a year, for that matter. Besides, the almost beseeching way the men looked at him was irritating. Sometimes they acted as if they would forget how to breathe if he or Gus wasn't there to show them. They were all resourceful men. He knew that if they didn't, and yet at certain times they became like children wanting to be led. All his adult life he had consented to lead, and yet occasionally, when the men seemed particularly dumbstruck, he wondered why he had done it. He and Augustus had discussed the question of leadership many times. "It ain't complicated," Augustus maintained. "Most men doubt their own abilities. You don't. It's no wonder they want to keep you around. It keeps them from having to worry about failure all the time." "They ain't failures, most of them," Call pointed out. "They can do perfectly well for themselves." Augustus chuckled. "You work too hard," he said. "It puts most men to shame. They figure out they can't keep up, and it's just a step or two from that to feeling that they can't do nothing much unless you're around to get them started. It don't take on me, which is lucky," he added. "I don't care how hard you work or where you go." "I'd like to see something that could put you to shame," Call said. "My pecker's done it a few times," Augustus said. Call wondered what he meant by that, but didn't ask. When he was packed, he mounted at once and rode over to Dish Boggett. "You're in charge," he said. "Trail on north. I'll be back when I can." Dish paled at the thought of so much responsibility. He had enough worries as it was, what with P.I. talking of ghosts. The captain looked angry, which made the men better reconciled to the fact that he was leaving. All of them feared his angers. But once he left, before he and the mare were even out of sight, their mood of relief changed back to one of apprehension. Jasper Fant, so cheerful only an hour before, sank the fastest. "Good Lord," he said. "Here we are in Montana, and there's Indians and bears, and it's winter coming on, and the captain and Gus both off somewhere. I'll be surprised if we don't get massacred." For once, Soupy Jones didn't have a word to say. 95. Augustus kept his pistol cocked all night once P.I. left. He watched the surface of the river closely, for the trick he hoped might work for P could also work for the Indians. They might put a log in the water and float down on him, using the log for cover. He tried to look and listen closely, a task not helped by the fact that he was shaking and feverish. He expected the Indians to come sliding out of the water like big snakes right in front of him, but none came, and as his fever mounted he began to mumble. From time to time he was half aware that he was delirious, but there was nothing he could do about it. Anyway, he preferred the delirium to the tedium of waiting for the Indians to attack. One minute he would be trying to watch the black water, the next he would be back at Clara's. At times he saw her face vividly. The dawn broke sunny. Bad as he felt, Augustus still enjoyed seeing the sun. It helped clear his head and stirred him to thoughts of escape. He was sick of the little cold cave under the riverbank. He had thought to wait there for Call, but the more he considered, the more he felt it to be a bad plan. Call's arrival was days away, and dependent on P getting through. If P didn't get through, and the chances were good that he wouldn't, then Call might not even start to look for him for another week. As a student of wounds, he knew just by looking at his leg that he was in trouble. The leg was yellowish, with black streaks striping the yellow. Blood poisoning was a possibility. He knew that if he didn't get medical attention within the next few days, his chances were slim. Even waiting for nightfall might be folly. If the Indians caught him in the open, his chances would be equally slim, of course, but it took no deliberation to know that if he had to choose, and he did, he would prefer the active to the passive course. As soon as the sun was well up, he eased out of the cave and stood up. The bad leg throbbed. Even to touch his toes to the ground hurt. The waters were rapidly receding. 50 yards to the east, a game trail led up the creek bank. Augustus decided to use the carbine he had taken off the Indian boy as a crutch. He cut the stirrups off the saddle and lashed one over each end of the rifle, then padded one end of his rude crutch with a piece of saddle leather. He stuffed one pistol under his belt, holstered the other, took his rifle and a pocket full of jerky, and hobbled across the bank to the animal trail. He edged cautiously out of the riverbed, but saw no Indians. The broad plain was empty for miles. The Indians had left. Augustus wasted no time in speculation. He started at once, hobbling southeast toward Miles City. He hoped he had not more than 30 or 40 miles to go before he struck the town. He was not used to the crutch, and he made poor time. When occasionally he forgot and set his bad foot to the ground, the pain was almost enough to make him pass out. He was weak and had to stop every hour or so to rest. In the hot sun, sweat poured out of him, though he felt cold and feared a chill. 2 or 3 miles from where he started, he crossed the tracks of a sizable herd of buffalo. They were probably the reason the Indians had left. With winter coming, buffalo were more important to the warriors than 2 white men, though probably they meant to return and finish off the whites once the hunt was over. All day he persevered, dragging himself along. He stopped less frequently because he found it hard to get started once he stopped. Rest was seductive. made more so by his tendency to improve the situation through imagination. Maybe the herd had moved north faster than he calculated. Maybe Call would show up the next day and save him the painful business of dragging along with his crutch. Yet he hated waiting almost as much as he hated the traveling. His habit had been to go and meet whatever needed to be met, not to wait idly for what might approach. What was approaching now was death, he knew. He had faced it before and overridden its motion with his own. To sit and wait for it gave it too many advantages. He had seen many men die of wounds, and had watched the turning of their spirits from active desire to live to indifference. With a bad wound, the moment indifference took over, life began to subside. Few men rose out of it. Most lost all impulse toward activity and ended by offering death at least a half-hearted welcome. Augustus didn't intend to do that, so he struggled on. When he took his rests, he took them standing up, leaning on the crutch. It took less will to get started if one was standing up. He hobbled over the plain through the long afternoon and twilight, finally collapsing sometime in the night. His hand slipped off the crutch, and he felt it falling from him. In stooping to reach for it, he fell face down, unconscious before he hit the ground. In his dreams, he was with Lorena, in the tent on the hot Kansas plains. He longed for her to cool him somehow, touch him with her cool hand. But though she smiled, she didn't cool him. The world had become red, as though the sun had swollen and absorbed it. He felt as if he were lying on the surface of the red sun as it looked at sunset when it sank into the plain. When he got his eyes open, the sun was white, not red, and directly above him. He heard a spitting sound such as a human would make, and his hand went to the pistol at his belt, thinking the Indians had come. But when he turned his head, it was a white man he saw, a very old, small white man in patched buckskins. The old man had a tobacco-stained beard and a bowie knife in his hand. A spotted horse grazed nearby. The old man was just squatting there, watching. Augustus kept his hand on his gun but didn't draw it. He didn't know if he had the strength to draw it. "Them was blood Indians," the old man said. "It beats all that they didn't get you. You got enough of them." "5 is all," Augustus said, raising himself to a sitting position. He didn't like to talk lying down. "7, I heard," the old man said. "I get along with the Bloods and the Blackfeet, too. Bought lots of beaver from them in the beavering days." "I'm Augustus McCrae," Augustus said. "Hugh Auld," the visitor said. "Down Miles City they call me Old Hugh, although I doubt I'm 80 yet." "Was you meaning to stab me with that knife?" Augustus asked. "I'd rather not shoot you unnecessarily." Old Hugh grinned and spat again. "I was about to have a go at cutting off that rotten leg of yours," he said. "Before you come to, I was. That leg's ruined, but I might have a hell of a time cutting through the bone without no saw. Besides, you might have woke up and give me trouble." "'Spect I would have," Augustus said, looking at the leg. It was no longer black-striped, just black. "We got to take it off," Old Hugh said. "If that rot gets in the other leg, you'll lose both of them." Augustus knew the old man was right in everything he said. The leg was rotting, but a bowie knife was no instrument for taking it off. "How far is Miles City?" he asked. "I guess they've got a Sawbones there." "2, last time I went to town," Old Hugh said. "Both drunkards." "You forgot to inform me of the distance," Augustus said. 40 miles and a fraction," Hugh said. "I don't believe you could have walked it." Augustus used the crutch to pull himself up. "I might fool you," he said, though it was just pride talking. He knew quite well he couldn't have walked it. Just getting to his feet left him nauseous. "Where'd you come from, stranger?" the old man asked. He rose to his feet but did not exactly straighten up. His back was bent. To Augustus he seemed scarcely 5 feet tall. "I was setting a deadfall and let it fall on me," Old Hugh explained cheerfully. "Some blood warriors found me. They thought it was funny, but my back never did straighten out." "We all have misfortunes," Augustus said. "Could I borrow your horse?" "Take it. Only don't kick him," old Hugh said. "If you kick him, he'll buck. I'll follow along as best I can in case you fall off." He led the spotted horse over and helped Augustus mount. Augustus thought he might pass out, but managed not to. He looked at old Hugh. "You sure you get along with these Indians?" he asked. "I'd be embarrassed if you came to any trouble on my account." "I won't," old Hugh said. "They're off stuffing themselves with fresh buffalo meat. I was invited to join them, but I think I'll poke along after you, even though I don't know where you come from." "A little fart of a town called Lonesome Dove," Augustus said. "It's in South Texas on the Rio Grande." "Dern," the old man said, clearly impressed by the information. "You're a traveling son of a bitch, ain't you?" "Does this horse have a name?" Augustus asked. "I might need to speak to him." "I've been called him Custer," old Hugh said. "I done a little scouting for the general once." Augustus paused a minute, looking down at the old trapper. "I got one more favor to ask you," he said. "Tie me on. I ain't got strength enough to mount again if I should fall." The old man was surprised. "I guess you've learned some tricks with all your traveling," he said. He fixed a rawhide loop around Augustus's waist and made it tight to the cantle. "Let's go, Custer," Augustus said, giving the horse rein and remembering not to kick him. 5 hours later, as the sun was setting, he nudged the exhausted horse over a slope north of the Yellowstone and saw the little town of Miles City 4 or 5 miles to the east. When he got to town, it was nearly dark. He stopped in front of what appeared to be a saloon, but found he could not dismount. Then he remembered that he was tied on. He couldn't untie the knots in the rawhide, but managed to draw his pistol and fire in the air. The first shot seemed to go unnoticed, but when he fired twice more, several men came to the door of the saloon and looked at him. "That's old Hugh's horse," one said in a sullen voice, as if he suspected Augustus of horse theft. "Yes, Mr. Auld was kind enough to loan him to me," Augustus said, staring the man down. "I've a ruined leg and would appreciate it if someone would locate me a medical man quick." The men walked out and came around the horse. When they saw the leg, one whistled. "What done that?" he asked. "An arrow," Augustus said. "Who are you, sir?" the oldest of the men asked more respectfully. "Augustus McCrae, Captain in the Texas Rangers," Augustus said. "One of you gentlemen will need to help me with these knots." They hurried to help, but before they could get him off the horse, the red water washed over his eyes again. The spotted horse named Custer didn't like so many men around him. He tried to bite one of them, then bucked twice, throwing Augustus, who had just been untied, into the street. 2 of the men tried to catch the horse, but he easily outran them and raced back out of town. 96. Augustus floated in the red water. Sometimes he saw faces, heard voices, saw more faces. He saw Bolivar and Lippy, his 2 wives, his 3 sisters. He saw men long dead whom he had rangered with. Saw Pedro Flores and P.I. and a red-headed whore he had taken up with for a month in his riverboating days. He sloshed helplessly back and forth as if something were churning in the water. When the redness receded and he opened his eyes again, he heard a piano playing in the distance. He was in bed in a small, hot room. Through the open window he could see the great Montana prairie. Looking around, he noticed a small, fat man dozing in a chair nearby. The man wore a black frock coat sprinkled with dandruff, a bottle of whiskey, and an old bowler hat nearly as disreputable as Lippy sat on a small bureau. The fat man was snoring peacefully. Feeling considerable pain, Augustus looked down and saw that his left leg was gone. The stump had been bandaged, but the bandage was leaking. Blood seeped through it, though it was a thick bandage. "Fear the sawbones wake up and stop this drip," Augustus said. He felt irritable and sad, and wished the whiskey bottle were in reach. The little fat man jerked as if poked with a fork and opened his eyes. His cheeks were red-streaked from excessive drinking, Augustus supposed. He put both hands on his head as if surprised that it was still there. And pass the whiskey, if you can spare any, Augustus added. I hope you ain't thrown my leg away. The doctor jerked again, as if every statement pricked him. Now, you've got a mighty healthy voice for a sick man, the doctor said. In this room, such a voice is a tight fit. Well, it's the only voice I got, Augustus said. The doctor put his hands to his temple again. It strikes my temples like a 10-pound hammer, he said, though I'm sorry to complain. The truth is, I don't feel well myself. You probably drink too much, Augustus said. If you'll hand me the bottle, I'll reduce your temptations. The doctor did, but not before taking a swig. Augustus took several while the doctor shuffled around and stood looking out the window. Across the street, the piano was still playing. That girl plays beautifully, the doctor said. They say she studied music in Philadelphia when she was younger. How old is she now? Augustus asked. Maybe I'll send her a bouquet. The doctor smiled. It's plain you're a man of spirit, he said. That's good. I'm afraid you've a few fractuosities yet to endure. A few what? Augustus asked. You better introduce yourself before you start talking Latin. Dr. Mobley, the man said. Joseph C. Mobley, to be precise. The C stands for Cincinnatus. More Latin, I guess, Augustus said. Explain that first bunch of Latin you talked. I mean, we've got to take off that other leg, Dr. Mobley said. I should have done it while you were out, but frankly getting the left leg off exhausted me. It's a good thing, Augustus said. If you'd hacked off my right leg, you'd be the one who was out. I need that right leg. His gun belt was hanging over a chair nearby, and he reached out and took his pistol from the holster. The doctor looked around, reaching out his hand for the whiskey bottle. Augustus gave it to him, and he took a long drink and handed it back. I understand your attachment to your own appendages, he said, opening the bandage. He winced when he looked at the wound, but kept working. I don't want to cut your other leg off bad enough to get shot in the process. However, you'll die if you don't reconsider. That's a plain fact. Go buy me some more whiskey, Augustus said. There's money in my pants. Is that girl playing the piano a whore? Yes, her name is Dora, the doctor said. Consumptive, I'm afraid. She'll never see Philadelphia again. He began to wrap the leg in a clean bandage. Augustus suddenly grew faint. Give her $20 out of my pants and tell her to keep playing, he said, and shove this bed a little closer to the window. It's stuffy in here. The doctor managed to shove the bed over near the window, but the effort tired him so that he sat back down in the chair where he had been dozing. Augustus recovered a little. He watched the doctor a moment. Physician, heal thyself, ain't that what they say? He remarked. Dr. Mobley chuckled unhappily. That's what they say, he said. He breathed heavily for a time and then stood up. I'll go get the whiskey, he said. While I'm about it, I'd advise you to take a sober look at your prospects. If you persist in your attachment to your right leg, it'll be the last opportunity you have to take a sober look at anything. Don't forget to tip that girl, Augustus said. Hurry back with my whiskey and bring a glass. Dr. Mobley turned at the door. We should operate today, he said. Within the hour, in fact. Although we could wait long enough for you to get thoroughly drunk, if that would help. There's men enough around here to hold you down, and I think I could have that leg off in 15 minutes. You ain't getting that leg, Augustus said. I might could get by without the one, but I can't without both. I assure you, the alternative is gloomy, Dr. Mobley said. Why close your own case? You've a taste for music, and you seem to have funds. Why not spend the next few years listening to whores play the piano? You said the girl was dying, Augustus said. Just go get the whiskey. Dr. Mobley returned a little later with 2 bottles of whiskey and a glass. A young giant of a man, so tall he had to stoop to get in the room, followed him. This is Jim, Dr. Mobley said nervously. He's offered to sit with you while I go make my rounds. Augustus cocked his pistol and leveled it at the young man. Get out, Jim, he said. I don't need company. Jim left immediately, so immediately that he forgot to stoop and bumped his head on the door frame. Dr. Mobley looked even more nervous. He moved the bureau a little nearer the bed and set both bottles within Augustus's reach. "That was rude," he said. "Listen," Augustus said. "You can't have this leg. If you're thinking of overpowering me, you have to calculate on losing about half the town. I can shoot straight when I'm drunk, too." "I only want to save your life," Dr. Mobley said, taking a drink from the first bottle before pouring Augustus a glassful. "It's my worry, mainly," Augustus said. "You stated your case, but the jury went against you. Jury of one. Did you pay the whore?" "I did," Dr. Mobley said. "Since you refused company, you'll have to drink alone. I have to go deliver a child into this unhappy world." "It's a fine world, though rich in hardships at times," Augustus said. "You won't need to worry about hardships much longer if you insist on keeping that leg," Dr. Mobley said somewhat pettishly. "I guess you don't care much for stubborn customers, do you?" "No, they irk me," Dr. Mobley said. "You might have lived, but now you'll die. Your reasoning escapes me." "Well, I'll pay your bill right now," Augustus said. "My reasoning ain't your concern." "Are you a man of property?" the doctor asked. "I've funds in a bank in San Antonio," Augustus said. "Also, I own half a cattle herd. It ought to be north of the Yellowstone by now." "I brought pen and ink," the doctor said. "If I were you, I'd make your will while you're still sober." Augustus drank all afternoon and did not use the pen or ink. Once, when the music stopped, he looked out the window and saw a skinny, pockmarked girl in a black dress standing in the street looking up at him curiously. He waved, but could not be sure she saw him. He took another $20 gold piece from his pants pocket and sailed it out the window toward her. It landed in the street to the puzzlement of the girl. She walked over and picked up the gold piece, looking up. "It's yours, for the music," Augustus said loudly. The pockmarked girl smiled, picked up the money, and went back into the saloon. In a minute, Augustus heard the piano again. A little later, his fever rose. He felt hungry, though, and banged on the floor with his pistol until a timid-looking little bartender with a walrus mustache as good as Dish Boggett's opened the door. "Is beefsteak to be had in this town?" Augustus asked. "No, but I can get you venison," the bartender said. He was as good as his word. Augustus ate and then vomited in a brass spittoon. His leg was as black as the one that had been lost. He went back to the whiskey and from time to time recovered the misty feeling that he had always been so fond of, the feeling that reminded him of Tennessee mornings. He wished for a woman's company and thought of having someone ask the pockmarked girl if she would come and sit a while. But there was no one to ask, and in time he lost the impulse. In the night, sweating heavily, he awoke to a familiar step. W.F. Call stepped into the room and set a lantern on the bureau. "Well, slow but sure," Augustus said, feeling relieved. "Not too darn slow," Call said. "We just found P.I. yesterday." He turned back the covers and looked at Augustus's leg. Dr. Mobley was also in the room. Call stood looking at the black leg a minute. Its meaning was clear enough. "I did plead with him, Captain," Dr. Mobley said. "I told him it should come off. I regret now that I didn't take it when we took the other." "You should have," Call said bluntly. "I would have known to do that, and I ain't a medical man." "Don't berate the man, Woodrow," Augustus said. "If I'd waked up with no legs, I would have shot the first man I saw, and Dr. Joseph C. Mobley was the first man I saw." "Leaving you a gun was another mistake," Call said. "But I guess he didn't know you as well as I do." He looked at the leg again and at the doctor. "We could try it now," he said. "He's always been strong. He might still live." Augustus immediately cocked the pistol. "You don't boss me, Woodrow," he said. "I'm the one man you don't boss. You also don't boss most of the women, but that don't concern us now." "I wouldn't think you'd shoot me for trying to save your life," Call said quietly. Augustus looked sweaty and unsteady, but the range was short. "Not to kill," Augustus said, "but I'll promise to disable you if you don't let me be about this leg." I never took you for a suicide, Gus, Call said. Men have gotten by without legs. Lots of them lost legs in the war. You don't like to do nothing but sit on the porch and drink whiskey anyway. Don't take legs to do that. No, I also like to walk around to the spring house once in a while to see if my jug's cooled proper, Augusta said. Or I might want to kick a pig if one aggravates me. Call saw that it was pointless unless he wanted to risk a fight. Gus had not uncocked the pistol either. Call looked at the doctor to see what he thought. I wouldn't bother him now, the doctor said. It's much too late. I suppose I'm to blame for not outwitting him. He was brought to me unconscious, or I might have figured out what a testy character he is. Augustus smiled. Would you bring Captain Call a glass and some of that venison? He said. I imagine he's hungry. Call wasn't ready to give up, although he felt it was probably hopeless. You got those 2 women back in Nebraska, he pointed out. Those women would race to take care of you. Clara's got one invalid already, and she's bored with him, Augustus said. Gloria would look after me, but it would be a sorry life for her. Not as sorry as the one you rescued her from, Call reminded him. You don't get the pint, Woodrow, Augustus said. I've walked the earth in my pride all these years. If that's lost, then let the rest be lost with it. There's certain things my vanity won't abide. That's all it is, too, Call said bitterly. Your goddamn vanity. He had expected to find Gus wounded, but not to find him dying. The sight affected him so much that he felt weak of a sudden. When the doctor left the room, he sat down in a chair and took off his hat. He looked at Gus for a long time, trying to think of some argument he might use. But Gus was Gus, and he knew no argument would be of any use. None ever had been. He could either fight him and take off the leg if he won, or else sit and watch him die. The doctor seemed convinced he would die now in any case, though doctors could be wrong in such matters. He tried to gird himself for a fight. Gus might miss or not even shoot, though both were doubtful, but his own weakness held him in the chair. He was trembling and didn't know why. Woodrow, I wish you'd relax, Augustus said. You can't save me, and it would be a pity if we fought at this stage. I might kill you accidentally, and them boys would sit out on the plains and freeze. Call didn't answer. He felt tired and old and sad. He had pressed the mare all day and all night, had easily found the river where the battle took place, recovered P.I.'s rifle and even his boots and shirt, found Gus's saddle, and raced for Miles City. He had risked ruining the hell bitch. He hadn't, though she was tired, and still he had arrived too late. Gus would die, and all he could do was keep a death watch. The bartender brought a plate of venison, but he had no appetite. He accepted a glass of whiskey, though, and then another. They had no effect. I hope you won't become a drunkard over this, Augustus said. I won't, Call said. You can uncock that pistol. If you want to die, go ahead. Augustus laughed. You act like you hold it against me, he said. I do, Call said. You got a good head if you'd use it. A man with a good head can be useful. Doing what? Braiding ropes? Augustus asked. Not my style, Captain. Your goddamn style is your downfall, and it's a wonder it didn't come sooner. Any special funeral? Yes, I've been thinking of that, Augustus said. I've a big favor to ask you, and one more to do you. What favor? The favor I want from you will be my favor to you, Augustus said. I want to be buried in Clara's orchard. In Nebraska? Call asked, surprised. I didn't see no orchard. Augustus chuckled. Not Nebraska, he said. In Texas, by that little grove of live oaks on the South Guadalupe. Remember we stopped by there a minute? My God, Call said, thinking his friend must be delirious. You want me to haul you to Texas? We just got to Montana. I know where you just got, Augustus said. My burial can wait a spell. I got nothing against wintering in Montana. Just pack me in salt or charcoal or what you will. I'll keep well enough, and you can make the trip in the spring. You'll be a rich cattle king by then and might need a restful trip."
Call looked at his friend closely. Augustus looked sober and reasonably serious. "To Texas?" he repeated.
"Yes, that's my favor to you," Augustus said. "It's the kind of job you was made for that nobody else could do or even try. Now that the country is about settled, I don't know how you'll keep busy, Woodrow, but if you'll do this for me, you'll be all right for another year, I guess."
"You're one of a kind, Gus," Call said, sighing.
"We'll all miss you." "Even you, Woodrow?" Augustus asked.
"Yes, me," Call said. "Why not me?"
"I take it back, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I have no doubt you'll miss me. You'll probably die of boredom this winter, and I'll never get to Clara's orchard."
"Why do you call it that?"
"We had picnics there," Augustus said. "I took to calling it that. It pleased Clara. I could please her oftener in those days."
"Well, but is that any reason to go so far to be buried?" Call said. "She'd allow you a grave in Nebraska, I'm sure."
"Yes, but we had our happiness in Texas," Augustus said. "It was my best happiness, too. If you're too lazy to take me to Texas, then just throw me out the window and be done with it." He spoke with vehemence. "She's got her family in Nebraska," Augustus added more quietly. "I don't want to lie there with that dumb horse trader she married."
"This would make a story if there was anybody to tell it," Call said. "You want me to carry your body 3,000 miles because you used to go picnicking with a girl on the Guadalupe River?"
"That, plus I want to see if you can do it," Augustus said.
"But you won't know if I do it," Call said. "I reckon I'll do it, since you've asked." He said no more, and soon noticed that Augustus was dozing. He pulled his chair closer to the window. It was a cool night, but the lamp made the little room stuffy. He blew it out. There was a little moonlight. He tried to doze, but couldn't for a time. Then he did doze, and woke to find Augustus wide awake, burning with fever. Call lit the lamp, but could do nothing for him. "That was the Musselshell River where you holed up," he said. "I met that old trapper, and he told me. We may take him with us to scout since he knows the country."
"I wish I had some better whiskey," Augustus said. "This is a cheap product."
"Well, saloon's closed, probably," Call said.
"I doubt they got better open or closed," Augustus said. "I have a few more instructions, if you're ready to hear them."
"Why, fine," Call said. "I suppose now you've decided you'd rather be buried at the South Pole."
"No, but do stop in Nebraska at night and let the women know," Augustus said. "I'm leaving my half of the herd to Lori, and don't you dispute with me about it. Just see she gets what money's coming to her. I'll leave you a note to hand her, and one for Clara."
"I'll pass them on," Call said.
"I told Newt you was his pa,"
Augustus said. "Well, you oughtn't to," Call said.
"I oughtn't to have had to, but you never got around to it, so I did," Augustus said. "All you can do about it now is shoot me, which would be a blessing. I feel mighty poorly, and embarrassed to boot."
"Why embarrassed?" Call asked.
"Imagine getting killed by an arrow in this day and age," Augustus said. "It's ridiculous, especially since they shot at us 50 times with modern weapons and did no harm."
"You always was careless," Call said. "P said you rode over a hill and right into them. I've warned you about that very thing 1,000 times. There's better ways to approach a hill."
"Yes, but I like being free on the earth," Augustus said. "I'll cross the hills where I please." He paused a minute. "I hope you won't mistreat Newt," he said.
"Have I ever mistreated him?" Call asked.
"Yes, always," Augustus said. "I admit it's practically your only sin, but it's a big one." You ought to do better by that boy. He's the only son you'll ever have. I'd bet my wad on that. Though I guess it's possible you'll take to women in your old age." "No, I won't," Call said. "They don't like me. I never recall mistreating that boy." "Not naming him is mistreatment," Augustus said. "Give him your name, and you'll have a son you can be proud of, and Newt will know you're his pa." "I don't know that myself," Call said. "I know it and you know it," Augustus said. "You're worse than me. I'm stubborn about legs, but what about you? Women are goddamn right not to like you. You don't want to admit you ever needed one of them, even for a moment's pleasure. Though you're human, and you did need one once, but you don't want to need nothing you can't get for yourself." Call didn't answer. It seemed wrong to quarrel while Gus was dying. Always over the same thing, too. That one thing, after all they had done together. Gus slept through the morning, fitful and feverish. Call didn't expect him to wake. He didn't leave the room. He was finally eating the plate of cold venison when Gus came to his senses briefly. "Do you want me to do anything about them Indians?" Call asked. "Which Indians?" Augustus asked, wondering what his friend could be talking about. Call's cheeks looked drawn, as though he hadn't eaten for days, though he was eating even as he asked the question. "Those that shot the arrows into you," Call said. "Oh, no, Woodrow," Augustus said. "We won more than our share with the natives. They didn't invite us here, you know. We got no call to be vengeful. You start that and I'll spoil your appetite." "I don't have much anyway," Call said. "Didn't I stick that sign in the wagon? That one I made in Lonesome Dove that upset Dietz so much at first?" Augustus asked. "Upset me, too," Call said. "It was a peculiar sign. It's on the wagon. I consider it my masterpiece. That and the fact that I've kept you from not getting no worse for so long," Augustus said. "Take the sign back and stick it over my grave." "Have you wrote them notes for the women yet?" Call asked. "I won't know what to say to them, you see." "Darn, I forgot. And my two favorite women, too," Augustus said. "Get me some paper." The doctor had brought in a tablet for Augustus to write his will on. Augustus drew himself up and slowly wrote 2 notes. "Dangerous to write to 2 women at the same time," he said, "especially when I'm this lightheaded. I might not be as particular in my sentiments as women expect a fella to be." But he wrote on. Then Call saw his hand drop and thought he was dead. He wasn't, but he was too weak to fold the second note. Call folded it for him. "Woodrow, quite a party," Augustus said. "What?" Call asked. Augustus was looking out the window. "Look there at Montana," he said. "It's fine and fresh, and now we've come, it'll soon be ruined, like my legs." Then he turned his head back to Call. "I near forgot," he said. "Give my saddle to P.I. I cut his up to brace my crutch, and I wouldn't want him to think ill of me." "Well, he don't, Gus," Call said. But Augustus had closed his eyes. He saw a mist, red at first, but then as silvery as the morning mists in the valleys of Tennessee. Call sat by the bed, hoping he would open his eyes again. He could hear Gus breathing. The sun set, and Call moved back to the chair, listening to his friend's ragged breath. He tried to remain alert, but he was tired. Some time later, the doctor came in with a lamp. Call noticed blood dripping off the sheet onto the floor. "That bed's full of blood, and your friend's dead," the doctor said. Call felt bad for having dozed. He saw that one of Gus's notes to the women was still on the bed. There was blood on it, but not much. Call wiped the note carefully on his pants leg before going downstairs. 97. When Call told Dr. Mobley that Gus wanted to be transported to Texas to be buried, the little doctor merely smiled. "People have their whimsies," he said. Your friend was a crazy patient. I imagined we'd have quarreled if he'd lived. I imagine, Call said, but I intend to honor the wish. We'll pack him in charcoal and salt, the doctor said. It'll take a barrel or two. Luckily, there's a good salt lick not far from here. I may need to leave him all winter, Call said. Is there a place I could store him? My harness shed would do fine, the doctor said. It's well ventilated, and he'll keep better in the cool. Do you want his other leg? Well, where is it? Call asked, startled. Oh, I've got it, the doctor said. Contrary as he was, he might have asked me to sew it back on. It's a rotten old thing. Call went outside and walked down the empty street to the livery stable. The doctor had told him to rest and had offered to locate the undertaker himself. The hell bitch looked up when he came into the livery stable where he had put her. He felt an impulse to saddle her and ride out into the country, but weariness overcame him, and he threw his bedroll on some straw and lay down. He couldn't sleep, though. He regretted not trying harder to save Gus. He should have disarmed him at once and seen that the other leg was amputated. Of course, Gus might have shot him, but he felt he should have taken the risk. It seemed he only dozed a minute when the sun streamed into the livery stable. Call didn't welcome the day. All he had to think about were mistakes, it seemed. Mistakes and death. His old ranger and gang was gone. Only P.I. left of all of them. Jake was dead in Kansas, Dietz in Wyoming, and now Gus in Montana. An old man named Gill owned the livery stable. He had rheumatism and walked slowly and with a limp, but he was a kindly old man with a rusty beard and one milky eye. He came limping in not long after Call woke up. I guess you need a coffin, the old man said. Get Joe Weitenheimer. He'll make you a good one. It will have to be sturdy, Call said. I know, the old man said. That's all the talk is in this town today, about the feller who wants to be hauled all the way to Texas to be stuck in the ground. He considered it his home, Call said, seeing no reason to go into the part about the picnics. My attitude is, why not if he can find someone to tote him, old man Gill said. I'd be buried in Georgia if I could have my way, but it's a far piece to Georgia, and nobody's going to tote me. So I'll be buried up here in this cold, he added. I don't like this cold. Of course, they say when you're dead, the temperature don't concern you, but who knows the truth on that? I don't, Call said. People got opinions, that's all they've got, the old man grumbled. If somebody was to go and come back, now that's an opinion I'd listen to. The old man forked the hell bitch a little hay. When he stood watching her eat, the mare snaked out her neck and tried to bite him, causing the old man to stumble backwards and nearly stumble over his own pitchfork. Darn, she ain't very grateful, he said. Struck at me like a snake, and I just fed her. Typical female. My wife done exactly the same 100 times. Buried her in Missouri where it's considerable warmer. Call found a carpenter and ordered a coffin. Then he borrowed a wagon and team and a big scoop shovel from a drunken man at the hardware store. It struck him that the citizenry of Miles City seemed to drink liquor day and night. Half the town was drunk at dawn. The lick's about 6 miles north, the hardware store man said. You can find it by the game trails. Sure enough, several antelope were at the salt lick, and he saw the tracks of buffalo and elk. He worked up a sweat scooping the salt into the wagon. When he got back to town, the undertaker had finished with Gus. The undertaker was a tall man with the shakes. His whole body trembled, even when he was standing still. It's a nervous disease, he said. I took it when I was young and had it ever since. I put extra fluid in your friend, since I understand he'll be above ground for a while. Yes, until next summer, Call said. I don't know how he'll do, the undertaker said. If he weren't a human, you could smoke him like a ham. I'll try salt and charcoal, Call said. When the coffin was ready, Call bought a fine bandana to cover Gus's face with. Dr. Mobley brought in the leg he had removed, wrapped in some burlap and soaked in formaldehyde to cover the smell. A bartender and the blacksmith helped pack the charcoal in. Call felt very awkward, though everyone was relaxed and cheerful. Once Gus was well covered, they filled the coffin to the top with salt and nailed it shut. Call gave the extra salt to the drunk at the hardware store to compensate him a little for the use of his wagon. They carried the coffin around and put it in the doctor's harness shed on top of 2 empty barrels. "Well, that'll do fine," Dr. Mobley said. "He'll be there, and if you change your mind about the trip, we'll just bury him. You'll have lots of company here. We've got more people in the cemetery already than we've got in the town." Call didn't like the implication. He looked at the doctor sternly. "Why would I change my mind?" he asked. The doctor had been nipping at a flask of whiskey during the packing and was fairly drunk. "Dying people get foolish," he said. "They forget. They won't be alive to appreciate the things they ask people to do for them. People make any kind of promise, but when they realize it's a dead creature they made the promise to, they usually squirm a little and then forget the whole business. It's human nature." "I'm told I don't have a human nature," Cole said. "How much do I owe you?" "Nothing," the doctor said. "The deceased paid me himself." "I'll get him in the spring," Cole said. When he got back to the livery stable, he found Old Man Gill drinking from a jug. It reminded him of Gus, for the old man would hook one finger through the loop of the jug and throw back his head and drink. He was sitting in the wheelbarrow, his pitchfork across his lap, glaring at the hell bitch. "Next time you come, why don't you just catch a grizzly bear and ride him in?" Gill said. "I'd rather stable a grizzly than this mare." "She bites you or what?" "No, but she's biding her time," the old man said. "Take her away so I can relax. I ain't been drunk this early in several years, and it's just from having her around." "We're leaving," Call said. "Now why would you keep a creature like that?" the old man said once Call had her saddled. "Because I like to be horseback when I'm horseback," Call said. Old Man Gill was not persuaded. "Hope you like to be dead when you're dead, then," he said. "I reckon she's deadlier than a cobra." "I reckon you talk too much," Call said, feeling more and more that he didn't care for Miles City. He found the old trapper Hugh Auld sitting in front of the dry goods store. It was a cloudy day and a cool wind blew. The wind had a wintry feel, though it had been hot the day before. Call knew they didn't have long before winter, and his men were poorly equipped. "Can you drive a wagon?" he asked old Hugh. "Yes, I can whip a mule as good as anybody else," Hugh said. Call bought supplies, not only coats and overshoes and gloves, but building supplies as well. He managed to rent the wagon he had carried the salt in, promising to return it when possible. "You're restless," old Hugh said. "You go on. I'll creep along in this wagon and catch you north of the Musselshell." Call rode back toward the herd, but at a fairly slow pace. In the afternoon he stopped and sat for several hours by a little stream. Ordinarily he would have felt guilty for not heading back to the boys right away, but Gus's death had changed that. Gus was not a person he had expected to outlive. Now that he had, much was different. Gus had always been lucky. Everybody said so, and he said so himself. Only Gus's luck ran out. Jake's had run out. Dietz's had run out. Both deaths were unexpected, both sad, terribly sad, but Call believed them. He had seen them both with his own eyes, and believing in the deaths, he had put them behind him. He had seen Gus die, too, or seen him dying at least, but it seemed he hadn't started believing it. Gus had left, and that was final, but Call felt too confused even to feel sad. Gus had been so much himself to the end that he wouldn't let even his death be an occasion. It had just felt like one of their many arguments that normally would be resumed in a few days. This time it wouldn't be resumed, and Call found he couldn't adjust to the change. He felt so alone that he didn't really want to go back to the outfit. The herd and the men no longer seemed to have anything to do with him. Nothing had anything to do with him. unless it was the mare. For his part, he was just as soon have ridden around Montana alone until the Indians jumped him too. It wasn't that he even missed Gus yet all that much. Only yesterday they had talked as they had talked for 30 years. Call felt some resentment, as he almost always had when thinking of his friend. Gus had died and left the world without taking him with him, so that once again he was left to do the work. He had always done the work, only suddenly no longer believed in the work. Gus had tricked him out of his belief as easily as if cheating at cards. All his work, and it hadn't saved anyone, or slowed the moment of their going by a minute. Finally, as night fell, he mounted and rode on, not anxious to get anywhere, but tired of sitting. He rode on, his mind a blank, until the next afternoon when he spotted the herd. The cattle were spread for 3 miles over the great plain, grazing peacefully along. No sooner had the hand spotted him than Dish and Needle Nelson came racing over. Both looked scared. "Captain, we seen some Indians," Dish said. "There was a bunch of them, but they didn't attack us yet." "What did they do?" Call asked. "Just sat on a hill and watched us," Needle Nelson said. "We were going to give them 2 of these slow beeves if they'd ask, but they didn't ask." "How many in the bunch?" "We didn't count," Dish said, "but it was a bunch." "Women and children with them?" Call asked. "Oh, yes, a passel," Needle said. "They seldom drag their womenfolk into battle," Call said. "Probably Crow. I'm told the Crow are peaceful." "Did you find Gus?" Dish asked. "P can't talk about nothing else." "I found him. He's dead," Call said. The men were turning their horses to go back to the herd. They stopped as if frozen. "Gus is dead?" Needle Nelson asked. Call nodded. He knew he would have to tell the story, but didn't want to have to tell it a dozen times. He trotted on over to the wagon which Lippy was driving. P.I. sat in the back end resting. He was still barefoot, though Call saw at once that his feet were better. When he saw Call riding in alone, he looked worried. "Did they carry him off, Captain?" he asked. "No, he made it to Miles City," Call said. "But he had blood poisoning in both legs from those arrows, and he died day before yesterday." "Well, I swear," P.I. said, "I wished he hadn't. I got away, and Gus died," he added sadly. "Wouldn't you figure it'd be the other way round?" "I would if I had to make odds," Jasper Fant said. He was close by and had loped over in time to hear. Newt heard the facts from Dish, who soon rode around the herd telling the boys. Many of them loped into the wagon to get more details, but Newt didn't. He felt like he had the morning he saw Dietz dead, like turning away. If he never went to the wagon, he would never have to hear any more. He cried all afternoon, riding as far back on the drags as he could get. For once he was grateful for the dust the herd raised. It seemed to him it would have been better if the Indians had ridden in and killed them all. Having it happen one at a time was too much to bear, and it was happening to the best people, too. The ones who teased him and made sport of him, like Bert and Soupy, were happy as pigs. Even P.I. had nearly died, and except for the captain and himself, P was the last one left of the old Hat Creek outfit. All the men were annoyed with Captain Call because he told of Gus's dying brusquely, got himself a little food, and rode away to be alone, as he always did in the evening. His account was pregnant with mysteries, and the men spent all night discussing them. Why had Gus refused to have the other leg amputated in the face of plain warnings?
"I knew a spry little fellow from Virginia who could go nearly as fast on crutches as I can on my own legs," Lippy reported. "He had 2 crutches, and once he got his rhythm, he could skip along." "Gus could have made a cart and got him a billy goat to pull it," Bert Borum suggested. "Or a donkey," Needle said. "Or his darn pigs, if they're so smart," Soupy said. Both pigs were under the wagon. P.I., who slept in the wagon, had to listen to their grunts and snores all night.
Only the Irishman seemed sympathetic to Gus's stance. "Why, it would only have left half of him," he said. "Who wants to be half of himself?" "No, half would be about the hips," Jasper calculated. "Half would be your nuts and all. Just your legs ain't half." Dish Boggett took no part in the conversation. He felt sad about Gus. He remembered that Gus had once lent him money to visit Lorena, and this memory lent another tone to his sadness. He had supposed Gus would go back and visit Lorena, but now clearly he couldn't. She was there in Nebraska, waiting for Gus, who would never come. Into his sadness came a hope that when the drive was over, he could draw his wages and go back and win Lorena after all. He could still remember her face as she sat in front of the little tent on the Kansas plains. How he had envied Gus, for Lorena would smile at Gus, but she had never smiled at him. Now Gus was dead, and Dish determined to mention to the captain that he wanted to draw his wages and leave as soon as the drive was finished. Lippy broke down and cried a time or two, thinking of Gus. To him, the mysterious part was why Gus wanted to be taken to Texas.
"All that way to Texas," Lippy kept saying. "He must have been drunk."
"I never seen Gus too drunk to know what he meant," P.I. said. He, too, was very sad. It seemed to him it would have been better if he could have persuaded Gus to come with him.
"All that way to Texas," Lippy kept saying. "I wager the captain won't do it."
"I'll take that wager," Dish said. He and Gus rangered together. "And me, too," P.I. said sadly. "I rangered with them." "Gus won't be much but a skeleton if the captain does do it," Jasper said. "I wouldn't do it. I'd get to thinking of ghosts and ride off in a hole." At the mention of ghosts, Dish got up and left the campfire. He couldn't abide the thought of any more ghosts. If Dietz and Gus were both roaming around, one might approach him, and he didn't like the thought. The very notion made him white, and he pitched his bedroll as close to the wagon as he could get. The other men continued to talk of Augustus's strange request. "Why, Texas beats me," Soupy said. "I always heard he was from Tennessee." "I wonder what he'd have to say about being dead," Needle said. "Gus always had something to say about everything." Po Campo began to jingle his tambourine lightly, and the Irishman whistled sadly. "He never collected all that money he won from us at cards," Bert remembered. "That's the bright side of the matter." "Oh, dern," P.I. said, feeling so sorrowful that he wanted to die himself. No one had to ask him what he was durning about. 98. Old Hugh Auld soon replaced Augustus as the main talker in the Hat Creek outfit. He caught up with the herd with his wagon load of coats and supplies near the Missouri, which they crossed near Fort Benton. The soldiers of the tiny outpost were as surprised to see the cowboys as if they were men from another planet. The commander, a lanky major named Court, could scarcely believe his eyes when he looked up and saw the herd spread out over the plain. When told that most of the cattle had been gathered below the Mexican border, he was astonished, but not too astonished to buy 200 head. Buffalo were scarce, and the fort not well provisioned. Call was short with Major Court. He had been short with everyone since Gus's death. Everyone wondered when he would stop going north, but no one dared ask. There had been several light snows, and when they crossed the Missouri, it was so cold that the men built a huge fire on the north bank to warm up. Jasper Fant came near to realizing his lifelong fear of drowning when his horse spooked at a beaver and shook him off into the icy water. Fortunately, Ben Rainey caught him and pulled him ashore. Jasper was blue with cold. Even though they covered him with blankets and got him to the fire, it was a while before he could be convinced that he was alive. "Why, you could have waded out," old Hugh said, astonished that a man would be frightened over such a little thing as a soaking. "If you think this water's cold now, try setting a few beaver traps around February," he added, thinking it would help the man put things in perspective. Jasper couldn't speak for an hour. Most of the men had long since grown bored with his drowning fears, and they left him to dry out his clothes as best he could. That night, when he was warm enough to be bitter, Jasper vowed to spend the rest of his life north of the Missouri rather than cross such a stream again. Also, he had developed an immediate resentment against beavers and angered old Hugh several times on the trip north by firing at them recklessly with his pistol if he saw some in a pond. "Them's beaver," old Hugh kept saying. "You trap beaver. You don't shoot 'em. A bullet will ruin the pelt, and the pelt's the whole point." "Well, I hate the little toothy sons of bitches," Jasper said. "The pelts be damned." Call kept riding northwest until even old Hugh began to be worried. The great line of the Rockies was clear to the west. Though old Hugh was the scout, it was Call who rode on ahead. Once in a while, old Hugh might point out a landmark, but he was shy about offering advice. Call made it clear that he didn't want advice. Though accustomed to his silences, none of the men could remember him being that silent. For days he didn't utter a word. He merely came in and got his food and left again. Several of the men became convinced that he didn't mean to stop, that he would lead them north into the snows and they would all freeze. The day after they crossed the Marias, Old Dog disappeared. From being a lead steer, he had drifted back to the drags and usually trailed a mile or two behind the herd. Always he was there in the morning, but one morning he wasn't. Newt and the Rainies, still in charge of the drags, went back to look for him and saw two grizzlies making a meal of the old steer. At the sight of the bears, their horses bolted and raced back to the herd. Their fear instantly communicated itself to all the animals, and the herd and remuda stampeded. Several cowboys got thrown, including Newt, but no one was hurt, though it took an afternoon to gather the scattered herd. A few days later, they finally came to the Milk River. It was a crisp fall day, and most of the men were wearing their new coats. The slopes of the mountains to the west were covered with snow. "That's the last one," old Hugh said. "You go much north of that river and you're in Canada." Call left the herd to graze and rode east alone for a day. The country was beautiful, with plenty of grass and timber enough in the creek bottom for building a house and corrals. He came across scattered buffalo, including one large herd. He saw a plentiful Indian sign, but no Indians. It was cold, but brilliantly sunny. He felt that the whole top of the Montana Territory was empty except for the buffalo, the Indians, and the Hat Creek outfit. He knew it was time to stop and get a house of some kind built before a blizzard caught them. He knew one could come any time. He himself paid no attention to weather and didn't care, but there were the men to think of. It was too late for most of them to go back to Texas that fall. Like it or not, they were going to be wintering in Montana. That night, camping alone, he dreamed of Gus. Frequently he woke up to hear Gus's voice, so real he looked around expecting to see him. Sometimes he would scarcely fall asleep before he dreamed of Gus, and it was even beginning to happen in the daytime if he rode along not paying much attention to his surroundings. Gus, dead, invaded his thoughts as readily as he had when he was alive. Usually he came to josh and tease much as he had in life. "Just because you've got to the top of the country, you don't have to stop," he said in one dream. "Turn east and keep going until you hit Chicago." Call didn't want to turn east, but neither did he particularly want to stop. Gus's death, and the ones before it, had caused him to lose his sense of purpose to such an extent that he scarcely cared from one day to the next what he was doing. He kept on going north because it had become a habit. But they had reached the Milk River, and winter was coming, so he had to break the habit, or else lose most of the men and probably the cattle too. He found a creek with a good stand of sheltering timber and decided it would do for a headquarters, but he felt no eagerness for the tasks ahead. Work, the one thing that had always belonged to him, no longer seemed to matter. He did it because there was nothing else to do, not because he felt the need. Some days he felt so little interest in the herd and the men that he could simply have ridden off and left them to make the best of things. The old sense of being responsible for their well-being had left him so completely that he often wondered how he could ever have felt it so strongly. The way they looked at him in the morning as they waited for orders irritated him more and more. Why should grown men wait for orders every day after coming 3,000 miles? Frequently he gave no orders, merely ate his breakfast and rode off, leaving them with puzzled expressions on their faces. An hour later, when he looked back, he would see that they were following, and that too irritated him. Sometimes he felt he would prefer to look back and see the plains empty, all the followers and cattle vanished. But nothing like that happened, and when he had settled on a headquarters, he told the men to drive the cattle east for a day and then let them graze at will. The drive was over. The ranch would lie between the Milk and the Missouri. He would file on the land in the spring. "What about them of us that want to go back to Texas?" Dishbog had asked. Call was surprised. Until then, no one had suggested going back to Texas. "It's late in the year," he said. "You'd be better advised to wait and go in the spring." Dish looked at him stubbornly. "I didn't hire on for no winter in Montana," he said. "I guess if I could have my wages, I'd take my chances." "Well, you're needed for the building," Cole said, reluctant to lose him. Dish looked as if he stood ready to ride south then and there. "Once that's done, then he can go the once," Cole added. Dishboggy felt angry. He hadn't hired on to carpenter either. His first work for the Hat Creek outfit had been well digging, and his last would be swinging an axe, it appeared. Neither was work fit for a cowhand, and he was on the verge of demanding his wages and standing up for his rights as a free man, but the captain's look dissuaded him, and the next morning when they started the herd east along the Milk, he took the point for the last time. With Old Dog dead, the Texas bull was frequently in the forefront of the drive. He looked ugly, for his wound had been sewn up unevenly, and being one-eyed and one-horned had made him even more irascible. He would often turn and attack anyone who approached him on his blind side. Several men had narrowly escaped disaster, and only the fact that Captain Call favored the bull had kept them from shooting him. Dish resolved that as soon as the building was done, he would go like a streak for Nebraska. The thought that a stranger might come along and win Laurie before he could get back was a torment to him, but it made him one of the more vigorous members of the logging crew once the building got started. Most of the other members of the crew, Jasper and Needle particularly, were less vigorous, and they irritated Dish by taking frequent breaks, leaving him to chop alone. They would sit around smoking, keeping a close watch for bears, while Dish flailed away, the sound of the striking axe echoing far across the valley of the Milk River. Before the work had been in progress a week, an event occurred which changed the men's attitudes dramatically. The event was a blizzard, which howled out of the north for 3 days. Only the fact that Call had seen to it that ample firewood had been cut saved the outfit. The men had never known or imagined such cold. They built 2 large fires and huddled between them, feeding them logs, freezing on the side not closest to the fire. The first day there was no visibility at all. The men could not even go to the horses without the risk of being lost in the swirling snow. "It's worse than a sandstorm," Needle said. "Yes, and colder, too," Jasper said. "I've got my feet practically in the fire and my darn toes are still frozen." Dish found to his annoyance that his own breath caused his mustache to freeze, something he would not have imagined could happen. The men put on all the clothes they had and were still terribly cold. When the storm blew out and the sun reappeared, the cold refused to leave. In fact, it got colder and formed such a hard crust on the snow that the men slipped and fell just going a few feet to the wagon. Only Po Campo seemed to thrive in the weather. He still relied largely on his serape, plus an old scarf he had found somewhere, and he annoyed the men by nagging them to go shoot a bear. His theory was that bear meat would help them get used to the weather. Even if it didn't, a bear skin might come in handy. "Yes, and them darn bears probably think the little man meat would come in handy," Soupy observed. P.I., the tallest man in the group, had developed a new fear, which was that he would be swallowed up in a snowdrift. He had always worried about quicksand, and now he was in a place where all he could see for miles around was a colder version of quicksand. "If it was to cover you up, I reckon you'd freeze," he said over and over until the men were tired of hearing it. Most of the men were tired of hearing one another say anything. The complaints characteristic of each had come to bore them thoroughly as a group. Newt found that he had no urge either to talk or listen, but he did have an urge to stay warm, and he spent as much time by the fire as he honorably could. The only parts of his body that he was still conscious of were his hands, feet, and ears, all of which were dreadfully cold. When the storm abated and they rode out to check the cattle, he tied an old flannel shirt over his ears, and they still felt frozen. The livestock weathered the storm fairly well, although some of the cattle had drifted far south and had to be pushed back toward the milk. Even so, within 10 days of the blizzard, a sizable rough log house had been built, complete with fireplace and chimney, both the work of Po Campo. He took advantage of a few days' thaw to make a great quantity of mud bricks, all of which froze hard with the next freeze. The roof had hardly been on the cabin a day when the next blizzard hit. This time, though, the men were comparatively warm. To their amazement, Captain Call refused to live in the house. He set up the old tent of Wilbarger's in a sheltered spot on the creek and spent his nights in it, sometimes building a small fire in front of it. Every morning the men expected to come out and find him frozen. Instead, he came in every morning and found them sleeping too late, reluctant to leave their blankets for the chill. But there were still corrals to build, and a smokehouse, and improvements on the cabin. Call saw that the men stayed at work while he himself did most of the checking on the livestock, sometimes taking Newt with him on his rounds. He killed several buffalo and taught Newt how to quarter them. Old Hugh Auld came and went at will on his spotted pony. Though he talked constantly while he was with the crew, he often developed what he called lonesome feelings and disappeared for 10 days at a time. Once, in a prolonged warm spell, he came racing in excitedly and informed Call that there was a herd of wild horses grazing only 20 miles to the south. Since the Hat Creek remuda was not in the best of shape, Call decided to go see about the horses. They had a great stroke of luck and caught them in a box canyon only 15 miles from the headquarters. The horses were smallish, but still fat from a summer's grazing. Bert Borum, the best roper in the outfit, caught 18 of the horses, and they were brought back, hobbled, to the remuda. True to his word, Dish Boggett drew his wages and left the day after they caught the wild horses. Call had assumed the blizzards would have taught the young man the folly of leaving, and was annoyed when Dish asked for his pay. "It's no time to be traveling in country you don't know," Call said. "I pointed that herd the whole way up here," Dish said stubbornly. "I guess I can find my way back. Besides, I got a coat." Call had little money on him, but he had arranged for credit in the little bank in Miles City, and he wrote Dish out an order for his wages, using the bottom of a frying pan to rest his tablet on. It was just after breakfast, and a number of the hands were watching. There had been a light snowfall the night before, and the plains were white for miles around. "Darn, we might as well hold the funeral right now," Soupy said. "He won't even make it to the Yellowstone, much less to Nebraska." "It's that whore," Jasper said. "He's in a hurry to get back before somebody beats his time." Dish reddened and whirled on Jasper. "She ain't a whore," he said. "You take that back or I'll box your darn ears." Jasper was appalled at the challenge. His feet were cold, and he knew he couldn't cut much of a figure in a fight with Dish. His hands were cold, too. They were usually cold, and the thought of having to strike someone with a hard head with one of them was not pleasant. "Well, I meant she was in her younger days," Jasper said. "I don't know what she does for a living now." Dish stalked off in a cold, silent fury. He'd resented many of the men throughout the whole trip because of their casual talk about Laurie, and saw no reason for elaborate goodbyes. Po Campo hung him with so many provisions that he could scarcely mount. Dish thought them unnecessary. "I got a rifle," he reminded Po. "There's plenty of game." "You may not want to hunt in the blizzards," Po Campo said. Before Dish left, Call told him to take an extra horse. Dish had mainly ridden Sugar all the way north and planned to ride him all the way back, but Call insisted that he take a little buckskin for insurance. A horse can always go lame, he said. All the men were standing around, disturbed that Dish was leaving. Newt felt like crying. Leavings and dyings felt a lot alike. Dish, too, at the last moment, felt a powerful ache inside him at the thought of leaving the bunch. Though most of the hands were disgraceful, rude, and incompetent, they were still his compañeros. He liked young Newt and enjoyed teasing Jasper. He even had a sneaking fondness for Lippy, who had appointed himself cook's helper and seldom got far from the big fireplace. But Dish had gone too far to stop. He had no fear at all of the dangers. He had to go see Lorena, and that was that. He mounted and took the lead rope of the little buckskin. P.I., who had been off near the lots trying to loosen his bowels, the main effect on Montana had been to constipate him, missed the preparations for leave-taking. He had been in a sorrowful mood ever since the report had come back on Gus, and the sight of Dish ready to ride off upset him all over again. "Well, I swear, Dish," he said. Tears welled in his eyes, and he could say no more. Several of the men were disturbed by the sight, fearing that they might behave no better. Dish shook hands quickly all around. "So long, boys," he said. "Look for me south of the Brazos if you ever get home." Then he touched Sugar with his spurs, and was soon only a black speck on the snow. Call had debated giving him the letters Gus had written to the women, but thought better of it. If Dish was lost, and probably he would be, the letters would be lost too, and they were Gus's last words. Better to keep them and deliver them himself, though the thought didn't cheer him. Sitting in his tent that night, he pondered the change in himself. He had let the young man override his warning and leave. He could have ordered him to stay and put a little more of himself into the order, as he often had at times when men were unruly. Dish had been determined, but not determined enough to buck a forceful command. As captain, he had given such commands many times and never had one fail to be obeyed. But in this case, he lacked the interest. When it came time to summon the force, he hadn't. He admired Dish Boggett, who indeed had held a true point for 3,000 miles. He had also often proved himself the best man to break a stampede. But Call had let him go, and didn't really care. He knew that he wouldn't care if they all went, excepting P and the boy. He had no impulse to lead the men another step. The next day, since the weather continued pretty, he decided to go to Fort Benton himself. Major Court had indicated that the Army might frequently need beef if the winter got bad and the tribes fared poorly. After all, he had come to Montana in the hope of selling cattle. Once the news reached Texas that they had made the drive, others would soon follow, probably by next fall, and it was well to establish good connections with the Army, the only buyer in the territory who might want beef. It was during the captain's absence that Newt discovered a talent for breaking horses. Ben Rainey, an excellent rider, had been assigned the task of breaking the mustangs, but on the very first day of work, a strong black horse threw him into a tree and broke his arm. Pocampo set the bone, but Ben declared he had had enough of bucking broncs. He meant to apply for another job when the captain returned. Newt had been on wood detail, dragging dead timbers up from the creek and helping P.I. and Pete Spettle split them. He told Ben Rainey he would have a try at the black, and he rode him to a standstill, to the surprise of everyone, including himself. Of course, he knew that riding a horse through a bucking spell represented just a small part of a horse's education. They had to be gentled enough that it wouldn't be necessary to tie them down to saddle them. They had to be taught to rein, and if possible, to take an interest in cattle. When the captain returned a week later with an order for 300 beeves to be delivered to Fort Benton by Christmas, Newt was in the little sapling corral they had built, working with a hammer-headed bay. He looked nervously at the captain, expecting to be reprimanded for changing jobs, but Call merely sat on the hell bitch and watched. Newt tried to ignore the fact that he was there. He didn't want to get nervous and upset the bay. He had discovered that if he talked a lot and was soothing in what he said, it had a good effect on the horse he was working with. He murmured to the bay while the captain watched. Finally, Call dismounted and unsaddled, It pleased him to see the quiet way the boy worked. He had never been one for talk when there was work to be done. It was his big point of difference with Gus, who could do nothing without talking. He was glad the boy was inclined to his way. When they drove the beeves to Fort Benton, he took Newt and 2 other men with him. That winter there were several such trips, not merely to Fort Benton, but to Fort Buford as well. Once when they arrived at Fort Benton, the Army had just trailed in a bunch of raw, half-broken horses from the south. When they brought in beeves, the fort was always full of Indians, and there was much bargaining over how the beeves would be divided between the major and an old Blackfoot chief the soldiers called Saw, because of the sharpness of his features. Some blood Indians were there, too, on this occasion, and Call felt angry. He knew he was seeing some of the warriors who had killed Gus. When the Indians left, he felt like tracking them and revenging his friend, though he didn't know which braves had done it. He held back, but it made him uneasy to leave an attack unanswered. The major found out that Newt was good at breaking horses and asked Call if he would mind leaving the boy at the fort for a few weeks to rough out the new string of horses. Call didn't want to, but the major dealt with him on fair terms and he didn't feel he could refuse the request, particularly since there was not much to do back at ranch headquarters. They spent their time making improvements on the log house, starting a barn, and checking the cattle after the frequent storms. Most of the men spent their spare time hunting, and had already brought in more buffalo and elk meat than could be eaten in a winter. So Call agreed, and Newt stayed at the fort a month, breaking horses. The weather improved. It was cold, but the days were often fine and sunny. Newt's only scare came when he took a strong sorrel gelding out of the fort for his first ride, and the horse took the bit between his teeth and raced out onto the Missouri ice. When the horse hit the ice, he slipped, and though he crashed through the ice, fortunately they were in shallow water and Newt was able to struggle out and lead the horse out, too. A few soldiers coming in with a load of wood helped him get dry. Newt knew it would have been a different story if the horse had made it to the center of the river before breaking through the ice. After that, when he took his raw mounts out for a ride, he turned them away from the river as soon as he left the fort. 99. July Johnson proposed to Clara in the first week of the new year. He had been trying to stop himself from doing just that for months, and then he did it one day when, at her request, he brought in a sack of potatoes. It had been very cold, and the potatoes were frozen. Clara wanted them in the warm kitchen to thaw. His son, Martin, was crawling on the kitchen floor when he came in, and Clara was stirring batter for one of the cakes she couldn't live without. As soon as he sat the frozen potatoes on the table, he did it. "Would you ever marry me?" was the way he put it, and immediately felt a terrible fool for having uttered the words. In the months he had worked for her, their relations had been unchanged, and he supposed she would think him drunk or out of his head for raising such a thought. Instead, Clara did a thing that amazed him. She stuck a finger in the sweet cake batter and held her hand out to him as if he were just supposed to eat the glob of uncooked cake right off her finger. "Have a taste, July," she said. "I think I've overdone the cinnamon." July decided she must not have heard his question. He wondered if she were merely trying to be polite. Though he knew he should have been glad she hadn't heard it, he felt ready to say it again and was about to when Clara stopped him with a look. "You don't have to repeat yourself," she said. "I heard you. Do you want to give me an opinion on the cinnamon or not?" July felt awkward and embarrassed. He hadn't meant to ask such a question just then, and yet the question would be asked. He didn't know what to do about the cake batter, but didn't feel it proper just to lean over and eat it off her finger. He reached out and took as much of it as he could on one of his own fingers before he sampled it. "Tastes fine," he said, but Clara looked annoyed or scornful or somehow displeased. He could never tell what her looks meant. All he registered was how uncomfortable they made him. "I don't think you're much of a judge of sweets," Clara said, heat in her tone, but a coldness in her gray eyes. She ate the rest of the batter off her own finger and went back to stirring the cake. A minute later, Lorena walked into the room and picked up the baby. July was hoping she would take the baby out of the kitchen, but instead she sat down at the table and began to sing to him. Then to make matters worse, both girls came in and began to make over the baby too. Martin was laughing and trying to grab a spoon away from one of the girls. Clara looked at July again, and the look made him feel a fool. He didn't get an answer to his question and soon had to go back to doing his chores. That night he wondered if he ought to leave. He could not stay around Clara without nursing hopes, and yet he could detect no sign that she cared about him. Sometimes he thought she did, but when he thought it over, he always concluded that he had just been imagining things. Her remarks to him generally had a stinging quality, but he would often not realize he had been stung until after she left the scene. Working together in the lots, which they did whenever the weather was decent, she often lectured him on his behavior with the horses. She didn't feel he paid close attention to them. July was at a loss to know how anyone could pay close attention to a horse when she was around, and yet the more his eyes turned to her, the worse he did with the horses, and the more disgusted she grew. His eyes would turn to her, though. She had taken to wearing her husband's old coat and overshoes, much too big for her. She wouldn't wear gloves. She claimed the horses didn't like it, and her large, bony hands often got so cold she would have to stick them under the coat for a few minutes to warm them. She wore a variety of caps that she had ordered from somewhere. Apparently she liked caps as much as she liked cake. None of them were particularly suited to a Nebraska winter. Her favorite one was an old army cap Cholo had picked up on the plains somewhere. Sometimes Clara would tie a wool scarf over it to keep her ears warm, but usually the scarf came untied in the course of working with the horses, so that when they walked back up for a meal, her hair was usually spilling over the collar of the big coat. Yet July couldn't stop his eyes from feasting on her. He thought she was wonderfully beautiful, so beautiful that merely to walk with her from the lots to the house when she was in a good mood was enough to make him give up for another month all thought of leaving. He told himself that just being able to work with her was enough, and yet it wasn't, which is why the question finally forced itself out. He was miserable all night, for she hadn't answered the question, but he had spoken the words and revealed what he wanted. He supposed she would think worse of him than she already did once she thought it over. It was 3 days before they were alone again. Some soldiers needing horses showed up, and Clara asked them to spend the night. Then Martin got a bad cough and developed a high fever. Cholo was sent to bring the doctor. Clara spent most of the day sitting with the baby, who coughed with every breath. She tried every remedy she knew with no effect. Martin couldn't sleep for coughing. July went into the sick room from time to time, feeling awkward and helpless. The boy was his child, and yet he didn't know what to do. He felt in the way. Clara sat in a straight chair, holding the child. He asked in the morning if there was anything special she wanted him to do, and she shook her head. The child's sickness had driven out all other concerns. When July came back that evening, Clara was still sitting. Martin was too weak by then to cough very hard, but his breath was a rasp and his fever still high. Clara was impassive, rocking the baby's cradle, but not looking at him. "I guess the doctor will be getting here soon," July said uncertainly. "The doctor might have been gone in the other direction," Clara said. "This will be over before he gets here. He'll have had the ride for nothing." "You mean the baby's dying?" July asked. "I mean he'll either die or get well before the doctor comes," Clara said, standing up. "I've done all I can. The rest is up to Martin." Clara looked at him, and then, to his shock, walked over and put her head against his chest. She put her arms around him and held him tightly. It was so surprising that July almost lost his balance. He put his arms around her to steady himself. Clara didn't raise her head for what seemed like minutes. He could feel her body trembling and could smell her hair. Then she stepped back from him as abruptly as she had come to him, though she caught one of his hands and held it a moment. Her cheeks were wet with tears. "I hate it when a child is sick," she said. "I loathe it. I get too scared. It's like..." She stopped a minute to wipe the tears off her cheeks. "It's like there's something doesn't want me to get a boy raised," Clara said, her voice cracking. July lay awake all night, remembering how it felt to have her take his hand. Her fingers had twined for a moment in his before she let go. It had seemed she needed him, else she wouldn't have squeezed so. It made him so excited that he couldn't sleep. Yet when he went back upstairs in the morning and stepped into the sick room, Clara was distant, though it was a fine sunny day and the baby's fever was down. His breath still rattled, but he was asleep. "I could bring you up some coffee," July said. "No, thanks. I know my way to the kitchen well enough," she said, standing up. This time she neither hugged him nor took his hand. She walked past him without a look. All he could do was follow her downstairs. Lorena and the girls had already made breakfast, and Cholo came in to eat. July didn't feel hungry. The fact that Clara was displeased took his appetite away. He tried to think why she might be displeased, but could come up with no reasons. He sat numbly through breakfast and went out the door feeling that it would be hard to get his mind on work. He needed to repair the wheel of the big wagon, which had cracked somehow. Before he could even get the wheel off, he saw Clara coming toward the tool shed. Though it was sunny, it was also very cold. Her breath made little clouds. July was afraid the baby might have taken a turn for the worse, but that was not it. Clara was very angry. "You'd do better to talk to me when I'm mad," she said with no preamble. There were points of red in her cheeks. "I'm no talker, I guess," July said. "You're not much of anything, but you could be," she said. "I know you're smart because Martin is, and he didn't get it all from your poor wife. But a fence post is more useful generally than you are." July took it as criticism of his work, which he felt he had done scrupulously. "I've nearly got this wheel fixed," he said. "July, I'm not talking about chores," she said. "I'm talking about me. I sat there all night in that room with your baby. Where were you?" July had been thinking that he probably should have offered to sit with her. Of course, now it was too late. He wanted to explain that he was too shy just to come into a room where she was, particularly a bedroom, unless she asked him. Even coming into the kitchen if she was alone was not something he did casually, but he didn't know how to explain all the cautions she prompted in him. "I wish now I had," he said. Clara's eyes were flashing. "I told you how sickness frightens me," she said. "The only times I've ever wished I could die is when I've had to sit and watch a child suffer." She was twisting one hand in the other. July, seeing that she was shivering, took off his coat and held it out to her, but Clara ignored the offer. "I sit there alone," she said. "I don't want the girls to be there because I don't want them to get death too much in their minds. I sit there and I think I'm alone, and I can't help this child. If it wants to die, I can't stop it. I can love it until I bleed, and it won't stop it. I hope it won't die. I hope it can grow up and have its time. I know how I'll feel if it does die, how long it'll take me to care if I draw breath, much less about cooking and the girls and all the things you have to do if you're alive." Clara paused. In the lots, a sorrel stallion whinnied. He was her favorite, but this day she appeared not to hear him. "I know if I lose one more child, I'll never care again," she said. "I won't. Nothing will make any difference to me again if I lose one more. It'll ruin me, and that'll ruin my girls. I'll never buy another horse, or cook another meal, or take another man. I'll starve, or else I'll go crazy and welcome it. Or I'll kill the doctor for not coming, or you for not sitting with me or something. If you want to marry me, why didn't you come and sit?" July realized then that he had managed to do a terrible thing. All he had done was go to his room in the ordinary way. It startled him to hear Clara say she could kill him over such a thing as that, but he knew from her look that it wasn't just talk. "Would you ever marry me?" he asked. "You never said." "No, and I'm not about to say now," Clara said. "Ask me in a year." "Why in a year?" "Because you deserve to suffer for a year," Clara said. "I suffered a year's worth just last night, and I guess you were lying at your ease dreaming of our wedding night." July had no reply. He had never known a woman who spoke so boldly. He looked at her through the fog of their breath, wishing she would at least take the coat. The cold made goosebumps on her wrists. "I thought you were a sheriff once," Clara said. The stallion whinnied again, and still watching July, she waved at the horse. He had the eyes of a sweet but bewildered boy and the body of a sturdy man. She wanted the sturdiness close to her, but was irritated by the bewilderment. "Oh, I was a sheriff," he said. "Didn't you ever give orders then?" she said. "Well, I told Roscoe when to clean the jail," July said. "It ain't much, but it's more than we hear from you around here," Clara said. "Try telling me when to clean something just for practice once in a while. At least I'd get to hear a sound out of your throat." Again she refused the coat, though it was clear to him that she was in a somewhat better temper. She went over and rubbed the stallion's neck for 10 minutes before going back to the house. Then the other man, Dish Boggett, had to come, bringing the news that Augustus McCrae was dead. He had picked his way along the Platte River in a January blizzard. Both his horses were exhausted, but Dish himself seemed no worse for wear. He treated blizzards as a matter-of-fact occurrence. It seemed to July that Clara took an instant liking to Dish Boggett, and he couldn't help feeling resentful, although he soon perceived that Dish had come to court Lorena, not Clara. Lorena had hardly spoken since she learned that Gus was dead. Clara immediately offered Dish a job. It was a hard winter, and they were always behind. The colts would start coming soon, and they would be farther behind, so of course it was only sensible to hire another man, but July hated it. He had grown used to working with Clara and Cholo, and he had a hard time adjusting to Dish. Part of it was that Dish was twice as competent with horses as he was himself, and everyone immediately recognized Dish's value. Clara was soon asking Dish to do things with the horses that she had once let July do. July was more and more left with the kind of chores that a boy could handle. To make matters worse, Dish Boggett was standoffish and made no attempt to make friends with him. Dish knew many card games and could even play charades, so he was a great hit with the girls. Many a night through the long winter, July sat against the wall feeling left out, while Clara, Dish, and the girls played games at the big kitchen table. Dish tried every way he could to draw Lorena into some of the games, but the most Lorena would do was sit in the room. She sat silently, not watching, while July sat just as silently. He could not help but wish that Dish Boggett had got lost in Wyoming or had somehow gone on to Texas. Hardly a day passed without him seeing what he thought were signs that Clara was taken with the man. Sooner or later, when Dish gave up on Lorena, he would be bound to notice. July felt helpless. There was nothing he could do about it. Sometimes he sat near Lorena, feeling that he had more in common with her than with anyone else at the ranch. She loved a dead man, he a woman who hardly noticed him. But whatever they had in common didn't cause Lorena to so much as look his way. Lorena looked more beautiful than ever, but it was a grave beauty since news of the death had come. Only the young girl Betsy, who loved Lorena completely, could occasionally bring a spark of life to her eyes. If Betsy was ill, Lorena nursed her tirelessly, taking her into her own bed and singing to her. They read stories together, Betsy doing the reading. Lorena could only piece out a few words. The sisters planned to teach her reading, but knew it would have to wait until she felt better. Even Sally, usually so jealous of any attention her sister got, respected the fact that Betsy and Lorena were especially close. She would let off teasing Betsy if Lorena looked at her in a certain way. Clara felt no terrible stab of grief when the news of Gus's death came. The years had kept them too separate. It had been a tremendous joy to see him when he visited, to realize that he still loved her and that she still enjoyed him. She liked his tolerance and his humor and felt an amused pride in the thought that he still put her above other women, despite all the years since they had first courted. Often she sat out on her upper porch at night, wrapped in Bob's huge coat. She liked the bitter cold, a cold that seemed to dim the stars. Reflecting, she decided there had been something in what she and Gus had felt that needed separation. At close quarters, she felt she would have struggled bitterly with him. Even during his brief visit, she felt the struggle might start, and if it did start, gentler souls, such as July and Lorena, might have been destroyed. In the dark nights on the ice-encrusted porch, she occasionally felt a cold tear on her cheek. In Gus, she had lost her ultimate ally, and felt that much more alone, but she had none of the tired despair she had felt when her children died. Now, there was July Johnson, a man whose love was nearly mute. Not only was he inept where his feelings were concerned, he was also a dolt with horses. Loving horses as she did, Clara was hard put to know why she could even consider settling in with a man who was no better with them than Bob had been. Of course, the settling in process was hardly complete, and Clara was in no hurry that it should be. Closer relations would probably only increase her impatience with him. It amused her that he was so jealous of Dish, who, though friendly, companionable, and an excellent hand, was not interested in her at all. His love for Lorena leaped out of every look he cast in her direction, although not one of them penetrated Lorena's iron grief. Clara herself didn't try to touch or change Lorena's grief. It was like Martin's fever. Either it would kill her or it wouldn't. Clara would not have been surprised by a gunshot if it had come from Lorena's room. She knew the girl felt what she had felt when her boys died. Unrelievable grief. In those times, the well-meaning efforts of Bob or the neighbors to cheer her up had merely affronted her. She hadn't wanted to live, particularly not cheerfully. Kindly people told her that the living must live. I don't, if my boys can't, she wanted to say to them. Yet the kindly people were right. She came slowly back to enjoyment, and one day would even find herself making a cake again and eating it with relish. Watching Lorena, as she sat blank with grief every day, scarcely stirring unless Betsy urged her to, Clara felt helpless. Lorena would either live or die, and Clara felt it might be die. Lorena's only tie to life was Betsy. She didn't care for sweets or men or horses. Her only experience with happiness had been Gus. The handsome young cowboy who sent her countless looks of love meant nothing to her. Pleasure had no hold on Lorena. She had known little of it, and Clara didn't count on its drawing her back to life. The young cowboy would be doomed to find his love blocked by Gus in death, even as it had been in life. Betsy had a better chance of saving Lorena than Dish. Betsy worried about her constantly and tried to get her mother to do something. I can't make Mr. McCrae alive again, which is all she wants, Clara said. What do you think I can do? Make her not so sad, Betsy pleaded. Nobody can do that, Clara said. I can't even make you not sad when you're sad. Yet one day she did try. She came upon Laurie standing in the hall, her hair uncombed. She had the look of a beaten dog. Clara stopped and hugged her as suddenly as she had hugged July Johnson. In him, her hug had stirred a fever of hope. In Lorena, it stirred nothing. I guess you wish you'd gone with him, Clara said. It would have given you a little more time. Lorena looked surprised. It was the one thing she had been thinking since the news came. I should have, she said. No, Clara said. You would have had a little more time, I grant you, but now you'd be stuck in Montana with a bunch of men who don't care that you loved Gus. They'd want you to love them. Dish wants it so much that he rode to you through the blizzards. The thought of Dish merely made Lorena feel cold. He wasted his time, she said. I know that, but don't expect him to realize it, Clara said. He bought me once, when I was a whore, Lorena said, surprised at the word on her tongue. She had never used it before. And Gus didn't, Clara said. Lorena was silent. Of course Gus had. She wondered if Clara would ask her to leave, knowing what she had been. Dish loved you and took the only way he had to get your attention, Clara said. He didn't get my attention, Lorena said. He didn't get anything. And Gus did the same and got everything, Clara said. Gus was lucky, and Dish isn't. I ain't either, Lorena said.
Clara offered no advice. A few days later, when she was sewing, Lorena came and stood in front of her. She looked no better. "Why did you ask me to stay when it was you Gus loved?" she asked. "Why didn't you ask him to stay? If you had, he'd be alive." Clara shook her head. "He loved us both," she said. "But Gus would never miss an adventure. Not for you or me or any other woman. No one could have kept him home. He was a rake and a rambler, though you'd have kept him longer than I could have." Lorena didn't believe it. She remembered how often Gus had talked of Clara. Of course it no longer mattered. Nothing like that mattered anymore, and yet she couldn't keep her mind from turning to it. "It ain't so," she said. She had used her voice so little that it sounded weak. "It is so," Clara said. "You're more beautiful and less bossy. When I told Gus I was marrying Bob all those years ago, he looked relieved. He tried to act disappointed, but he was relieved. I've never forgot it. And he had proposed to me 30 times at least, but he saw it would be a struggle if he won me, and he didn't want it." Clara was silent for a moment, looking into the other woman's eyes. "Bob was too dumb to realize there'd be a struggle," Clara said. "Half the time he didn't notice it even when he was in it. So mainly I had the struggle with myself. It's been lonely," she added. She thought the conversation a good sign. Maybe Laurie was going to come out of it. But it was the last conversation they had for months. Lorena lived through the winter in silence, only speaking to Betsy, who remained as loyal as ever. Dish Boggett remained loyal too, although Lorena gave him no encouragement. He spent more and more time playing cards with Sally, whose bright girlish chatter he had come to like. Every day he tried his best with Lorena, but he had begun to feel hopeless. She would not even speak to him, no matter how sweetly he asked. She met everything he said with silence, the same silence she had had in Lonesome Dove, only deeper. He told himself that if the situation didn't improve by the spring, he would go to Texas and try to forget her. Yet when spring came, Dish told Clara he would be glad to stay and help her with the colts. 100. It came to Rankle Call that Gus had left his half of the cattle herd to the woman. The woman was down in Nebraska. She was not there helping. Of course, if she had been there helping, there would have been trouble, but that didn't lessen the aggravation of what Gus had done. He could simply have given her money. He had money. As it was, every time Call sold a bunch of stock to the army, he had to put aside half the money for a woman he had never approved of, who might, for all any of them knew, have already forgotten Gus and married someone else, or even gone back to being a whore. Still, Call had halved the money. However aggravating it was, Gus had meant it, and he would do it, though when he went back with the body, he planned to see if he could at least buy her out. He didn't like the thought of being in partnership with a woman, much less a whore, although he conceded that she might have reformed. He lived in the tent all winter, keeping the men working but taking little interest in the result. Sometimes he hunted, taking the hell bitch and riding off onto the plains. He always killed game but was not much interested in the hunt. He went because he no longer felt comfortable around the men. The Indians had not bothered them, and the men did well enough by themselves. Soupy Jones had assumed the top hand role once Dish left, and flourished in it. The other men did well, too, although there was some grumbling and many small disputes. Hugh Auld and Po Campo became friends, and often tramped off together for a day or two, so Hugh could show Po Campo some pond where there were still beaver, or some other interesting place he knew about. Lippy, starved for music, played the accordion, and spent nearly the whole winter trying to make a fiddle from a shoebox. The instrument yielded a powerful screeching sound, but none of the cowboys were ready to admit that the sound was music. At Christmas, hungering for pork, they killed Gus's pigs. The most surprising development was that Jasper Fant learned to cook. He took it up mainly out of boredom, but tutored by Po Campo, his progress was so rapid that when Po Campo went off with old Hugh, the cuisine didn't suffer. In the early spring, while the weather was still chancy,
15 horses disappeared one night. It was only by luck that the theft was discovered, for in such a place at such a time, horse thieves were the last thing they were expecting. Call had taken the precaution of going with old Hugh to 2 or 3 of the nearest Indian camps to meet the chiefs and do the usual diplomacy in the hope of preventing the sort of surprise encounter that had proved deadly for Gus. The visits made him sad, for the Indians were not belligerent, and it was apparent that Gus had merely struck the wrong bunch at the wrong time in the wrong manner. It was a depressing irony, for Gus had always been one to preach diplomacy with the red men, and over the years had engaged in many councils that Call himself thought pointless. Gus had talked to many a warrior that Call would merely have shot, and yet had got killed in a place where most of the Indians were happy to talk, particularly to a man who owned an endless supply of beef. But Call noticed on the visits that, in the main, the Indians had better horses than he did, and he had even arranged a trade with the Blackfeet, 50 beeves for 10 horses. The negotiations had required old Hugh to talk for 2 days, and had left him hoarse. Thus, when the Spettle boys came in to report the horses gone, Call was surprised. Where would a horse thief come from, and where would one go? Still, a fact was a fact. The horses were gone. Call took P., Newt, Needle Nelson, and old Hugh, and went in pursuit. He soon ruled out Indians, for the thieves were traveling too slow, and had even stopped to camp not 30 miles from their headquarters, which Indians with stolen horses would never have been foolish enough to do. It was soon plain that they were only chasing 2 men. They crossed into Canada on the 2nd day and caught the thieves on the 3rd, surprising them at breakfast. They were a shaky old man with a dirty gray beard and a strapping boy about Newt's age. The old man had a single-shot buffalo gun and the boy a cap-and-ball pistol. The boy was cooking venison, and the old man propped against his saddle muttering over a Bible when Call walked in with his pistol drawn. The boy, though big as an ox, began to tremble when he saw the 5 men with guns. "I told you, Pa," he said. "Now we're caught." The old man, who had a jug beside his saddle, was clearly drunk and seemed scarcely conscious of what was occurring.
"Why, I'm a minister of the Lord," he said. "Don't point your darn guns at me. We're just having breakfast. This is my boy Tom."
Call disarmed the 2, which only took a second. The 15 horses were grazing in plain sight not 100 yards from the camp. "We didn't know they were your horses," the boy said, quivering with fright. "We thought they were Indian horses."
"They're all branded,"
Call said. "You could see that, unless you're blind."
"Not blind, and not sinners either,"
the old man said, getting to his feet. He was so drunk he couldn't walk straight. "Well, you're horse thieves, and that's a sin in my book," Call said. "Where do you people come from?"
"From God, man," the old fellow said.
"Where on earth, I meant," Call said, feeling weary. He wondered what had possessed a minister and a boy to run off their horses, each plainly branded. It struck him as a stupid and pointless crime, for they were driving the horses north where there were no towns and no ranches. It was clear the 2 were poor, and the old man out of his head. Call could tell the hands were glum at the prospect of hanging such a pair, and he himself didn't relish it, but they were horse thieves, and he felt he had no choice. His own distaste for the prospect caused him to make a mistake. He didn't immediately tie the old man, who seemed so weak he could hardly stand. He was not too weak, though, to snatch up a hatchet and strike a blow at Needle that would have killed him had not Needle jerked back. As it was, the blade of the hatchet tore a bad cut in his arm. Call shot the old man before he could strike again. The boy took off running across the open prairie. He was easily caught, of course, but by the time he was tied and led back, the old man was dead. The boy sat down in the thin snow and wept. "He was all right until Ma died and Sister died," he said. "We were in a wagon train, and he just went daft and said we had to go off by ourselves. I didn't want to." "I wish you hadn't taken our horses," Call said. The boy was trembling and crying. "Don't hang me, mister," he said. "I never stole in my life. I told him to leave them horses, but he said they were horses the Indians had already stole. I'll work for you," the boy added. "I can blacksmith. I worked 2 years at a forge back in Missouri before we left." Call knew there was not a decent tree in miles. It would be a hardship on them to ride along with the boy for a day in order to hang him. Besides, they needed a blacksmith. As for the boy's story, maybe it was true and maybe it wasn't. The old man had appeared to be mad, but Call had seen many thieves act that way in hopes that it would save them.
Pa said he'd shoot me if I didn't help,
the boy said. Call didn't believe him. He'd been about to cut the boy loose, but he didn't. He put him on one of the stolen horses and they started back. Newt felt sick at the thought of what would happen. He didn't want to see another person hang. "You ask him," he said to P.
"Ask him what?"
P said. "Not to hang him," Newt said.
"He'll hang him,"
P said.
"He hung Jake, didn't he?"
"His pa made him do it," Newt said.
"Maybe,"
P said.
"and maybe he's just a darn horse thief."
When they came to a good tree, Call rode on, all the way to the Hat Creek headquarters. Once there, he cut the boy loose. "You can work," he said. For 10 days, the big boy was the friendliest person in the outfit. He shoed all the horses, cut wood, did every chore he was asked to do and some that he wasn't. He chattered constantly and tried his best to be friendly, and yet no one really liked him. Even Newt didn't really like him. Tom stood too close to him when he talked, and he talked all the time. His large face was always sweaty even on the coldest days. Even Po Campo didn't like him and gave him food grudgingly. Then, before dawn one morning, Call caught Big Tom, as they called him, saddling a horse and preparing to ride off. He had 4 of the men's wallets on him, stolen so smoothly that none of the men had even missed them. He had also taken the best saddle in the outfit, which belonged to Bert Borum. Call had been expecting the move for 2 or 3 days and had made P.I. help him watch. Big Tom tried to make a dash for it, and Call shot him off his horse. Cowboys ran out of their house in their long johns at the shot. Even wounded, the boy proved full of fight. Call had to rap him with the barrel of his Henry before he could be tied. This time he was summarily hung, though he wept again and begged for mercy. "It's wasted on horse thieves," Call said before kicking the boy's horse out from under him. None of the men said a word.
"Should have hung him in the first place, although he did shoe them horses,"
P.I. commented later. Call had begun to think of Gus and the promise he had made. It would soon be spring. He would have to be going if he were to keep the promise, which of course he must. Yet the ranch had barely been started, and it was hard to know who to leave in command. The question had been in his mind all winter. There seemed to be no grave danger from Indians or anything else. Who would best keep things going? Soupy was excellent when set a task, but had no initiative and was unused to planning. The men were all independent to a fault, and constantly on the verge of fistfights because they fancied that someone had attempted to put himself above them in some way. P.I. was clearly the senior man, but P.I. had contentedly taken orders for 30 years. To expect him to suddenly start giving them was to expect the impossible. Call thought often of Newt. He watched him with increasing pride all winter. The boy was the only one left in the crew whom he enjoyed being with. The boy's skill and persistence with horses pleased him. He knew it would be chancy to leave a youngster in charge of a group of grown men, yet he himself had led men at that age, and that had been in rougher times. He liked the way the boy went about his work without complaint. He had filled out physically during the year and could work all day energetically and accomplish more than most of the men. Once, watching the boy cross a corral after having worked with one of the Mustangs, P.I. said innocently, "Why, Captain, little Newt walks just like you." Call flinched, but P.I. didn't notice. P.I. was no noticer, as Augustus had often said. That night, sitting in Will Barger's little tent, Call remembered the remark. He also remembered Gus's efforts to talk to him about the boy. With Gus pressing him, it was his nature to resist, but with Gus gone, he didn't find it so distasteful to consider that the boy was his son. He had certainly gone to his mother, hateful as the memory was. Maggie, of course, had not been hateful. It was the strange need she induced in him that he disliked to remember. He started taking the boy with him on every trip he made to the forts, not merely to familiarize him with the country, but to let him participate in the selling and trading. Once, as a test, he sent P and the boy and the Rainies to Fort Benton with a sizable bunch of cattle, stipulating that the boy was to handle the details of the sale and bring home the money. Newt did well as he himself could have done. He delivered the cattle safely, sold them for a fair amount, and brought the money home. It didn't sit well with Soupy Jones that Newt was being given such authority. It seemed to Soupy that he should have taken the cattle and possibly received a commission in his capacity as top hand. Soupy was rude to Newt from time to time, and Newt ignored him as best he could. Call did nothing, but 2 weeks later he let it be known that he was preparing to send the boy to the fort again, at which point Soupy boiled over. He took it as a slight and said he would draw his wages and go if that was how things were going to be. Call promptly paid him his wages, much to Soupy's astonishment. He had never imagined such an outcome. "Why, Captain, I don't want to leave," he said plaintively. "I got nothing to go to back down south." "Then give me back the money and behave yourself," Call said. "I decide who'll do what around here." "I know, Captain," Soupy said. He was aware that he had chosen a bad moment to make his scene, right after breakfast, with many of the hands standing around. "If you have other complaints, I'm listening," Call said. "You seem to be mad at Newt." The words made the hair stand up on the back of Newt's neck. It was the first time he could ever remember the captain having spoken his name. "Oh, no, I ain't," Soupy said. "He's a fair hand, but it don't seem right a fair hand should be put over top hand unless there's a reason." "He's young and needs the training. You don't. That's the reason," Call said. "If I tell you to take orders from him, you will, or else leave. They'll be my orders, at second hand." Soupy reddened at the disgusting thought of taking orders from a boy. He stuffed his wages in his pocket, planning to leave, but an hour's contemplation caused him to mellow, and he gave Call back the wages. That night, though, he suddenly stuck out a foot and tripped Newt when Newt walked past with a plate full of food. Newt fell on his face, but he rose and flung himself on Soupy in a second, so angry at the insult that he even held his own for a few licks, until Soupy could bring his weight and experience into play, after which Newt got thoroughly pounded, so thoroughly that he was not aware when the fight stopped. He was sitting on the ground, spitting blood, and Soupy had walked away. Call had expected the fight and watched him passively, pleased that the boy had fought so hard. Winning would have been beyond his powers. The battle won Soupy no friends. He had assumed so many heirs once Dish left that he had few friends anyway, whereas Newt was popular. Reaction was so unfavorable that a few days later Soupy drew his wages again and left, taking Bert with him. They had concluded they could make Texas if they went together. Call was worried for a few weeks about being short-handed, but then 3 young men he had seen at the fort decided to quit soldiering and try their hand at ranching. All 3 were from Kentucky. They were inept at first, but industrious. Then 2 genuine cowboys showed up, lured all the way north from Miles City by the news that there was a ranch on the Milk. They had given up cowboying for mule skinning the year before and concluded they had made a bad mistake. Then a tall boy named Jim wandered in alone. He had been with a wagon train but had lost interest in getting to Oregon. Soon, instead of being short-handed, Call found that he had almost more men than he needed. He decided to start the branding early. Several hundred calves had been born since they left Texas. Many were yearlings in a struggle to brand. A few of the men questioned the necessity since they were the only cattle outfit in the territory, but Call knew that would soon change. Others would come. The roundup took 10 days. The cattle had spread themselves wide over the range between the Milk and the Missouri in their foraging during the winter. Then the branding took a week. At first the men enjoyed the activity, competing with one another to see who could throw the largest animals the quickest. There was also much disagreement over who should get the rope and who should work on foot. Newt improved so rapidly as a roper that he was soon sharing that task with Needle Nelson, the only one of the original crew skilled with the lariat. With the branding ended, and the spring grass spiking through the thin May snows, Call knew the time had come for him to fulfill his promise to his old friend. It was awkward. Indeed, it seemed absurd to have to tote a 6-month-old corpse to Texas, but there it was. Yet May wore on, and June approached, and still he had not gone. The snows had melted all down the plains, he imagined, and yet something held him. It wasn't work. There were plenty of men to do the work. They'd even had to turn away 3 or 4 men who came looking to hire on. Many times Call spent much of the afternoon watching Newt work with a new batch of horses they had bought on a recent trip to the fort. It was work he himself had never been particularly good at. He had always lacked the patience. He let the boy alone and never made suggestions. He liked to watch the boy with the horses. It had become a keen pleasure. If a cowboy came over and tried to talk to him while he was watching, he usually simply ignored the man until he went away. He wanted to watch the boy and not be bothered. It could only be for a few days, he knew. It was a long piece to Texas and back. Sometimes he wondered if he would even come back. The ranch was started, and the danger so far had been less than he feared. He felt sometimes that he had no more to do. He felt much older than anyone he knew. Gus had seemed young even when he was dying, and yet Call felt old. His interest in work had not returned. It was only when he was watching the boy with the horses that he felt himself. In those hours, he would lose himself in memory of other times, of other men who had lived with horses, who had broken them, ridden them, died on them. He felt proud of the boy, and with it, anguish that their beginnings had been as they had. It could not be changed, though. He thought he might speak of it sometime, as Gus had wanted him to, and yet he said nothing. He couldn't. If he happened to be alone with the boy, his words went away. At the thought of speaking about it, a tightness came into his throat, as if a hand had seized it. Anyway, what could a few words change? They couldn't change the years. Newt was puzzled at first when the captain began watching him with the horses. At first he was nervous. He felt the captain might be watching because he was doing something that needed correcting. But the afternoons passed, and the captain merely watched, sometimes sitting there for hours, even if it turned wet or squally. Newt came to expect him. He came to feel that the captain enjoyed watching. Because of the way the captain had been behaving, giving him more and more of the responsibility for the work, Newt came to feel that Mr. Gus must have been right. The captain might be his father. On some afternoons, with the captain there by the corrals watching, he felt almost sure of it, and began to expect that the captain would tell him soon. He began to listen, waiting to be told, his hope always growing. Even when the captain didn't speak, Newt still felt proud when he saw him come to watch him work. For 2 weeks, through the spring evenings, Newt was very happy. He had never expected to share such a time with the captain, and he hoped the captain would speak to him soon and explain all that had puzzled him for so long. One night toward the end of May, Call couldn't sleep. He sat in front of the tent all night, thinking of the boy, and Gus, and the trip he had to make. That morning after breakfast, he called Newt aside. For a moment he couldn't speak. The hand had seized his throat again. The boy stood waiting, not impatient. Call was annoyed with himself for his strange behavior, and he eventually found his voice. "I have to take Gus back," he said. "I guess I'll be gone a year. You'll have to be the range boss. P will help you, and the rest are mostly reliable, though I think that Irishman is homesick and might go home." Newt didn't know what to say. He looked at the captain. "That woman gets half the money when you sell stock," Call said. "It was Gus's request. You can bank it for her in Miles City. I'll tell her it's there when I see her." Newt could hardly believe he would be made boss over the men. He expected more orders, but the captain turned away. Later in the morning, he and P.I. and Needle were riding the banks of the Milk, seeing if any cattle were bogged. They were always bogging. Getting them out was hard, muddy work, but it had to be done. If it rained, the river might rise in the night and drown the bogged animals. The day was cold and blowy. Newt had to wade out into the mud 3 times to lift the hind ends of the bogged yearlings while Needle roped the animals by the head and dragged them out. Newt scraped the mud off his legs as best he could, put his pants back on, and was getting ready to turn back toward headquarters when he saw the captain riding toward them. He was riding a hell bitch and leading Greasy, the big mule that had come with them all the way from Texas, and a rangy dun named Jerry, the mount he preferred after the hell bitch. Augustus's old sign was tied to the pack mule. "I guess the captain's going," P.I. said. "He's taking old Greasy and an extra horse." Newt felt his spirits sink. He knew the captain had to leave, and yet he hoped he wouldn't. Not for another few days, anyway. Call rode up to the 3 men, dismounted, and to everyone's surprise, unsaddled the hell bitch and put the saddle on Jerry. Then he led the hell bitch over to where Newt stood. "See how your saddle fits her," Call said. Newt was so surprised he could only look at the captain in silence. He thought he must have misunderstood. No one but the captain had ridden the mare since the Hat Creek outfit had acquired her. "Do what?" he asked finally. "Put your saddle on her," Call said. He felt tired and was finding it difficult to speak. He felt at any moment he might choke. "I doubt she'd like it," Newt said, looking at the mare, who pointed her ears at him as if she knew what had been said. But the captain didn't take back the order. So he unsaddled the little sorrel he had been riding, the one Clara had given him, and carried his saddle over to the mare. Call held the bridle while Newt saddled her. Then he handed Newt the reins and went over and took his big Henry out of its scabbard. He removed the Winchester from the boy's saddle and stuck the Henry in his saddle scabbard. It wasn't a perfect fit, but it would do. "You'll need it for them big bears," he said. When he turned back to look at the boy, the choking feeling almost overcame him. He decided he would tell the boy he was his son, as Gus had wanted him to. He thought they would ride away a little distance so they could speak in private. And yet when he looked at Newt, standing there in the cold wind, with Canada behind him, Call found he couldn't speak at all. It was as if his whole life had suddenly lodged in his throat, a raw bite he could neither spit out nor swallow. He'd once seen a ranger choke to death on a tough bite of buffalo meat, and he felt that he was choking too, choking on himself. He felt he had failed in all he had tried to be. The good boy standing there was evidence of it. The shame he felt was so strong it stopped the words in his throat. Night after night, sitting in front of Will Barger's tent, he had struggled with thoughts so bitter that he had not even felt the Montana cold. All his life he had preached honesty to his men and had summarily discharged those who were not capable of it, though they had mostly only lied about duties neglected or orders sloppily executed. He himself was far worse, for he had been dishonest about his own son, who stood not 10 feet away, holding the reins of the hell bitch. Call thought he might yet say it, even if the men were there to hear. He trembled from the effort, and his trembling and the look on his face caused great consternation in P.I., who had never known the captain to be at a loss for words. The captain would ride up and give an order, and that was that. But now he merely stood looking at Newt, a jerking in his throat. Looking at the captain, Newt began to feel sadder than he had ever felt in his life. "Just go on," he wanted to say. "Go on, if it's that hard." He didn't want the captain to go on, of course. He felt too young. He didn't want to be left with it all. He felt he couldn't bear what was happening. It was so surprising. 5 minutes before, he'd been pulling a yearling out of a bog. Now the captain had given him his horse and his gun and stood with a look of suffering on his face. Even Sean O'Brien, dying of a dozen snake bites, had not shown so much pain. "Go on, then," Newt thought. "Just let it be. It's been this way always. Let it be, Captain." Call walked a few steps to the boy and squeezed his arm so hard Newt thought his fingers had pinched the bone. Then he turned and tried to mount the dun. He had to try for the stirrup 3 times before he could mount. He wished he had died on the muscle shell with Gus. It would have been easier than knowing he could not be honest. His own son stood there. Surely it was true. After doubting it for years, his own mind told him over and over that it was true. Yet he couldn't call him a son. His honesty was lost, had long been lost, and he only wanted to leave. When he mounted, the feeling loosened a bit, and he fell back into the habit he had vowed to discard, the habit of leading. "There's 2 heifers bogged yet," he said. "They're half a mile downstream. You better go get them." Then he rode over and shook P.I.'s hand. P.I. was so astonished he couldn't close his mouth. Gus had never shaken his hand until the last minute, and now the captain was shaking it too. "Help Newt," Call said. "He'll need a steady man, and you qualify if anybody ever did." He raised his hand to Needle Nelson and turned his horse. "So long, boys," he said. But he looked again at Newt. The boy looked so lonesome that he was reminded of his own father, who had never been comfortable with people. His father had fallen drunk out of a barn loft in Mississippi and broken his neck. Call remembered the watch that had been passed on to him, an old pocket watch with a thin gold case. He had carried it since he was a boy. He raised up in his stirrups, took it out of his pocket, and handed it to Newt. "It was my pa's," he said, and turned and left. "Darn, Newt," P.I. said, more astonished than he had ever been in his life. "He gave you his horse and his gun and that watch. He acts like you're his kin." "No, I ain't kin to nobody in this world," Newt said bitterly. "I don't want to be. I won't be." Despair in his heart, he mounted the hell bitch as if he had ridden her for years and turned downstream. He felt he never wanted to hope for anything again, and yet no more than a minute later, the strange hope struck him that the captain might have turned back. He might have forgotten something, perhaps an order he had meant to give. Even that he would have welcomed. It felt so lonely to think of the captain being gone, but when he turned to look, the captain was merely a speck on the long plain. He was gone, and things would never be as Newt had hoped. Never. Somehow it had been too hard for the captain, and he had left. P.I. and Needle followed Newt silently. P.I. felt old and frightened. In a few minutes the whole ground of his life had shifted, and he felt stricken with foreboding. For 30 years the captain had been there to give orders, and frequently the orders had kept them alive. He had always been with the captain, and yet now he wasn't. He couldn't understand why the captain had given Newt the horse, the gun, and the watch. The business of the axe and what he had heard when retrieving it was forgotten. It had puzzled him so long that it had finally just slipped from his mind. "Well, here we are," he said wearily. "I guess we'll just have to do the work." The Texas bull was standing 100 yards or so away with a small group of cows. When the riders drew near, he began to bellow and paw the earth. It irritated him if he saw several riders together, though he had not charged anyone lately. "I'll tell you one thing, I may shoot that bull yet," Needle said. "I'll put up with that son of a bitch about long enough. The captain may like him, but I don't." Newt heard the talk, but didn't speak. He knew the captain had left him with too much, but he didn't say it. He would have to try and do the work, even if he no longer cared. Feeling that it was pointless, but acting from force of habit, they pulled the 2 stuck heifers from the Milk River mud. 101. In Miles City, Call found that the storage of Augustus's remains had been bungled. Something had broken into the shed and knocked the coffin off the barrels. In the doctor's opinion, it had probably been a wolverine, or possibly a cougar. The coffin had splintered and the varmint had run off with the amputated leg. The mistake wasn't discovered until after a blizzard had passed through, so of course the leg had not been recovered. The look on Call's face when he heard the news was so grim, it made the doctor extremely nervous.
"We've mostly kept him,"
he said, avoiding Call's eye.
"I had him repacked. He had done lost that leg before he died, anyway."
"It was in the coffin when I left here," Call said. He didn't care to discuss the matter with the man. Instead, he found the carpenter who had built the coffin in the first place and had him reinforce it with strong planks. The result was a heavy piece of work. By luck, the same day, Call saw a buggy for sale. It was old, but it looked sturdy enough, and he bought it. The next day, he had the coffin covered in canvas and lashed to the seat. The buggy hood was in tatters, so he tore it off. Greasy, the mule, was used to pulling the wagon and hardly noticed the buggy, it was so light. They left Miles City on a morning when it had turned unseasonably cold, so cold that the sun only cast a pale light through the frigid clouds. Call knew it was dangerous to go off with only 2 animals, but he felt like taking his chances. The weather improved the next day, and he rode for a time beside 100 or so Crow Indians who were traveling south. The Crow were friendly, and their old chief, a dried-up little man with a great appetite for tobacco and talk, tried to get Call to camp with them. They were all interested in the fact that he was traveling with a coffin, and asked him many questions about the man inside it. "We traveled together," Call said. He did not want to talk about Gus with the old man, or anyone. He wanted to get on. But he was cordial, and rode with the Crow because he felt that if he were discourteous, some of the young bucks might try to make sport with him farther south when he was out of range of the old chief's protection. Once he struck Wyoming, he rode for 11 days without seeing a soul. The buggy held up well, but Greasy lost flesh from the pace Call kept up. The coffin got some bad jolts crossing the gullies near the Powder River, but the reinforcements held it together. The first people he saw as he approached Nebraska were 5 young Indians who had gotten liquor somewhere. When they saw he was carrying a dead man, they let him alone, though they were too drunk to hunt successfully, and begged him for food. None of them looked to be 18, and their horses were poor. Call started to refuse, but then he reflected that they were just boys. He offered them food if they would give up their liquor, but at that they grew quarrelsome. One drew an old pistol and acted as if he might fire at him, but Call ignored the threat, and they were soon gone. He regretted that he had to take Gus to the women, but felt it was part of his obligation to deliver the notes Gus had written when he was dying. The Platte was so full of ducks and geese that he heard their gabbling all day, though he rode a mile from the river. He thought often of the men he had left up on the milk, and of the boy. He had not expected the parting to go as it had, and could not get his mind off it. For several 100 miles down through Montana and Wyoming, he left them all over again in his mind day after day. He imagined many times that he had said things he had not said, and from concentrating on it too much as he traveled down the plains, he began to grow confused. He missed being able to sit at the corrals and watch Newt work with the horses. He wondered if the boy was handling the hell bitch well, and if any more men had left the ranch. Then before he had scarcely reined in at Clara's house, where he found Dish Boggett breaking horses with the young sheriff from Arkansas, the woman began a quarrel with him. She had acquired some small shrubs somehow and was out planting them, bareheaded and in overshoes, when he arrived. "So you're doing it, are you, Mr. Call?" Clara said when she saw him. She had a look of scorn in her eyes, which puzzled him, since he was merely carrying out the request of the man who had loved her for so long. Of course, Dish had told her that Gus wanted his body taken to Texas. "Well, he asked, and I said I'd do it," Call said, wondering why she disliked him so. He had just dismounted. "Gus was crazy, and you're foolish to drag a corpse that far," Clara said bluntly. "Bear him here, and go back to your son and your men. They need you. Gus can rest with my boys." Call flinched when she said the word son, as if she had never had a doubt that Newt was his. He himself had once been a man of firm opinion, but now it seemed to him that he knew almost nothing, whereas the words Clara flung at him were hard as rocks. "I told him that very thing," Call said. "I told him you'd likely want him here." I've always kept Gus where I wanted him, Mr. Call, Clara said. I kept him in my memory for 16 years. Now we're just talking of burying his body. Take him to the ridge and I'll have July and Dish get a grave dug.
Well, it wasn't what he asked of me, Call said, avoiding her eyes. It seems that picnic spot you had in Texas is where he wanted to lay.
Gus was a fine fool, Clara said. He was foolish for me or any other girl who would have him for a while. Because it was me he thought of dying, there's no reason to tote his bones all the way to Texas.
It was because you picnicked in the place, Call said, confused by her anger. He would have thought a woman would feel complimented by such a request, but Clara clearly didn't take it that way.
Yes, I remember our picnics, she said. We mostly quarreled. He wanted what I wouldn't give. I wanted what he didn't have. That was a long time ago, before my boys died.
Tears came to her eyes when she said it, as they always did when the thought of her boys struck her. She was aware that she was being anything but hospitable, and that the man didn't understand what she said. She scarcely knew what she meant herself. She just knew that the sight of Woodrow Call aroused in her an unreasoning hate and disgust. He wrote you, Call said, remembering why he had come. There's a letter for you and one for her. He left her his half of our cattle. He untied his saddlebag and brought out the 2 notes, handing them to Clara. I would have sent them with Dish, but he left in the winter and there was no knowing if he'd get through, Call said.
But you always get through, don't you, Captain? Clara said with a look so hard that Call turned aside from it and stood by the horses, tired. He was ready to agree with her that Gus had been foolish to make such a request of him. Then he turned and saw Clara walk over to Greasy, the mule. She stroked the mule along his neck and spoke to him softly before breaking into sobs. She hid her face against the mule, who stood as if planted, though normally he was a rather skittish animal. But he stood while Clara sobbed against his side. Then taking the notes and not looking at Call, she hurried into the house. From the lots, Dish and July were watching. Dish felt a little queasy seeing Gus's coffin. He had not gotten over his nervousness about the dead. It seemed to him quick burial was the best way to slow their ghosts. July, of course, had heard all about Gus McCrae's death and his strange request, but had not quite believed it. Now it had turned out to be true. He remembered that Gus had ridden down with him on the Kiowa campfire and killed every single man while he himself had not been able to pull a trigger. Now the same man, dead a whole winter, had turned up in Nebraska. It was something out of the ordinary. Of that he felt sure.
I knowed the captain would do it, Dish said. I bet them boys up on the milk are good and skeert now he's gone.
I hear it's hard winters up there, July said. Not that they were easy in Nebraska. The captain, as if distracted, walked a little way toward the lots and then stopped. Dish walked out to greet him, followed by July, and was shocked by the change in the man. The captain looked like an old man. He had little flesh on his face, and his beard and mustache were sprinkled with gray. "Why, Captain, it's fine to see you," Dish said. "How are them northern boys doing?" Call shook Dish's hand, then July's. "We wintered without losing a man or much stock either," he said, very tired. Then he saw that Dish was looking beyond him. He turned and saw that the blonde woman had come out of the house. She walked to the buggy and stood by the coffin. Clara's 2 daughters followed her out on the back porch, a toddling child between them. The girls didn't follow Lorena to the buggy. They watched a minute and then guided the child back in the house. Dish Boggy would have given anything to be able to go to Lorena, but he knew he couldn't. Instead, he led the captain back down to the lots and tried to interest him in the horses, but the captain's mind was elsewhere. When the plains darkened and they went into supper, Lorena still stood by the wagon. The meal was eaten in silence, except for little Martin's fretting. He was used to being the center of gay attention and couldn't understand why no one laughed when he flung his spoon down, or why no one sang to him or offered him sweets. "Oughtn't we to go get Lori?" Dish asked at one point, anguished that she was left to stand alone in the darkness. Clara didn't answer. The girls had cooked the meal, and she directed the serving with only a glance now and then. Watching Woodrow Call awkwardly handling his fork caused her to repent a little of her harshness when he arrived, but she didn't apologize. She had stopped expecting July to contribute to the conversation, but she resented his silence nevertheless. Once Martin spat out a bite of perfectly good food, and Clara looked at him sharply and said, "You behave," in a tone that instantly put a stop to his fretting. Martin opened his mouth to cry, but thought better of it, and chewed miserably on his spoon until the meal was finished. After supper, the men went out of the house to smoke, all glad to escape the company of the silent woman. Even Betsy and Sally, accustomed to chattering through supper, competing for the men's attention, were subdued by their mother's silence and merely attended to serving. After supper, Clara went to her bedroom. Gus's letter lay on her bureau, unread. She lit her lamp and picked it up, scratching at the dried blood that stained one corner of the folded sheet. "I ought not to read this," she said aloud. "I don't like the notion of words from the dead." "What, Mama?" Betsy asked. She had come upstairs with Martin and had overheard. "Nothing, Betsy," Clara said. "Just a crazy woman talking to herself." "Martin acts like he's got a stomach ache," Betsy complained. "You didn't have to look so mean at him, Ma." Clara turned for a moment. "I won't have him spitting out food," she said. "The reason men are awful is because some woman has spoiled them. Martin's going to learn manners if he learns nothing else." "I don't think men are awful," Betsy said. "Dish ain't." "Let me be, Betsy," Clara said. "Put Martin to bed." She opened the letter. Just a few words in a scrawling hand. "Dear Clara, I would be obliged if you'd look after Laurie. I fear she'll take this hard. I'm down to one leg now, and this life is fading fast, so I can't say more. Good luck to you and your gals. I hope you do well with the horses. Gus." Clara went out on her porch and sat twisting her hands for an hour. She could see that the men were below still smoking, but they were silent. "It's too much death," she thought. "Why does it keep coming to me?" The dark heavens gave no answer, and after a while she got up and went downstairs and out to Lorena, who still stood by the buggy where she had been from the time Call arrived. "Do you want me to read you this letter?" she said, knowing the girl couldn't read. "It's bad handwriting." Lorena held the letter tightly in her hand. "No, I'll just keep it," she said. "He put my name on it. I can read that. I'll just keep it." She didn't want Clara to see the letter. It was hers, from Gus. What the words were didn't matter. Clara stood with her for a bit and went back in. The moon rose late, and when it did, the men walked to the little shack by the lots where they slept. The old Mexican was coughing. Later, Lorena heard the captain get his bedroll and walk away with it. She was glad when the lights went out in the house and the men were all gone. It made it easier to believe Gus knew she was there. "They'll all forget you. They got their doings," she thought. "But I won't, Gus. Whenever it comes, morning or night, I'll think of you. You come and got me away from him. She can forget, and they can forget, but I won't never, Gus." The next morning, Lorena still stood by the buggy. The men scarcely knew what to think about it. Call was perplexed. Clara made breakfast as silently as she had presided over supper. They could all look out the window and see the blonde girl standing like a statue by the buggy, the letter from Augustus clutched in her hand. "For that girl's sake, I wish you'd forget your promise, Mr. Call," Clara said finally. "I can't forget no promise to a friend," Call said, "though I do agree it's foolish, and told him so myself." "People lose their minds over things like this," Clara said. "Gus was all to that girl. Who'll help me if she loses hers?" Dish wanted to say that he would, but couldn't get the words out. The sight of Laurie standing in grief made him so unhappy that he wished he'd never set foot in the town of Lonesome Dove. Yet he loved her, though he could not approach her. Clara saw that it was hopeless to hammer at Call. He would go unless she shot him. His face was set, and only the fact that the girl stood by the buggy had kept him from leaving already. It angered her that Gus had been so perverse as to extract such a promise. There was no proportion in it, being drugged 3,000 miles to be buried at a picnic site. Probably he had been delirious and would have withdrawn the request at once if he had been allowed a lucid moment. What angered her most was Gus's selfishness in regard to Call's son. He had been a sweet boy with lonesome eyes, polite. He was the kind of boy she would have given anything to raise, and here, for a romantic whim, Gus had seen to it that father and son were separated. It seemed so wrong to her and raised such anger in her that for a moment she was almost tempted to shoot Call just to thwart Gus. Not kill, but shoot him enough to keep him down until Gus could be buried and the folly checked. Then between 1 minute and the next, Lorena crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Clara knew it was only a faint, but the men had to carry her in and upstairs. Clara shooed them out as soon as she could and put Betsy to watching her. By that time, Captain Call had mounted and hitched the brown mule to the buggy and mounted his horse. He was ready to go. Clara walked out to try once more. Dish and July were shaking hands with Call, but they beat an immediate retreat when they saw her coming. "I'll put it to you once more in the plainest terms, Mr. Call," Clara said. "A live son is more important than a dead friend. Can you understand that?" "A promise is a promise," Call said. "A promise is words. A son is a life," Clara said. "A life, Mr. Call. I was better fit to raise boys than you've ever been, and yet I lost 3. I tell you no promise is worth leaving that boy up there as you have. Does he know he's your son?" "I suppose he does. I'll give him my horse," Call said, feeling that it was hell to have her, of all women, talk to him about the matter. "Your horse, but not your name?" Clara said. "You haven't even given him your name?" "I put more value on the horse," Call said, turning the dun. He rode off, but Clara, terrible in her anger, strode beside him. "I'll write him," she said. "I'll see he gets your name if I have to carry the letter to Montana myself. And I'll tell you another thing. I'm sorry you and Gus McCrae ever met. All you two done was ruin one another, not to mention those close to you. Another reason I didn't marry him was because I didn't want to fight you for him every day of my life. You men and your promises. They're just excuses to do what you plan to do anyway, which is leave. You think you've always done right. That's your ugly pride, Mr. Call. But you never did right, and it would be a sad woman that needed anything from you. You're a vain coward for all your fighting. I despised you then for what you were, and I despise you now for what you're doing." Clara could not check her bitterness. Even now, she knew, the man thought he was doing the right thing. She strode beside the horse, pouring out her contempt, until Call put the mule and the dun into a trot, the buggy with the coffin on it squeaking as it bounced over the rough plain. 102. So Captain Call turned back down the rivers, cut by the quirt of Clara's contempt and seared with the burn of his own regret. For a week, down from the Platte and across the Republican, he could not forget what she said, that he had never done right, that he and Gus had ruined one another, that he was a coward, that she would take a letter to the boy. He had gone through life feeling that he had known what should be done, and now a woman flung it at him that he hadn't. He found that he could not easily forget a word Clara said. He could only trail the buggy down the lonely plains, her words stinging in his heart and head. Before he reached Kansas, word had filtered ahead of him that a man was carrying a body home to Texas. The plain was filled with herds, for it was full summer. Cowboys spread the word, soldiers spread it. Several times he met trappers coming east from the Rockies, or buffalo hunters who were finding no buffalo. The Indians heard, Pawnee and Arapaho and Ogallala Sioux. Sometimes he would ride past parties of braves, their horses fat on spring grass, come to watch his journey. Some were curious enough to approach him, even to question him. Why did he not bury the compañero? Was he a holy man whose spirit must have a special place? No, Call answered. Not a holy man. Beyond that, he couldn't explain. He'd come to feel that Augustus had probably been out of his mind at the end, though he hadn't looked it, and that he had been out of his mind to make the promise he had. In 1 week in Kansas, he ran into 8 cattle herds. He would no sooner pass one than he encountered another. The only advantage to him was that the trail bosses were generous with wire and pliers. The Miles City buggy had been patched so many times that it was mostly wire by then, Call felt. He knew it would never make Texas, but he determined to keep going as long as he could. What he would do when it finally fell apart, he didn't know. Finally, he was asked about Augustus and the purpose of his journey so many times that he couldn't tolerate it. He turned west into Colorado, meaning to skirt the main cattle trails. He was tired of meeting people. His only moments of peace came late in the day when he was too tired to think and was just bouncing along with Gus. He rode through Denver, remembering that he had never sent Wilbarger's brother the telegram he had promised, notifying him of Wilbarger's death. It had been a year, and he felt he owed Wilbarger that consideration, though he soon regretted coming into the town, a noisy place filled with miners and cattlemen. The sight of the buggy with the coffin excited such general curiosity that by the time he was out of the telegraph office, a crowd had gathered. Call had scarcely walked out the door when an undertaker in a black hat and a blue bow tie approached him. "Mister, you ain't nowhere near the graveyard," the man said. He had even waxed his mustache and was altogether too shiny for Call's taste. "I wasn't looking for it," Call said, mounting. People were touching the coffin as if they had the right. "We give a nice $10 funeral," the undertaker said. "You could just leave the fellow with me and come pick out the gravestone at your leisure. Of course, the gravestone's extra." "Not in the market," Call said. "Who is it, mister?" a boy asked. His name was McCrae, Call said. He was glad to put the town behind him, and thereafter took to driving at night to avoid people, though it was harder on the buggy for he couldn't always see the bumps. One night he felt the country was too rough for evening travel, so he camped by the Purgatoire River, or picket wire as the cowboys called it. He heard the sound of an approaching horse and wearily picked up his rifle. It was only one horse. Dusk had not quite settled into night, and he could see the rider coming, a big man. The horse turned out to be a red mule, and the big man, Charles Goodnight. Call had known the famous cattleman since the 50s, and they had ridden together a few times in the Frontier Regiment before he and Gus were sent to the border. Call had never taken to the man. Goodnight was indifferent to authority, or at least unlikely to put any above his own, but he could not deny that the man had uncommon ability. Goodnight rode up to the campfire but did not dismount. "I like to keep up with who's traveling the country," he said. "I admit I did not expect it to be you." "You're welcome to coffee," Call said. "I don't take much else at night," he added. "Hell, if I didn't take some grub in at night, I'd starve," Goodnight said. "Usually too busy to eat breakfast." "You're welcome to get down, then," Call said. "No, I'm too busy to do that either," Goodnight said. "I've got interests in Pueblo. Besides, I was never a man to sit around and gossip." "I reckon that's McCrae," he said, glancing at the coffin on the buggy. "That's him," Call said, dreading the questions that seemed to be inevitable. "I owe him a debt for cleaning out that mangy bunch on the Canadian," Goodnight said. "I'd have soon had to do it myself if he hadn't." "Well, he's past collecting debts," Call said. "Anyway, he let that darn killer get away." "No shame to McCrae," Goodnight said. "I let the son of a bitch get away myself, and more than once, but a luckier man caught him. He butchered 2 families in the Bosque Redondo, and as he was leaving, a deputy sheriff made a lucky shot and crippled his horse. They ran him down and mean to hang him in Santa Rosa next week. If you spur up, you can see it." "Well, I swear," Call said. "You going?" "No," Goodnight said. "I don't attend hangings, although I've presided over some of the homegrown sort. This is the longest conversation I've had in 10 years. Goodbye." Call took the buggy over Raton Pass and edged down into the great New Mexican plain. Though he had seen nothing but plains for a year, he was still struck by the immense reach of land that lay before him. To the north, there was still snow on the peaks of the Sangre de Cristo. He hurried to Santa Rosa, risking further damage to the wagon, only to discover that the hanging had been put back a week. Everyone in the territory wanted to see Blue Duck hanged, it seemed. The little town was full of cowhands, with women and children sleeping in wagons. There was much argument, most of it in favor of hanging Blue Duck instantly lest he escape. Parties were constantly forming to present petitions to the sheriff, or else storm the jail, but the latter were unenthusiastic. Blue Duck had ranged the Llano for so long, and butchered and raped and stolen so often, that superstitions had formed around him. Some, particularly women, felt he couldn't die, and that their lives would never be safe. Call took the opportunity to have a blacksmith completely rebuild the buggy. The blacksmith had lots to work on and took 3 days to get around to the buggy, but he let Call store the coffin in his back room since it was attracting attention. The only thing to do in town besides drink was to admire the new courthouse 3 stories high and with a gallows at the top from which Blue Duck would be hung. The courthouse had fine glass windows and polished floors. 2 days before the hanging was to take place, Call decided to go see the prisoner. He had already met the deputy who had crippled Blue Duck's horse. The man, whose name was Decker, was fat and stone drunk, leading Call to suspect that Goodnight had been right. The shot had been lucky. But every man in the territory had insisted on buying the deputy a drink since then. Perhaps he had been capable of sobriety before he became a hero. He was easily moved to sobs at the memory of his exploit, which he had recounted so many times that he was hoarse. The sheriff, a balding man named Owensby, had of course heard of Call and was eager to show him the prisoner. The jail had only 3 cells, and Blue Duck was in the middle one, which had no window. The others had been cleared, minor culprits having simply been turned loose in order to lessen the chances that Blue Duck might somehow contrive an escape. The minute Call saw the man, he knew it was unlikely. Blue Duck had been shot in the shoulder and leg, and had a greasy rag wound around his forehead, covering another wound. Call had never seen a man so draped in chains. He was handcuffed. Each leg was heavily chained, and the chains draped around his torso were bolted to the wall. 2 deputies with Winchesters kept constant watch. Despite the chains and bars, Call judged that both were scared to death. Blue Duck himself seemed indifferent to the furor outside. He was leaning back against the wall, his eyes half closed when Call came in. "What's he doing?" Sheriff Owensby asked. Despite all the precautions, he was so nervous that he had not been able to keep food down since the prisoner was brought in. "Ain't doing much," one deputy said. "What can he do?" "Well, it's been said he can escape from any jail," the sheriff reminded him. "We got to watch him close." "Only way to watch him closer is to go in with him, and I'll quit before I'll do that," the other deputy said. Blue Duck opened his slumbrous eyes a fraction wider and looked at Call. "I hear you brought your stinking old friend to my hanging," Blue Duck said, his low, heavy voice startling the deputies and the sheriff, too. "Just luck," Call said. "I should have caught him and cooked him when I had the chance," Blue Duck said. "He would have killed you," Call said, annoyed by the man's insolent tone. "Or I would have, if need be." Blue Duck smiled. "I raped women, and stole children, and burned houses, and shot men, and run off horses, and killed cattle, and robbed who I pleased, all over your territory, ever since you've been a law," he said. "And you never even had a good look at me until today. I don't reckon you would have killed me." Sheriff Owensby reddened, embarrassed that the man would insult a famous ranger, but there was little he could do about it. Call knew there was truth in what Blue Duck said, and merely stood looking at the man, who was larger than he had supposed. His head was huge, and his eyes cold as snake's eyes. "I despise all you fine-haired sons of bitches," Blue Duck said. "You rangers. I expect I'll kill a passel of you yet." "I doubt it," Call said. "Not unless you can fly." Blue Duck smiled a cold smile. "I can fly," he said. "An old woman taught me. And if you care to wait, you'll see me." "I'll wait," Call said. On the day of the hanging, the square in front of the courthouse was packed with spectators. Call had to tie his animals over 100 yards away. He wanted to get started as soon as the hanging was over. He worked his way to the front of the crowd and watched as Blue Duck was moved from the jail to the courthouse in a small wagon under heavy escort. Call thought it likely somebody would be killed accidentally before it was over, since all the deputies were so scared they had their rifles on cock. Blue Duck was as heavily chained as ever and still had the greasy rag tied around his head wound. He was led into the courthouse and up the stairs. The hangman was making last-minute improvements on the hang rope, and Call was looking off, thinking he saw a man who had once served under him in the crowd, when he heard a scream and a sudden shattering of glass. He looked up, and the hair on his neck rose, for Blue Duck was flying through the air in his chains. It seemed to Call the man's cold smile was fixed on him as he fell. He had managed to dive through one of the long glass windows on the 3rd floor, and not alone either. He had grabbed Deputy Decker with his handcuffed hands and pulled him out too. Both fell to the stony ground right in front of the courthouse. Blue Duck hit right on his head, while the deputy had fallen backwards like a man pushed out of a hayloft. Blue Duck didn't move after he hit, but the deputy squirmed and cried. Tinkling glass fell about the two men. The crowd was too stunned to move. Sheriff Owensby stood high above them, looking out the window, mortified that he had allowed hundreds of people to be cheated of a hanging. Call walked out alone and knelt by the two men. Finally, a few others joined him. Blue Duck was stone dead, his eyes wide open, the cruel smile still on his lips. Decker was broken to bits and spitting blood already. He wouldn't last long. "I guess that old woman didn't teach you well enough," Call said to the outlaw. Owensby ran down the stairs and insisted that they carry Blue Duck up and string him from the gallows. "By God, I said he'd hang, and he'll hang," he said. Many of the spectators were so afraid of the outlaw that they wouldn't touch him, even dead. 6 men who were too drunk to be spooked finally carried him up and left him dangling above the crowd. Call thought it a silly waste of work, though he supposed the sheriff had politics to think of. He himself could not forget that Blue Duck had smiled at him in the moment that he flew. As he walked through the crowd, he heard a woman say she had seen Blue Duck's eyes move as he lay on the ground. Even with the man hanging from a gallows, the people were priming themselves to believe he hadn't died. Probably half the crimes committed on the Llano in the next 10 years would be laid to Blue Duck. As Call was getting into his wagon, a newspaper man ran up, a red-headed boy scarcely 20 years old, white with excitement at what he had just seen. "Captain Call?" he asked. "I write for the Denver paper. They pointed you out to me. Can I speak to you for a minute?" Call mounted the dun and caught the mule's lead rope. "I have to ride," he said. "It's still a ways to Texas." He started to go, but the boy would not give up. He strode beside the dun, talking, much as Clara had, except that the boy was merely excited. Call thought it strange that 2 people on one trip would follow him off. "But, Captain," the boy said, "they say you were the most famous ranger. They say you've carried Captain McCrae 3,000 miles just to bury him. They say you started the first ranch in Montana. My boss will fire me if I don't talk to you. They say you're a man of vision." "Yes, a hell of a vision," Call said. He was forced to put spurs to the dun to get away from the boy, who stood scribbling on a pad. It was a dry year. The grass of the Llano brown, the long plains shimmering with mirages. Call followed the Pecos, down through Bosque Redondo and south through New Mexico. He knew it was dangerous in such a year. Indians might follow the river too. But he feared the drought worse. At night, lightning flickered high above the plains. Thunder rumbled, but no rain fell. The days were dull and hot, and he saw no one, just an occasional antelope. His animals were tiring, and so was he. He tried driving at night, but had to give it up. Too often he would nod off, and once came within an ace of smashing a buggy wheel. The coffin was sprung from so much bouncing and began to leak a fine trail of salt. A day above Horsehead Crossing, as he was plodding along half asleep in the still afternoon, he felt something hit him and immediately put his hand to his side. It came away bloody, although he had not seen an Indian or even heard a gunshot. As he turned to race for the river, he glimpsed a short brown man rising from behind a large yucca plant. Call didn't know how badly he was shot or how many Indians he was up against. He went off the bank too fast and the buggy crashed against a big rock at the water's edge. It splintered and turned over, the coffin underneath it. Call glanced back and saw only 4 Indians. He dismounted, snuck north along the river for 100 yards, and was able to shoot one of the 4. He crossed the river and waited all day and all night, but never saw the other 3 again. His wound felt minor, though the bullet was somewhere in him, and would have to stay until he made Austin, he knew. The narrow-channeled Pecos was running, and the coffin was underwater. Call finally cut it loose, and with the help of Greasy, dragged it from the mud. He knew he was in a fine fix, for it was still 500 miles to the South Guadalupe, and the buggy was ruined. For all he knew, more Indians might arrive at any moment, which meant that he had to work looking over his shoulder. He managed to drag the coffin over, but it was a sorry, muddy affair by the time he was done. Also, the Pecos water scalded his innards and drained his strength. Call knew he could never drag the coffin all the way to Austin. He himself would be lucky to get across the bleached, waterless land to the Colorado or the San Saba. On the other hand, he had no intention of leaving Gus now that he had brought him so far. He broke open the coffin and rewrapped his friend's remains in the tarp he had been using for a bed cover on wet nights. There were few of those to worry about. Then he lashed the bundle to Gus's sign, itself well weathered, with most of the lettering worn off. He cut down a small salt cedar and made a crude axle, fixing the sign between the 2 buggy wheels. It was more travois than buggy, but it moved. He felt his wound a trifle less every day, though he knew it had been a small-bore bullet that hit him. A larger bore, and he would be down and probably dead. Several times he thought he glimpsed Indians slipping over a ridge or behind distant yucca, but could never be sure. Soon he felt feverish and began to distrust his own eyesight. In the shiny mirages ahead, he thought he saw horsemen who never appeared. Once he thought he saw Dietz, and another time Blue Duck. He decided his reason must be going, and began to blame Gus for it all. Gus had spent a lifetime trying to get him into situations that confused him and had finally succeeded. "You done this," he said aloud several times. "Jake started me off, but you was the one sent me back across here." His water ran out the 3rd day. The mule and the dun chewed on the greasewood bushes or what sage there was, but both were weakening. Call longed for the Kiowa mare. He wished he had given the boy his name and kept the mare. Then Greasy, the mule, stopped. He had decided to die. Call had to use the dun to pull the travois. Greasy didn't bother following them. Call supposed the dun would die too, but the horse walked on to the Colorado. After that, there was little more to fear, although his wound festered somewhat and leaked. It reminded him of Lippy. Often his eyes would fill when he thought of the boys left up north. By the time he finally rode onto the little hill with the live oaks above the Guadalupe, the sign was about gone. The Latin motto, of which Augustus had been so proud, being at the bottom, had long since been broken off. The part about the pigs was gone, and the part about what they rented and sold, and Dietz's name as well. Most of P.I.'s name had flaked off, and his own also. Call hoped to save the plank where Gus had written his own name, but the rope he had tied the body with had rubbed out most of the lettering. In fact, the sign was not much more than a collection of splinters, 2 of which Call got in his hand as he was untying Gus. Only the top of the sign, the part that said Hat Creek Cattle Company and Livery Emporium, was still readable. Call dug the grave with a little hand shovel. In his condition, it took most of a day. At one point, he grew so weak that he sat down in the grave to rest, sweat pouring off him. If there had been anyone else to shovel, he would have been inclined to be buried there himself. But he pulled himself up and finished the work and lowered Augustus in. "There," he said. "This will teach me to be more careful about what I promise." He used the plank with Hat Creek Cattle Company and Livery Emporium on it as a crossbar, tying it to a long mesquite stick, which he drove into the ground with a big rock. While he was tying the crossbar tight with 2 saddle strings, a wagon with settlers in it came along the ridge. They were a young couple, with 2 or 3 children peeking shyly around them, narrow-faced as young possums. The young man was fair, and the sun had blistered him beet red. His young wife had a bonnet pulled close about her face. It was clear that the grave marker puzzled them. The young man stopped the wagon and stared at it. Not having seen him put Augustus under, they were not sure whether they were looking at a grave or just a sign. "Where is this Hat Creek outfit, mister?" the young man asked. "Buried. What ain't in Montana," Call said. He knew it wasn't helpful, but he was in no mood for conversation. "Dern, I was hoping to come to a place with a blacksmith," the young man said. Then he noticed that Call walked stiffly and saw that he was wounded. "Can we help you, mister?" the young man asked. "Much obliged," Call said. "I've only a short way to go." The young settlers moved down the ridge toward San Antonio. Call walked down to the little pool, meaning to rest a few minutes. He fell into a heavy sleep and didn't wake until dawn. The business of the sign worried him. One more evidence of Augustus's ability to vex well beyond the grave. If one young man supposed it meant there was a livery stable nearby, others would do the same. People might be inconvenienced for days, wandering through the limestone hills trying to find a company who were mostly ghosts. Besides, Augustus's name wasn't on the sign, though it was his grave. No one might ever realize that it was his grave. Call walked back up the hill and got out his knife, thinking he might carve the name on the other side of the board, but the old board was so dry and splintery that he felt he might destroy it altogether if he worked on it much. Finally, he just scratched A.M. on the other side of the board. It wasn't much, and it wouldn't last, he knew. Somebody would just get irritated at not finding the livery stable and bust the sign up anyway. In any case, Gus was where he had decided he wanted to be, and they had both known many fine men who lay in unmarked graves. Call remembered he had told the young couple that he only had a short way to travel. It showed that his mind was probably going, for he had no place in particular to travel at all. Worn out, and with a festering wound, he was in no shape to turn back for Montana, and Jerry, the Dunn, could never have made the trip even if he himself could have. He didn't know that he wanted to go back, for that matter. He never felt that he had any home on the earth anyway. He remembered riding to Texas in a wagon when just a boy. His parents were already dead. Since then, it had been mostly roaming, the years in Lonesome Dove apart. Call turned south toward San Antonio, thinking he might find a doctor. But when he came to the town, he turned and went around it, spooked at the thought of all the people. He didn't want to go among such a lot of people with his mind so shaky. He rode the weary Dun on south, feeling that he might just as well go to Lonesome Dove as anywhere. Crossing the green Nueces, he remembered the snakes and the Irish boy. He knew he ought to go by and find the widow Spettle to tell her she had one less son, but decided the bad news could wait. It had already waited a year, unless she had gotten it from one of the returning cowhands. He rode the dun into Lonesome Dove late on a day in August, only to be startled by the harsh clanging of the dinner bell, the one Bolivar had loved to beat with the broken crowbar. The sound made him feel that he rode through a land of ghosts. He felt lost in his mind and wondered if all the boys would be there when he got home. But when he trotted through the chaparral toward the Hat Creek barn, he saw that it was old Bolivar himself beating the same bell with the same piece of crowbar. The old man's hair was white and his serape filthier than ever. When Bolivar looked up and saw the captain riding out of the sunset, he dropped the piece of crowbar, narrowly missing his foot. His return to Mexico had been a trial and a disappointment. His girls were married and gone, his wife unrelenting in her anger at his years of neglect. Her tongue was like a saw, and the look in her eyes made him feel bad, so he had left her one day forever and walked to Lonesome Dove, living in the house the gringos had abandoned. He sharpened knives to earn a living, which for himself was merely coffee and frijoles. He slept on the cook stove. Rats had chewed up the old beds. He grew lonely and could not remember who he had been. Still, every evening he took the broken crowbar and beat the bell. The sound rang through the town and across the Rio Grande. When Call dismounted and dropped his reins, old Bolivar walked over trembling, a look of disbelief on his face. "Oh, Capitan, Capitan," he said, and began to blubber. Tears of relief rolled down his rough cheeks. He clutched at Call's arms as if he were worn out and might fall. "That's all right, Bo," Call said. He led the shaky man to the house, which was all shambles and filth, spider webs and rat shit everywhere. Bo shuffled around and heated coffee, and Call stood on the front porch and drank a cup. Looking down the street, he was surprised to see that the town didn't look the same. Something wasn't there that had been. At first he couldn't place what, and he thought it might be the dust or his erratic vision, but then he remembered the dry bean. It was the saloon that seemed to be gone. Call took the dun down to the roofless barn and unsaddled him. The stone watering trough was full of water, clear water, but there was not much to feed the horse. Call turned him out to graze and watched while he took a long roll. Then, curious to know if the saloon was really gone, he walked across the dry bed of Hat Creek and into the main street. He had no sooner turned into the street than he saw a one-legged man coming toward him through the dusk. "Why, Gus," he thought, not knowing for a second if he were with the living or the dead. He remembered sitting in the grave on the Guadalupe, and for a moment could not remember climbing out. But the one-legged man only turned out to be Dillard Brawley, the barber who had ruined his voice screeching the time he and Gus had to take off his leg. For his part, Dillard Brawley was so surprised to see Captain Call standing in the street that he almost dropped the few perch he had managed to catch in the river. In the growing dark, he had to step close to see it was the captain. There was only a little light left. "Why, Captain," Dillard said in his hoarse whisper, "did you and the boys finally get back?" "Not the boys," Call said. "Just me." "What happened to the saloon?" He could see that he had been right. The general store was still there, but the dry bean was gone. "Burnt," Dillard whispered. "Burnt near a year ago." "What started the fire?" Call asked. "Juan started it. Burnt up in it, too. Locked himself in that whore's room and wouldn't come out." "Well, I swear," Call said. "The piano burnt up with him," Dillard said. "Made the church folks mad. They thought if he was going to roast himself, he ought to have at least rolled the piano out the door. They've had to sing hymns to a fiddle ever since." Call walked over and stood where the saloon had been. There was nothing left but pale ashes and a few charred boards. "When she left, Juans couldn't stand it," Dillard said. "He sat in her room a month, and then he burnt it." "Who?" Call asked, looking at the ashes. "The woman," Dillard whispered. "The woman. They say he missed that whore."
Lonesome Dove, a novel, was written by Larry McMurtry and read by Will Patton, with a foreword by Taylor Sheridan. Music by Matt Kartsonis. The recording engineer was Elliot Elsey at Truphonic Recording in Charleston, South Carolina. The foreword was recorded by Cody Putman for Dallas Audio Post. Editing and post-production by Frog Pond Productions. Rick Bradley was the mix engineer. The associate producer was Kate Ferrari. Lonesome Dove was produced and directed by Michael Noble. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Lonesome Dove is available in print from Simon & Schuster. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Streets of Laredo, a novel, by Larry McMurtry. Read by Daniel von Bargen.
The following is an excerpt from Larry McMurtry's Streets of Laredo, read by Daniel von Bargen.
Most train robbers ain't smart, which is a lucky thing for the railroads, Call said. 5 smart train robbers could bust every railroad in this country. This young Mexican is smart, Brookshire said. But before he could elaborate, the wind lifted his hat right off his head. He was forced to chase it, not the first time he'd been forced to chase his hat since arriving in Amarillo. He had taken to ramming his hat down on his head nearly to his eyebrows, but the Texas winds were of a different order than the winds he had been accustomed to in Brooklyn, where he lived. Somehow, time after time, the Texas winds lifted his hat. Before he could even get a hand up to grab it, there it went. It was just a common fedora, but on the other hand, it was his only hat, and it was not his custom to go through life bareheaded, at least not while he was conducting business for the railroad. Colonel Terry would not have approved. Brookshire was only a salaried man, and he could not afford to ignore Colonel Terry's preferences in such matters. This time the hat rode the wind like a fat bird. It had a 20-yard lead on its owner before it hit the ground, and when it did hit, it rolled rapidly along the gritty street. Fortunately for Brookshire, a wagon was parked to the south of the station, and the hat eventually lodged against one of the wagon wheels. He strolled over and picked it up, trying to appear nonchalant, though in fact he was more than a little out of sorts. At the behest of his superiors, Colonel Terry in particular, Colonel Terry, the president of the railroad, was the only superior who counted. Brookshire had journeyed all the way from New York to hire a bandit killer. Brookshire was an accountant. Hiring bandit killers wasn't his line of work, but the man who normally handled the task, Big Johnny Roberts, had accidentally swallowed a wine cork and choked to death just as he was about to depart for Texas. From Colonel Terry's point of view, it was a nuisance. He took a look around the office, and before Brookshire knew it, he was on a train going west in Johnny Roberts' stead. In his years with the railroad, he had performed a number of services, but never in a place where his hat blew off every time he turned a corner. Having to chase his hat was an aggravation, but the real reason he was out of sorts was because he wasn't at all impressed with the killer he had been instructed to hire. About the best thing Brookshire could find to say for the small, weary-looking man standing in front of the little shack of a depot, a saddle and a duffel roll stacked beside him, was that he had been punctual. He had ridden in at dawn, hitching his sorrel mare outside the hotel precisely at 7 a.m., the time agreed upon. Still, Brookshire had barely been able to conceal his shock when he saw how old the man was. Of course, Brookshire was aware of his reputation. No one in the West had a reputation to equal Woodrow Call's. In Brookshire's view, reputation did not catch bandits. At least it didn't catch bandits who covered country as rapidly as young Joey Garza. The young Mexican was said to be only 19 years old, whereas Captain Call, from the look of him, was edging 70. Nonetheless, Brookshire had been ordered to hire Woodrow Call and no one else. More than that, he had been entrusted with a fancy engraved Colt revolver which Colonel Terry had sent along as a special gift. To Brookshire's dismay, Captain Call scarcely glanced at the gun. He didn't even bother to lift it out of its rosewood box. He didn't twirl the chamber or admire the fine engraving. "Thanks, but I'll pass," he said. He seemed more grateful for the coffee. Of course, it was wintry, and the old ranger was only wearing a light coat. "Good Lord! What will I tell Colonel Terry?" Brookshire asked. "This gun probably cost him $500. This engraving is handwork. It don't come cheap." "Why, the colonel can keep it himself, then," Call said. "I appreciate the thought, but I've no place to keep a fancy weapon. I'd have to deposit it in a bank, and I prefer to avoid banks. I generally depend on the rifle, not the pistol," he added. "If you're close enough to a killer to be in reach of a pistol bullet, then generally you're too close." "Good Lord," Brookshire said again. He knew Colonel Terry well enough to know that he wasn't going to be pleased when told that his gift had not been wanted. Colonel Terry hadn't been a colonel for nothing, either. Having such an expensive present rejected by a fellow who just looked like an old cowpoke would undoubtedly put him in a temper, in which case Brookshire and anyone else who happened to be in the office would have to scramble to keep their jobs. Call saw that the man was upset. He supposed, really, that he ought to accept the gun. That would be the polite thing. But in the past few years, governors and presidents of railroads and senators and rich men were always offering him fancy weapons or expensive saddles or the use of their railroad cars or even fine horses, and always something in him resisted. For one thing, he despised fancy gear. He rode a plain saddle, and all that he required in a weapon was that it be reliable and accurate. For another thing, he had never met a governor or a president of a railroad or a senator or a rich man that he liked or felt comfortable with. Why place himself in some arrogant fool's debt for the sake of a gun he'd never shoot nor probably even load? Only a few days before, Call and Charles Goodnight had discussed the matter of gifts from the rich and powerful. It had been the day, in fact, that Goodnight had ridden out to the little line cabin he let Call use when he was between jobs and handed Call the telegram asking him to meet a Mr. Ned Brookshire in Amarillo at 7 a.m. in the lobby of the best hotel. Goodnight himself was famous, probably as famous as a cattleman could get. He had also been offered 25 or 30 engraved Winchesters in recent years, but, like Call, he was skeptical of the rich and powerful and seldom felt comfortable in their company. Throughout most of their lives, which had only occasionally intersected, Woodrow Call and Charles Goodnight had not exactly gotten along. Somehow, in the old days, the Indian fighting days, they had rubbed one another the wrong way almost every time they met. Even now, they did not exactly consider themselves friends. Once a week or so, when Goodnight was around his home ranch, he had formed the habit of riding out to the little line cabin to check on his guest, the famous Texas Ranger.